Good evening, folks. It is Friday, August the 20th, 2021, and the content gods have decreed it. We actually have something to talk about. As a matter of fact, we've got a couple of things to talk about, so I'm not going to spend too much time on preamble. There's going to be a couple different segments to the show, and one of the things that I'm going to do is I'm not going to completely open it up, but there is going to be some different spots where folks are going to be able to kind of share what their thoughts are. Obviously, you know the Fanatics getting the MLB licenses is going to be part of it. And I also know there's a lot of live streams and things going on. That's going to be part of the deal. So quickly, I'll get the first comment here. Yannick. Yes, it is. Turns out there's a lot of folks that want to do a lot of live streams. So I'm like, you know what? Let's just get it over with. To be honest, I would have done it a lot sooner. But I needed some time to get things prepared. Ink Paper Wax Collector going to be a slobber knocker? You got it. So actually, off the top, one thing I want to do. I'm going to show this one really quick, just because under normal circumstances, I would spend a couple of minutes talking about it because I like it. But unfortunately, we got other stuff to talk about. So we are going to focus mainly on the Fanatics, the Tops angle with that as well. And I'll include some PWCC and eBay drama because, frankly, that's fun. But let's be honest, the Tops and Fanatics thing kind of took the front page. And PWCC off in the distance, like, whew, they got us off the hook a little bit. I didn't forget about you, but we are going to focus on the main subject at hand. So good evening, Jeff, 357, good evening, and JJ Bama, good evening. Okay, so real quick, I'll show this one for less than a minute because honestly, we know what we want to focus our attention on. Let's be fair about this. How's it going, Dad? Yeah, just another ho-hum week in the hobby. You are 100% correct. And that's why we're getting all the Instagram lives and the YouTube lives and everybody and their brother weighing in with their 2 cents. Okay, so real quick, I'll show this one. I know that it got buried. Believe it or not, it happened just on Sunday. It was this past week, if you can believe it. But this is where we're at now. So real quick here, I'll share it with you guys. I don't know how many of you remember it, given all the other stuff that's happened. But the Robert Edwards auction finished, and the Honus Wagner SGC3 sold for $6.6 million. Normally, I would spend more time talking about it, as I do like the Honus Wagner card, and I do appreciate that the Honus Wagner is back on top as the most expensive sports card in the world. But now, with the way the week's gone, we got no time. Sorry, Honus. But at least I wanted to acknowledge it off the top. So real quick, I'll grab these other comments here. The Collector, good evening. Good evening, Name. And Georgetown Vintage, good evening. So we did get a vintage card off the top. Okay, so let's start off talking a little bit about the whole Fanatics thing. There's 3 categories, and that's why I said I laughed about it. Yannick asked about the early start, and I said, once I started seeing how many people started stacking up live streams all at once, basically talking about the same thing, it's like, oh my God. By Sunday night, we're going to be inundated to the point it's like, okay, I don't care anymore. I've already watched a lot of YouTube videos and things on it, so I'm up on as much as people are going to be up on. It's going to be rotations of the exact same conversation. That's why I'm like, no, I'll have mine tonight. This is what we're going to talk about, and then any comments or questions, I'll get ideas from you guys, and we'll kind of work it together. And if you guys want to watch the other stuff, well, it'll be available to you. You'll have plenty of live streams this weekend to catch up on if that's what you want to do. But let's keep one thing in mind. There's really 3 categories here. There's the stuff we pretty much know because it's been reported enough that we know it's pretty much good. Fanatics has worked out a deal with the MLBPA as well as Major League Baseball to get a license for the MLBPA starting in 2023 and then 2026 for Major League Baseball. As part of the deal as well, Major League Baseball and the MLBPA also have some equity in Fanatics. That was part of the deal that made it so enticing. Now, that's the part we're all pretty confident on because it's been out there enough. We know that. The other part of it that's been out there a little bit as well is that they reached out to overtures to the NFLPA as well as the NBA Players Association as well. So it's one of those things we're laying the groundwork. So the first part threatens Tops, and then the second part threatens Panini. So it kind of makes Fanatics immediately becomes a player in the game. Now, one of the lead-offs of this, because I made a short video talking about some of those specific things, and one of the things I alluded to, immediately more things started to pile on, I posed the question. Mudrick next week was going to, I say past tense, was going to have a vote on the merger with Tops. Now, obviously, if any of you have been keeping up on it, as of this morning, that is no longer the case. So I'll quickly put it on the screen here. So that's from CNBC. So the SPAC merger with Mudrick Capital dies because, very dramatic title, of course. But bottom line was they said that they terminated the merger agreement, has been terminated by mutual agreement. So really, it was as soon as the Major League Baseball bomb dropped, all of a sudden, it becomes a lot less interesting to merge with the company, which leaves Tops in a very interesting position. That's why I say the Fanatics piece, we're going to have some time to speculate on it because we don't know what Fanatics' specific plans are. we know that it makes sense for them to go after some of these licenses. If they want to be a player in the game, you got to get the licenses. For Topps, we know this is a huge blow to them. Now, that's the other shoe to drop. So Mudrick and the merger thing ending, that's the second shoe to drop. That's huge. So absolutely, that's going to be a big part of it. So good evening, Andy. Anything going on this week? Exactly. Not too much to talk about. So those are kind of the basics. We know those are the things that we pretty much know now. We also know that the merger is done. That's over. And that's going to be a big blow to Topps as well. So that's going to have a big say in what happens next with them. The rest of it after that, after we get past those specific points, everything after that is speculation. Now we're into what's your favorite conspiracy theory? Does Fanatics buy Topps? Does Fanatics make a pitch for Panini? Does Fanatics make a pitch for Upper Deck? Does Fanatics buy an Arby's? It could be anything. It's whatever you want it to be. And it's kind of fun. Like the speculation part is a lot of fun. I'm not going to lie to you. But at the same time, that's why I wanted to separate out the parts where pretty much we know what's going on, the parts where we have a pretty good idea, we're pretty close, that are pretty close to happening, and then the parts where we're just having some fun speculating. That's why you want to kind of layer them into 3 different buckets here. So real quick here, I think Fanatics may acquire the Topps brand. Yep, and that's that goes under the speculation bucket. It would make a lot of sense. But I think what's fun as well about that part of the conversation is that there's a couple of more pieces to that if you really want to think about it. Because it's not just acquiring them. It's a matter of, okay, so let's say they do. Do they have to do it right away? Maybe, maybe not. And that's kind of the fun part. Because there's a strategical argument for not necessarily doing it right away. And I'll explain a little bit about that in a minute. So SCA Sports Cards, good evening. Absolutely. So real quick, guys, one of the things that I've done on here a fair bit, and those of you guys who have been around a little bit, you guys know that I'm a long-time wrestling fan. And tonight, while I'm doing this live stream, there's going to be AEW Rampage. They're going to have the first dance in Chicago. And that is, supposedly going to be a big event. They sold out the United Center. Now, I'm bringing this up for a reason. I want to explain. Because it got my mind into thinking about something else. Not this most recent thing, but it got me thinking about something that happened 20 years ago. And I'll explain how it's an interesting parallel that kind of runs similar to what's happening with Fanatics and Topps. So different genre, obviously, but I'll explain kind of where I'm at with that. So let me take a look here. Everybody check out Andy's channel. He picked up a big boy card. There you go. Very nice. I'll have to check it out later on. Bless and Breaks. What's good? No, we're just having some fun talking some speculation. Let Topps drops value to the bottom and then buy. Yep. So that's one of the possibilities because it would make a lot of sense, right? If you're being strategic about it and you're Fanatics, you do have money. Yes. Tons of money. Does that mean you're just going to throw it away when you can possibly get the thing, a depressed asset at a lower price? Now, I know for collectors, it's, oh my God, but it's Topps. We love Topps. It's like, look, I get it. But you're Fanatics. You're like, look, we're interested in Topps for the right price. That's the thing. It's not just we want to buy it. It's like, we may as well get a good deal for our money. We already threw a lot of money at the Major League Baseball Players Association and MLB, and they get an equity stake. We did all this so that we could outbid you guys. That's part of the thing is going to go as well. My Topps want to go halvesies on hockey with Upper Deck. It's a possibility. Obviously, Topps would need to have more licenses, but it's one of those things where Upper Deck would be looking out for its own interests. Why would they want to? And that's assuming, remember, I said that the merger discussion is dead. So does Topps have the finances to be able to go halvesies on anything with anybody? Or in reality, would an Upper Deck go like, well, if we're going to do that, we'd be more inclined to buy you? Again, I don't know what the specific company's relative financial positions are, but right now, out of the ones that are technically waiting in these waters, Fanatics is the one with the most money. Technically, they could buy out all the other manufacturers straight up, and then we're done. We're done this conversation. They own all the big manufacturers. So it would make a lot of sense. So there you go. Perfect. Would they rather buy Panini or Topps? Yeah. And that's a very, very important distinction. It's kind of a question that's brought in. Carmen Bowman name should be worth buying. Yeah, but at the right price. Remember, the names have value. And that's why I want to give you this quick analogy. I'll explain kind of where I'm at about this, and this is why I said it led me to thinking about something that happened years ago. Fanatics will buy Topps before 2026. That's very possible. Fanatics may try to acquire the licenses of the 3 main sports and then in a way rent them out and be the overseer. You could. It's being a sub-licensee is a viable strategy if you want to make money out of it. And since the leagues would have a stake in it, they would still be able to make money from that kind of deal. It just depends on what the approach they want to take. So quickly what I'll do is I'll explain the reason why The thing with Topps, and the collector basically alluded to kind of my point. A lot of fans of the brand talk about, Chrome and the Bowman name should be worth buying because they're attached to the name brand. The name brands have value. Yes, they do. But how much value they have to a Fanatics depends, because it's one of those things that's out of sight, out of mind. If you go back in your baseball history, back when Bowman was its own independent brand and competing with Topps for that brief run there in the 50s, when Topps bought them in 1956, they shelved them for 33 years. So they sat there from 1956 until 1989. There was no Bowman. That's how that went. So it's one of those things you just never know. Have you ever had the chance to speak with Josh Luber? No, we don't walk in the same circles. It'd be an interesting conversation, especially at this page. That'd be interesting. Bobby has the link. He's probably gonna mosey on over in his time. I did tell him that I was starting a little bit early, so I leave it to him when he wants to come by. Remember, he's not an official co-host. He always has an open link and an open invitation, but he comes and goes as he pleases. So I'm not sure collectors will flock to embrace Fanatics-made cards. I get you. If I ever shop their site for a pair of memorabilia, it's overpriced, overproduced, and cheesy AF. Our hobby's in trouble. Now, this is a fun comment because I get it. But at the same time, Fanatics doesn't have to care about that. Because you say, oh, well, then what if the collectors don't like it? It's like, well, some of the collectors are not going to know any better. Some of the collectors don't care as much. And if the cards are produced are of sufficient quality, they'll buy them anyway, because that'll be what's available. Again, brand loyalty only goes so far. So let me use this story here quickly. Let me play off of this because Bless and Breaks and also the collector's comment kind of plays into this. So I'll go quickly through it so you kind of understand what I'm getting at. So for this, I go back about 20 years. The thing I mentioned about AEW is that they have been trying to solidify themselves as the number 2 behind WWE. But 20 years ago, there were two companies that were right at the top. It was WWE and WCW. And like I said, those of you who are more familiar with this world will get my analogy and why I'm giving it right now, but it'll take a minute. So you have to stick with me on this one. The point is, at the beginning of 2001, WCW had squandered a lot of what it had. It had actually been making a lot of money prior to that, but it also became bloated. They had big contracts. They spent a lot of money. But here's the thing that they had, and this is where it kind of plays into the point that I'm trying to make here. They did have a very loyal fan base. There were fans that still tuned in, despite the fact it was a disaster. The show was a disaster. It was being poorly done. It didn't make sense. They basically did everything they could to siphon off and get rid of their fans. And yet, they still had loyal people that tuned in every single week. At the beginning of 2001, there was a company led by Eric Bischoff, who formerly ran WCW, who came in. They made an offer, and they had offered to buy it, and they even announced they were going to buy it. Absolutely, Dave. But it actually plays beautifully. It actually aligns with this very story. The point is, they came in and announced they were going to buy it in January of 2001. They even had a plan. They figured out, hey, we're going to revitalize this brand. We're going to fix some of the problems. We're going to take care of what needs to get taken care of, and we'll get this thing back on track. They even had a relaunch plan and everything. It was good to go. Small, tiny, little problem. This whole sale came about because AOL Time Warner had done their merger. And as part of it, they wanted to sell off WCW. But here's the thing. When they made this deal that they were going to buy it, they had agreed in principle. They were starting to do their diligence. They were well on their way. They had even announced it, like I said, and they were well on their way to getting it done. But here's the problem. The executives from AOL Time Warner came over and go, oh, by the way, we're not going to renew the TV part. And all of a sudden, the people at Fusion Media looked at each other and went like, without the TV, this isn't worth it. All of a sudden, the value of the brand dropped like a stone. Some of you may be already following where I'm going with this. There isn't like I said, there is a parallel here with the whole Topps thing. It wasn't that they had lost the TV already. It was that they were a lame duck. The fact is there was an expiry date, and without television, the product wasn't worth as much. So it wasn't that they didn't have a product, it's that they were about not to have a product because they had already squandered all other things that they had, and now they were in trouble. And it was only a matter of time. It was a ticking time bomb. Well, what happened is the big investor pulled out. Well, Murdoch Capital just pulled out of a merger that was going to happen this upcoming week. They were going to have the vote on Wednesday. They're not going to have it anymore. That's done. The license is going to end. The MLBPA license, the exclusive, is going to end in 2023. The overall, with MLB as well, is going to end in 2026. It's going to end. It's just, and then Fanatics gets to take over. But it's not going to end today or tomorrow. It's going to take a couple of years. But in the meantime, they're a lame duck with that license. So Topps has value. The name brands have value. Bowman has value. Topps itself, flagship, has value. But its value just dropped. That's why Mudrick didn't want them anymore. It's mutually agreed upon. But mutually agreed upon because, we don't actually want what you have anymore without that license. Because that license was a big part of the value that you brought to the table. So yes, there's still value, but now it's a lot less. Well, in 2001, WWE rolled in, bought the whole thing for $4 million, including their tape library. Turned it into the WWE Network, eventually sold it to NBC Universal for the Peacock Network recently for $1 billion. Well, Vince McMahon's a pretty smart businessman. He's not a great person, but he's a good businessman. Fanatics definitely could get value out of the Topps brand. There is no doubt, no question. The question is, what is it worth to them to buy it if they let Topps flounder a little bit? Topps is technically a lame duck. They're open to just about anybody that would buy them. But now it's going to be very interesting to see what happens going forward, because now you don't need to offer much to Topps. Not nearly as much as you did before. Well, what if Upper Deck buys them? Yeah, okay. What if Panini goes in and buys them? Well, then Fanatics would just buy Panini and Topps in one fell swoop. It's easier for them. In some ways, it would make it easier for them to do it. There's a lot there. The point is that there are some different directions it can take. It's not as simple as, oh yeah, just go buy them right now. Well, maybe you don't want to buy them right now. You've got some time. You've got the luxury of being able to wait. So I know you guys have some comments here. I'll grab them. So I'm not sure collectors will flock to embrace Fanatics make cards. Sorry, I already read that one. Will BR, no Fanatics retail. It's just straight from here site. Don't know what that one is. Sorry, can't read that one. Monopolies are never a good thing. Wasn't expecting WCW talk. I have versatility, sir. I have versatility. Will Fanatics even keep producing physical cards? Would it be cheaper and easier to go digital and still make good money? Yeah, there's always the possibility. They do actually have some NFT properties that they do have. So it's one of those things they could, but the moment you can still make money doing both. Why not? Yeah, Vince got WCW extremely cheap. Yeah, exactly. It was just a little over $4 million back in 2001. And they've made at least $1 billion just off that piece alone. Jeff Wilson is going to buy WCW. We can only hope. Hello, wrestling card investors. All right, Bobby, if you're good, just nod. Good stuff. Good evening, Mr. Burrell. How's it going?
I'm doing good. How's everything?
So you need a couple more minutes. So do you want to announce now that you bought Topps?
I digress.
You traded them straight up for a couple of knickknacks, I think.
I think so.
Topps was like, I'll take it.
It was trinkets, but anyway.
It's like, I'll take it.
Yeah, that's a big move. I'll tell you. Moves are just not stopping. I think everybody's on a roll right now. And
They are. So I don't know if you caught any of, I did have a little fun. Dave enjoyed my little wrestling analogy, but it actually played beautifully because it was almost the exact same situation where you had a brand that people loved that suddenly became devalued and somebody else swooped in and bought it for pennies on the dollar. So that kind of carries over into now today. Fanatics get to play the Vince McMahon role. That's their position. They're like, I don't need to buy you, but I can see value in buying you for the right price. How badly do you need to sell?
Was it about money, or was it more of a strategic move by the NHLP? Well, the MLBA.
Well, the MLB and MLBPA have equity in the new firm.
Oh,
So Fanatics is building a company specifically for the trading card segment that they have equity in. So here's the deal. MLBPA gets equity, Major League Baseball gets equity, and presumably, NFLPA and NBAPA may also get equity in the new firm. So here's the thing. You can offer something nobody else can.
Yeah.
You get a piece of the pie. You get a seat at the table. So it's not just we're giving you money, which Topps is doing. Topps is paying Major League Baseball Players Association $20 million a year.
Yep.
That's not insignificant. But having equity is even better. Because if you are able to grow the pie, you get a piece of that bigger and increasing size pie.
Sure. So it's a win-win.
Exactly. And here's the thing. I'm going to play the middle on this. It does incentivize them to make it easier for this new card company to get actual signed autographs. Because if the players are getting a cut, oh, well, fine. If I'm getting a cut of this, yeah, sure, I'll sign a couple extra for you.
Yeah, the piece of the pie is very small, however.
Yeah, but it's more than they were getting before. It's one of those
exactly.
things. Yes. So it's like, I'm offering you more for the same thing. So it's one of those things where it's like, okay, fine. It's something.
Yeah, it's just interesting that Topps will be out of the marketplace. It's like when O-Pee-Chee left in 92? I think they were bought out by Nestle. 92 or 96, something like that.
Yeah. But then down the road, I don't know if they leased it or whatever, but Upper Deck produces the O-Pee-Chee cards.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah,
They had the
that is
licensing.
yeah, exactly. So licensing.
So Fanatics owns O-Pee-Chee now?
The thing is, they could technically go in whatever direction they want. That's kind of the thing, is that you're not required. Here's the thing. People love, I watched a lot of videos where people are in love with Topps having baseball cards because they've been doing it since 1951,
Sure.
which makes total sense. It's the legacy brand. It is legacy brand in the baseball realm. It's the longest running brand that has remained and continued every single year since 1951 without interruption. But it's one of those things where Fanatics isn't necessarily that attached to it. And it's one of those deals where, like, yes, there is value to it. Yes. But I'm back to my original point. At the right price.
Yeah, I guess I wonder if they'll eventually buy out the Topps brand names like Bowman and all the other things that come with it. Are they going to keep continuing doing that, or are they going to go their own way and their own route? I know NFTs are a possibility of whatever. That's a different marketplace.
The thing though is you can do both.
But
there's nothing preventing you from doing both those things. You can actually make money doing that. You can have a division, a specific group working on the NFT thing. And you can have a group overseeing the card thing. So you can have your cake. And again, the Players Association has a stake in this where they're like, no, we just want whatever makes us the most money. So if you can do both and they make money, great. If one makes more money, then do that thing. Whatever makes us more money, right? So quickly here, I'll get caught up on a couple of these. Yeah, so Bobby traded a signed book for Topps. Might be a fair deal at this point.
Yeah.
As soon as
there's only so many left, you know that.
Yeah. Well, as soon as Mudrick pulled out, though, it was kind of what I was anticipating, because I was like, well, Topps isn't worth as much as it was a week ago. Not anymore. Not in the future state. Not on paper.
Yes.
So it makes it a big deal. I don't know how you guys got into the Dan Eckert conversation. This is what started it, so I really don't know what the deal is with that one. Anyway, Fanatics is making moves and translates to globally accepted good deals only. Correct. Okay, here we go. Fanatics will kill retail by offering their products straight. That's a possibility. So that's an important point. Fanatics does have their own distribution. They've got their own network of distribution. They could bypass retail, and it would give them a lot of control, and they'd be able to do it that way. That is a possibility. So there's a couple of threads we can do here. Let's start off with this one. Let's work off this idea, guys. If Fanatics decided to use their own infrastructure, let's say they buy Topps, whatever they decide to do. For the sake of argument, let's say they buy Topps. Okay, great. Now they've got Topps. You can still have Topps flagship, whatever. You can have your IPs, Bowman Chrome, all that good stuff. Great. Now they decide we're going to use our own distribution channels. We're going to bypass the distributors. We'll sell directly to we'll still use the dealers, but we'll sell directly to the dealers and cut out the middleman.
That wouldn't be such a bad.
It might, for a lot of folks. That's why I'm posing the question. I'm posing the question to the collectors in the chat. I understand. Let's assume the price stays about the same or maybe drops a couple of percentage points. Let's say it stays in the ballpark of the kind of prices you expect today for a similar product. So maybe Topps flagship is $130 a box, $140 a box, and now it's $130 a box. Not a big difference. $10 one way or the other, whatever. As the collector, do you care? If I take the distributor out and you save $10 a box, again, not a big amount, but you save $10 a box, do you care?
Well, there is that. The distributors, when something gets hot, they kind of jack prices up, and that could come back to Fanatics if they were to go forward that way. So they would get the money. Yeah. So they keep getting the money if they keep doing the right moves, right?
Well, exactly. But that's the reason I'm posing the question to the chat. I'm asking you guys as collectors, the machinations. Maybe the way I'm phrasing this question is like this. Do you care about the machinations in the background if the product is comparable to what you're getting today or even a little bit better, and if you save a couple of bucks on the box? Do you care how the sausage is made?
No, because I don't buy the sausage.
But that's what I'm getting at. But like in this case, though, like, do you care about the distributor? Does their situation in this, does that matter to you?
No, not at all.
I would suggest, I don't care. And I like Carvin. He's a great guy. There's some folks in the distributorship, but there's some folks in the distributorship who would be directly impacted by that kind of a model. Like they're real people who would be impacted by it. But do you, as the collector on the other end of the transaction, care how it gets to you, as long as the product quality is within the tolerance of what you expect, and as long as the price is within the tolerance that you're willing to live with? If you get those two things, do you care how it arrives at your door?
You matter not.
That's the thing. In the initial thing, they're like, "Oh my God, Fanatics is worse." Because like, look, Fanatics, I don't care what their merchandise is. Their merchandise segment is one specific group of folks that are doing a thing. Fanatics is a very large company, They can run a lot of things, and they can put different people in charge of different pieces. How that's going to go, my philosophy is going to be this. I don't care if you call it Fanatics. I don't care if you buy Tops and do that. I don't care if you buy Upper Deck. I don't care if you buy Panini. I'm going to look at the set and the cards, and what I'm going to say to myself is, do the cards interest me? Yes, no. Can I afford the cards? Yes, no. Is the price proposition good enough for me to be willing to spend my money on it? Yes, no. If the answer to all three is yes, we're good to go. Call it Fanatics brand. I don't care. Yeah. But if it's not good enough, if it's ugly, if it's overpriced, and I can't afford it anyway, I'm out. Even if it says Tops on it, I don't care. It doesn't make any difference. I'm not that attached to the brand that I'm going to pay more money for an inferior product just because it says Tops on it. Not everybody's going to be like that, and I get that. But that's why I posed the question to you.
Yeah, so we eliminate the distributor, and I guess the dealers would have to be sort of registered as dealers. Like, you couldn't get it delivered to your house personally. Although that would be pretty good if Amazon would just go, there's your box directly from the manufacturer. Yeah. That might be something in the future, because we're looking a few years down the road still. And we don't know the market changes. If this shakeup this much has happened in the last year and a half, what can happen in the next 3-4 years?
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Well, it's just unfathomable.
It can be.
What can really go on?
So Hockey here's Carlos to buy out Daps, man. I did it with a ProFit cap. That's all it took. I got him a fitted one, and instructions on how to wear it properly. Fanatics are going to be a disaster. I think they've already started printing. Yeah, and Rick's sentiment is shared by a lot of folks. But here's the thing: you don't know it's going to be a disaster, because let's pretend they do what a bunch of you want them to do. Let's say they buy Tops and leave a bunch of the same people in, but it's just owned by Fanatics. Are you going to notice the difference? Are you going to notice the difference? No.
I think that would probably be their move. I'm sort of like, when they bought PSA and they got to Orlando, you get rid of, kind of the top blocks, and then you formate the business using the next tier and all the way down. And why change things?
At that point, it becomes cosmetic. It'll still say Tops on it, but it's owned by Fanatics.
That's it.
Would you notice? If I didn't tell you, and it just happened
extra in the little logo on the back.
Yeah,
saying Fanatics.
If you didn't notice, would you have noticed? No, probably not. Yep, doesn't matter to you. Fair enough. It's all about the product. If it's a good product and worth my money, yeah. These are the questions I ask. Like, I pose the question just so that you guys can be honest. Be honest. If it matters to you that much, no problem. I understand. But I'm asking the question. If the product is comparable and the price is comparable and nothing really changes other than that, does it make that much of a difference?
So what is Tops moves from here?
That's going to be a part of the interesting thing, yeah. So real quick here. So I care about distributors as much as they care about me. That's fair, Andy. I wasn't waiting for Tops before other than my annual complete set. Yeah, that's fair. People love Tops now that they think it's going to be gone soon. Oh, exactly. and right before that, they're like, Tops sucks. They're terrible. Yeah, so there we go. The bots will ruin it. No one will be able to buy anything unless it's jacked up secondary market price. Have you tried buying some of the Project 2020? What do you think got rid of a bunch of stuff? They use bots.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not like Tops was immune from bots. I understand your point, but it's not like anything that's an online retailer can have bots written to use it. Yeah. It's a distribution side of retailers. They have put a big markups on product anyway. Yep, fair enough, Aussie Card Dad. Yeah, Fanatics will be buying the name, not the people. Yeah, and that may or may not matter, but that's why I asked the question again. Let's say they just buy the name, fire everybody. You're all out of here. But we got the Tops name. We can release Bowman. We can release Tops. We have got our own in-house designers, or we go find other designers, and the product looks fine and it's priced reasonably, and you get what you expect. Do you care that all the Tops people just lost their jobs? You might feel bad for them, but did you notice the difference? It still says Tops on the top, but it's owned by Fanatics.
Tops. People would move over, I think.
Of course.
The job's really unlost. They'll just be replaced.
No, that's why I say, I understand I'm trying to separate out, because there's a lot of, there is a lot of the emotional element, the knee-jerk reaction to it initially. Mm-hmm. And I'm not going to be the one who say, by the way, this is, because you're going to get that too. I guarantee if you guys go check out those other live streams, you're going to get a segment of, oh, this is going to be great for the hobby for the million reasons. I'm going to say it's net neutral until I see more information. Mm-hmm. All we know right now is that they have a license. And they will have a license in the next couple of years. That is as far as it goes. That's why I say the rest is speculation. The rest is you guessing.
This is just new news. That's all.
Yeah. Josh Luber has not yet faxed me the plan. I'm in the email chain. I'm CC'd. Once he passes the plan along, I'll let you know if it's good or bad.
All right.
That'll be later.
How later?
Soon. Miss Allen and Ginter, yep. It's the secret cabal meeting, Bobby. I'll send you the invite later.
Okay.
So is there anything stopping them from cutting out breakers? Yeah. Running their own network of breakers 24/7 on the Fanatics website? No, nothing. There's nothing stopping them from doing any configuration of anything. Like, as long as the product gets to the end consumer and they make the money, does it make a difference?
I think it might, going forward, if they do not the greatest job, does not the people involved, like you're talking about the players and the MLBPA, if they see the product is not doing as well as it could or should be doing, there might be some issues there, because how long is this contract signed for? Do we know?
Sorry, repeat that.
How long is the contract signed for?
Which one?
With the MLPA and the
the MLBPA. So the Players Association one, if Fanatics wanted to go on its own and just make its own cards, it could start making unlicensed cards, player cards, but not logos, not MLB logos, in 2023. They can go and do whatever they want after 2026. So the two of them are staggered. The MLBPA one expires first, which would potentially get Panini out of the game, because Panini does the unlicensed player-only ones.
Yes.
Yeah, so they'd be out of that game.
Yeah, but my question is, what happens? How long is each contract? Is there a particular length?
It depends on what's negotiated.
Or is it just
whatever they negotiate? Yeah.
Wow.
So it's
it could
one of
be
those
10 years, could be 5 years, could be
exactly. It's however long the
in perpetuity. Who knows?
Well, the thing is, the deal in this case includes equity. So why would they ever leave the deal? Unless they really hate.
Well, they could be forced to leave the deal if the equity isn't working out for the players, or the product is subpar. Then the MLBPA and Major League Baseball will just kind of say, "Hey, listen, they're not doing a very good job. Let's get them out of there."
Yeah. Well,
and then Topps could be sitting there going, "Yeah, we're still here."
They might not be alive by then. that is their biggest license. It's their single biggest license.
That's all they got.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
How did they change things? So Topps really has to put their foot forward big on this one. Big. They got to do something dramatic, and I don't know what they're going to do. You know, NFTs. I don't know. I have no idea.
Exactly.
The whole change in the marketplace for Topps. The marketplace won't change for a few years, but it'll be interesting.
Well, that's where they wind themselves in this weird position, because remember, as soon as Mudrick said no, they were on their way to going public. So because that was going to be part of the deal, they were going to merge, make this company, and go public. Well, the part of the reason they lost this deal is because they couldn't match the bid by Fanatics, which included that equity stake. Makes you think they could
probably.
If they couldn't have even tried, Fanatics could have offered more money than Topps is worth. It's just one of those things where it's like your company isn't worth that.
Did Topps? Well, they understand where Fanatics sit as just the money. They don't have the experience that Topps has. So Topps might have got a little cocky and said, "Oh yeah, who else is really going to come in here?"
Well, that's the question some folks have. They're like, "Well, did you think that they wouldn't take the deal because Topps, we've been doing this since 1951. We're the only ones left. All the other ones have gone. Did you think that you think you can replace this?" Like, actually, yes, you can. As it turns out, we can.
They just did.
It's like you just did. So real quick here, I like this comment though. Luber is evil. It's like Bobby and I had a conversation offline. I will not cover the details of it, but the context of the question is this: do you honestly think the other people in the hobby are less evil? And if so, by what percentage? I'll leave it at that. That's as far as I'll go. Is that fair?
I'll look for the percentages.
Yeah, it's not by as much as you'd think. You'd be surprised. Anyway, so real quick here, Yannick says, "Can you guys explain to me what happens with Topps exclusive?" By the way, most people in business are kind of evil, especially at the top end. But that is a different conversation. Can you guys explain to me what happens with Topps' exclusive contract with Mike Trout? Well, technically, Topps has it. However, with that said, if you buy Topps, you get the contract. So like that is one of the assets that have value that you can buy. So then again, the question goes back to, is that worth enough money?
I think it is worth them to buy Topps.
It's worth something. Yeah.
It's actually worth a lot to them. Because what is Topps really going to do? There'll be a sinking ship, and they're going to throw them a life raft, and they'll go, it's okay. And hey.
No, I agree. From Topps' perspective, I totally understand. But if everybody else is looking at you, they know you're a distressed asset. They know the clock is ticking on you. The problem is that everybody knows the clock is ticking on you. You're a lame duck. Mm-hmm. So they can just sit there and go like, okay, we'll let you bleed money until you're actually ready to talk. It's a negotiation. We'll sit here and wait until you guys run out of. And by the way, when these other licenses come up, we'll buy those too.
Oh yeah.
We'll just keep bleeding you dry of licenses until you want to. You can sell some gum if you want. We got a lot of Bazooka Joe comics. That's gonna be all you got. But the point is that the Mike Trout contract is still one of their assets. It's when I use that wrestling analogy, that tape library was part of what WCW had. It was one of the few assets. The WWE paid $4 million for everything WCW had. Everything. 1.7 million of that was the tape library. Almost half the value was the tapes. And Vince parlayed that, in part, into $1 billion in 20 years.
Oh, yeah.
The tapes were worth something. The library was worth something. But at that moment, there were no other bidders.
Really?
It was worth more than 1.7
Yeah, at
back
that
then.
point, I can see that. I can see the interest level being, it's just wrestling.
At that moment, there was no other bidders. The problem wasn't that down the road, even Eric Bischoff later on, he goes, in retrospect, because he did it in interviews, he goes, in retrospect, even if we couldn't fix the company or whatever, we should have just bought the library.
Yes.
Because he said, if I had known that they were going to sell the library so cheap, it was 1.7 million for the library. He goes, if I had known they were going to sell so cheap, I would have just bought the damn library myself. I could have sold the rights to DVDs and things and all that stuff for years, and made my money back and then some.
In '91, if I would have known Gretzky was gonna,
it's one of those
nostalgia today until you.
Yeah, but you're always looking something like this contract. That is one of the assets that has value. That is one of the things they can say, hey, this has some value. If you would like it, it's one of the things we can offer.
I think it has more value than almost anything.
A lot of the other stuff they've got, yeah, absolutely. So Top says Bundesliga. These are facts. These are facts.
Ooh, yes.
Well, Bundesliga will have to save them, Robert. It'll have to be all Bundesliga all the time. That and Garbage Pail Kids. All Garbage Pail Kids in Bundesliga. All right, my question is, if Fanatics buys out Topps or Panini, couldn't this whole process happen sooner rather than later? Yes. So if they want to get in on the game sooner, buying Topps means you could start making cards now. You could just keep going with what the current thing is and kind of ease yourself into it with an existing management team. You could start off with that and then eventually replace them with your own folks, but at least keep the ball rolling, and you will get a sense of continuity because it won't feel like anything changed. You'll get a Topps 2025 and then a Topps 2026 and a 2027, and you won't feel the difference.
And I think that's the lead-in that they will do.
There is value to that too. There is value to that too. So I think Topps cared a little about the hobby. I get your point, but that's your perception. I can see Fanatics not caring at all. Again, I don't disagree, but just remember, Topps has gone public, private a couple of times.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
So remember, Michael Eisner owned Topps at one point. You think Michael Eisner cared about it? No, it was an asset. You sold it, you made money.
Yeah.
I think the days of Cy Berger are long gone. Don't lean on Cy Berger. That's over. Yes. I could have extended that wrestling analogy a little bit more. I spared you guys the majority of it. I stuck to the part that has a perfect parallel. But the point is, there are people who to this day cling on to WWE, even though they produce an inferior product. In my opinion, as a longtime fan of the product, they just cling on to it by just loyalty, name value. And I was like, guys, the guys I grew up watching, my favorites, they're all old or dead. Literally all of them are old now or dead. They're not on TV anymore. They're not doing anything with the current show. It's not that the current guys are bad. It's just they're not as interesting to me. But the product has also declined in actual production. It looks amazing. They do a great job promoting it. It looks slick, but it's not as interesting to me.
In this world and time and era, it wouldn't be. If you can understand what I just said, it's, jumping back 20 years. We can go back to whatever, 1991. Yeah. And we look at the hobby and the situations and everything compared to today when we have the information highway, all the things going on, texting, all these podcasts, blogs, whatever's going on. Yeah. Everything is moving so much faster. It's very hard for everybody to grasp. I think with wrestling, it was in its prime. There was a little bit more naivete out there with people, and now we don't really have the time.
I agree. One thing I'll say though is the way I look at professional wrestling has always been the same. I look at it as a TV show because the concepts of narrative storytelling have not changed fundamentally. You can still tell a good story. If you tell a good story, it's compelling, it's interesting, you can make it work. But here's the problem. You're not good at telling stories anymore, and you killed off all my favorite characters.
Yeah.
So now it's a TV show where it's like, I'm going to keep watching after you killed off all my favorite characters, and I've seen this storyline done 500 times, and I've seen it done 500 times better than the current version you're doing. You're recycling the same story, which, by the way, you can do, but you better put a spin on it. You need to come up with something interesting that I haven't already seen 500 times, or perform it in a superior way.
I think it goes the same towards sports. And I use that analogy for hockey. Back in '91, it was a little different than it is today. Now they have nutritionists on board. They take it easy. It's an easier life. The best equipment. You didn't have that back then.
Yep.
And the wrestling was the same. When we watched that show, you know how they were going back, hey, I made my own mask. I made my own boots. I was trying to make it my own way.
Yeah.
And that's why they're worth so much money, because, they're almost one of a kind. But all these guys have everything done for them now. Hey, please make 10 of those. It's a different world.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'll get caught up here on your comments, guys. There's a bunch of good ones here. By the way, thank you for the comments. As always, some really good stuff. So Top says Candy, F1, yep, Garbage Pail Kids, and some other non-sports entities. If you get a chance, though, check out the last...
Top says Candy.
Yeah, well, that's part of... Here's the thing. Before, when they were proposing the merger, they released some financial documents where they did a breakdown of their business in their different categories.
Yeah.
If you genuinely are interested, just go check, and you'll see that... Yes, they've got a bunch of different verticals. Of course, they're not just the one. They literally don't just make cards. The problem is that is still a lot of what they do. They tried to get more into digital, but digital is still a fraction. If they were like 80% digital and 20% physical cards and candy, maybe they don't care. Not a big deal. You can make more digital products, but they're not skewed far enough in that direction to be able to get away from this. Licenses still matter. They still matter a lot. It's very important. So real quick here, just scan through. I'll get caught up. There are some awesome basketball products from Topps and Upper Deck once they lost their license to Panini. Yeah, no, totally fair. Once you're a lame duck, you'll throw everything in the kitchen sink at it because, well, this is your last hurrah. What jerseys we got left? Oh man, that's an amazing patch. Throw it in. No point in saving it. You can't keep it, so you gotta use it. Use it or lose it. So Robert, Robert Soccer, not just Bundesliga. Yeah, they got Major League Soccer and some other ones. I don't know if that's going to carry them through, but they do in fact have those licenses. This is true. Why doesn't Amazon buy out all the sports card licenses? They could have ruined Fanatic. Yeah, it's just a matter though of does Amazon care? It might be interesting to them maybe if the market gets even bigger. Maybe if Fanatics makes it big enough, maybe they just buy Fanatics and be done with it. So maybe they're just sitting back like, oh wait, it's fine. Panini has soccer, UFC, NASCAR, and Funko Pop cards. Yeah, I don't think that's going to carry them all the way through. So here we go. Will Tom Brady, LeBron, or Trout play long enough to get a Fanatics rookie? Okay, so we joke about Tom. I love that you included two of my personal favorites. Two of my favorites. Okay, look, let me take it seriously. Let's take the question seriously. Let's take the question seriously. If they buy Topps early for Trout, sure. Because technically it could be, and by the way, they could create their own Fanatics brand in addition to Topps. By the way, buying Topps does not preclude them from coming up with other designs and products and whatever. They could still do it if they wanted to. Brady, so for that one, you need football. Now, if they're able to do enough overtures to the NFLPA, they could do an unlicensed football product. But to get the actual football product, it depends on when the NFL license is coming up. If it's coming up soon enough, then sure. Or again, if they go after Panini in the same way, let's put it this way. The ultimate scenario, if you want to do the ultimate Death Star, the Death Star is not fully functional here. If you go buy Topps and Panini, then what are you going to do? Now they got 3/4 of the Infinity Gauntlet. What about Upper Deck? Keep it.
Yeah.
You crazy kids. You and Leaf can have it. Make all the hockeys. But if they bought a Topps early, they would get Trout and Trout autographs. Both parts of that would come as part of that deal. And if they do something with Panini, well, there's your football and LeBron. But don't forget, Upper Deck, I believe, owns the rights to LeBron autographs. I could be mistaken, but I believe Upper Deck owns the rights to LeBron autographs. Panini can make LeBron cards, but they cannot make LeBron autographs. I believe Upper Deck owns Jordan and LeBron exclusively. They cannot make those autographs for those guys for sure. I believe. You guys can double check me on that one, but I think that's right.
Hey, Topps bought out Bowman, right? Way back in the day.
Well, I joked with
go ahead.
I joked with a couple of guys on the message board thread because they were in the buy Topps bandwagon, and I go, it would make me so happy. And if Josh Luber hears me, Josh, I got an idea. Buy Topps and be a student of history. pull a Topps, buy Topps, and then shelve them for 33 years.
Yes.
Don't release a Topps product. Buy it, but don't release it for 33 years. 2054, you can have your little Topps.
All right.
Not until that. I guess Topps also has Champions League. Yep, more soccer. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we're on the bandwagon that Topps is the soccer company now. So all these companies want my money and I want their cards. That is the extent of relationship in today's world. Very fair, very fair.
Yes.
Well said indeed. I do agree with that. But that's why I say I'm going to judge the product on its individual basis. I don't care who makes it. If it's not a good looking product, if I'm not interested and the price point's bad, I don't care whose label it is on it. Doesn't make a difference. If it's a good product, if it's reasonably priced, and I get what I more or less what I'm interested in out of it, do I care if it says Fanatics on it? I don't. I'm not that attached to it. When is Upper Deck's contract up with hockey? I'm not sure. That's the one that I made the joke though. Like I enjoyed in all the I made that joke, and I think Dustin Personal Finance that's mentioned in the live stream. I was poking fun at it. I go, hockey's the only one they're not making a pitch for. It's like but Dustin didn't get the full instruction. I gave him instructions to try to report this. I want to put it under the ether. It's like actually Fanatics was offered the Upper Deck license, but it would have been $100 in a Tim Hortons donut, and Fanatics said, nah, budgetary constraints. No thanks.
They wanted the Timbits instead. So
yeah. Pass. No, the Fanatics is the one who turned it down. They're like, $100 and a donut? I'll give you 80. No. Okay. They're not that interesting.
It was a gift card, so
yeah. If they had offered the gift card, maybe they could have done a deal. I was hoping Leaf would come out the winner. I don't know if Leaf's going to come out the winner of any of this stuff.
Oh.
Technically, Fanatics could basically torpedo a lot of Leaf stuff if they get the player. Remember, it's the player association part. Now, mind you, they could still sign retired guys. Like retired guys that are not part of the PA. They could individually sign them. Like the Gordie Howe estate could still be part of that. No, for sure. They've still got the autographs. Retired players you could still get, but current players you'd be out. You'd be out on current players. But retired guy for sure, you could still sign them.
Yeah, what does that mean for Leaf? It's an interesting...
It just depends on how aggressive they want to be, because you could sub-license and let Leaf have some stuff, specific, stuff.
It might even be in their best interest to do that.
Yeah, get a couple extra bucks out of it. You could.
They already have Pro Set.
Wow, that was. Thank God that Brian Gray got Pro Set. Oh, if Fanatics had gotten their hands on Pro Set,
yeah, it's a really good product.
Yeah, exactly. What happens if Jake Brand comes and buys Topps under the radar? We can only hope. Upper Deck has LeBron Jordan on us. Thank you, Bless and Breaks. I thought that's what it was. He will lose a lot of money. Yep. UD has Jordan LeBron. Thank you, Michael Ham. Appreciate that. Yep. Perfect. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you making sure I had that right. I'm looking forward to potential leftover inventory sales of Topps Panini. That's fair. I'm with you. So in theory,
be in the dumpster together.
Exactly. So the theory is Fanatics will buy out the NHL Players Union's license, so they put Upper Deck out of business and therefore buy them out and get licenses for MG Bar. So this is the only argument that I heard. I make the joke about not really giving a crap about Upper Deck. And by the way, for the hockey license, they shouldn't give a crap about Upper Deck. I'm in Canada and I'm saying you shouldn't give a crap about it. However, the Michael Jordan and LeBron licenses, that's valuable. Because if you are going to pursue a basketball product, having the ability to be able to get autographs of Michael Jordan and LeBron, that's worth something. That's definitely worth something. No question. Hey guys, since there's nothing left to discuss this week, I'll probably skip this one. This is fair, Eric. Appreciate that. Side note, Upper Deck also exclusive with Miles Bridges. Oh man, that means you've got Miles Bridges and LaMelo. And if enough time goes by, maybe Tom Brady's autograph will become like Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges is a sign for everybody in the hobby. This could be great.
See, go ahead. I'll finish up.
Okay, what if the last season of Topps was lost to a strike? Well, then that would really torpedo. It's like you truly have nothing. It's like, wow. I like where your head's at, Stove. I like this. You're playing well into my hashtag Watch the World Burn narrative. I'm a huge fan. Huge fan. Well played, sir. Well played. Mm-hmm. All right. Bless them. If Emily LeBron would even sign with someone on the Upper Deck, they don't like the sign as is. No, that's fair. I think it's one of those things where you have to have a discussion with them. Like, in all honesty, like money talks. If you can come up with a deal with them, you talk to them also and be like, look, we're thinking about doing this. Could we come up with some kind of an arrangement that works here? Because it's not like you need to have 1 million Michael Jordan autographs. That doesn't actually help you. But if you've got a select amount, and you got a select amount of LeBron, that could be a huge hit in some of your products. It could be a big chase. It could offer something that the other companies can't offer. There's money to be made there, no doubt, no question. All right, guys. So let me ask you a question. We've talked a lot about the hypotheticals, right? Who would want? Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you this question, because we can talk about a million hypotheticals, and I'm happy to. We can do that all night, no problem. Can I ask this question? If you had your choice and you're in the Fanatics room, what would you want them to do? Not just what could they do. What would you like them to do? Do you want them to pursue tops and just run tops that way? Do you want them to pursue tops and Panini? Do you want to make up their own brand? Let's assume that your intention was to actually make the Fanatics thing work. What would you actually want them to do? What would make sense for you? That would be my question. What would you as a collector like to see from them? Do you want them to buy one of these brands and maybe fix whatever it is they're struggling with and correct it, right the ship, and then run it that way? Do you want them to make up their own thing, come up with their own idea? Where would you want them to go with this? From your perspective as the collector, what do you want out of it? If everything went the way you wanted.
It will be interesting.
Yeah.
Well, Eric said he's going to skip this one, and for the vintage collectors, we weren't really hit with anything but the card.
Yeah, but for the vintage collector, nothing. The entire hobby could have died. To be honest, for the vintage collectors, for half of you, I could burn all the vintage cards that exist out in the world, and it probably still wouldn't affect you.
Well, we like the vintage cards. That's the funny part. No, but if you take everything from, let's say, 90 up,
yeah,
or even what's happening today in the last 5-10 years. It really means nothing to me in that regard. It's just staying current with the information on what's going on in the hobby. That's all it is. But it really does not affect me, and I'm kind of glad in a way.
Yeah. No, it's fine. But it's one of those things where even somebody like me who does buy certain cards, I'm buying specific cards, specific players. That's why I have the luxury of being able, I don't need to buy boxes of the new product. I can if it's interesting. I can if it's worthwhile. If the value proposition is there and I'm interested, then great. But if it's not, I don't have to. I don't have any compulsion.
What if Fanatics stopped making Medano cards?
But Fanatics doesn't make Medano cards now.
You know what I mean?
Listen, Leaf makes them sometimes, and then Upper Deck does it on a rotation. So not every set has a Medano. And I don't need more. I got plenty to chase. Like y'all can stop. you can sign exclusive. Yeah, you can sign an exclusive that just says no mas. It's like, we're fine. Don't worry. We'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so Robert would like to continue with the known brand names. Fair enough. Sounds good. As an MJ collector, I selfishly don't want any more licensed NBA cards. Yeah, that kind of plays into what I was saying. That's what I like. For some of us who have a really big checklist anyway, I don't need more stuff. If it's interesting, great. Then I'm interested. But like, it's case by case. Like, I don't need everything. I just don't.
Do you think Fanatics will be more creative in? Maybe not so much. I'm just thinking changing the design, changing the different appeal. You know how whenever you talk about that tear open card and this card and that card, are we going to go more in that direction? Do you think?
Upper Deck did a little bit of that, I think, with Chronology. They did tear cards again. They did it a little differently.
Saw those.
Yeah, they did it a little differently, but the concept was the same. What I'll say is this. It's really tricky to be original at this stage. It's very difficult. Not impossible, but it is really hard to be original. It's very difficult. That isn't to say, though, that I wouldn't like them to try. Like I think Nat Turner did a post on Twitter where he talked about this a little bit. And one of the things he'd love to see is he'd love to see the folks from Arena Design to be brought in more often, consulted on some more of these things, because they at least have interesting ideas. Yeah. So I'd welcome fresh eyes. I'd welcome interesting ideas. Not everybody's going to love all of them, just so we're clear. Because not everybody loved all the stuff that Arena Designs came up with the first time. But then with distance, they're like, oh, actually, those are really cool. Because I remember when they originally came out with them, some of them we thought were pretty cool. Some of them were like, oh, that's kind of weird. And then later on, it's like, actually, that was really interesting. Now with a little bit of distance, I could be like, actually, that was really interesting. Now, because nobody makes them like that anymore. That's kind of quaint. So it works out that way. So here we go. Sorry, I wanted to make sure I included Hockey's question. How come nobody's interviewing the most obvious choice for the current news? Now, Carvin did do an Instagram live. I did message him a little bit. He's like, he's the king of all media. He did an Instagram live with the gentleman whose name escapes me. But if you check, I don't know if it's on Carvin's Instagram, but he did join somebody on Instagram live, and they had a bit of a discussion on it, at least high level. I did reach out to him to see if I could get him to come by or at least maybe talk to him about it in the next little while. We'll see. He's a busy guy, and at the same time, I have no doubt he's fielding calls and text messages and all kinds of stuff. So I'm not going to assume. He's probably a busy guy at this point. So here. I thought you weren't here. I thought you gave up. I will not my words about vintage. You're not here. You don't get a say in the matter. Burn the vintage! I'll get my flamethrower. What would make sense is Fanatics buy Upper Deck and have them make baseball cards. Yeah, you could. You could. So this is kind of playing my question from before, though. I said, what would you like? What would you want to see? What if they instead did buy Upper Deck and make baseball cards with that? Instead of Topps cards, they make Upper Deck cards. Or they buy Panini and Topps and make some Upper Deck cards, some Panini cards, Select and those Prism and all that. But then they just let Topps go by the wayside. And then when Topps is on its last legs, you buy the Mike Trout autograph thing and you scrap the rest. I know some folks who wouldn't like it, but I posed the question.
Yeah, I think we're in a sort of a new paradigm, which is coming in the next year or two, or even now. I'd have to say the paradigm is changing now with the NFTs by themselves. I think they're going to keep going with that, setting new, I don't know, new designs or new appeal. I have no idea, but I truly feel that we're in that flux of change.
Yeah, but that's the only reason why I posed that original idea earlier. I said, don't forget, they're an $18 billion company. They can literally run this entire section here with the players associations and do all this stuff and do the NFTs. It's not like an either or. It's like, nope, you can build up the NFT section and build up the card piece. And actually, I'll pull it on Instagram. I saw an excellent post that I think is a beautiful piece of perspective on this general concept that somebody came up with, and I'll give him credit as well. I want to do that. That's very important. So real quick here. So Rick says, vintage is king. Don't worry about the current market. Yeah, no, I'm with you. But here's the thing. It's not just vintage. If you're collecting the stuff that's already been released, it doesn't make a difference. Collect it if you want to, don't if you don't. It's easy. Oh, but what about the value fluctuation? Well, do you care about the value or do you care about the thing? Do you want the thing or you're worried about the value? Those are two different things.
Yeah, but you can like both.
Sure, but my point is that, like, if you don't care, then you don't care. Then just get what you want. And then put in your collection and enjoy it. That's it. Fixing distribution would be great. Retail flippers are a symptom, not the cause of major problems. I agree with that, Stove. Is that the most carefully considered position by Stove collector, investor, dealer, crypto trader? Stove, I don't know you anymore. This was very, very clearly presented and very nascent. I agree with this. I'm a little confused. I'm not going to lie. I'm a little concerned. Will Carvin be hired by Fanatics? Carvin's talent. Here's the thing. Somebody, the guy on the discussion pitched it. Here's the truth. A guy like Carvin has value to a multitude of organizations. So it's not, yes, it would impact him if the distribution thing was affected. But guess what? Carvin has worked at card companies. He could be a guy you bring in, you offer him a bunch of money and go, hey, can you help us out in building the infrastructure here to do X, Y, Z? We've got this idea here. What can you do with this? What would you like to do with this?
Yeah, Cartman's getting older, so he would, I would think that he would look forward to maybe having a discussion.
Yeah.
Because as you get older, you don't want to keep doing the same job, running. You want to kind of get to a little bit, I don't know, I would think a higher management level or something in there where you can still have, the same influence and what have you. Just it'd be a little bit easier on him as we get into our lights.
I think it's fair. Now, the thing I'll point out here, I forget whether it's the first one or the second one. So some of you guys who are a little bit newer to the channel, if you go back in the archives, I did 2 discussions with Carvin, 2 of them, that totaled a total of 10 hours. And we covered a ton of ground that's already been covered on other folks, but I think it was the second one. I did ask him at one point what the difference was between his time at Upper Deck, when he was doing a little bit more design, and his time at Panini, when he was establishing the group and working with the brand, where he was a little bit more in that managerial role. And he did give you a little bit of insight on the differences in kind of how he approached his role at those 2 companies. So there is a little bit of discussion on that. And if down the road I get him back, well, we can certainly have him elaborate on that. But he did touch on that a little bit because I asked him straight up, what was the difference between what you were doing at Upper Deck and what you were doing at Panini? Because it wasn't exactly the same job. It was similar, but there were some differences in terms of what he did. Vladdy Jr. hit 36. Love it. I want to see less parallels and some good chase inserts instead. Yep. So Nat Turner was saying one of his things that he would like to see is chase inserts, yes, but chase inserts with stated odds so that you at least know how difficult it actually is to pull, so that you at least have a context. It's like, okay, this seems like it's rare. How rare is it? You're just guessing right now with a lot of Panini stuff. So that's a fair critique. I believe the Topps Chrome is the only flippable product as far as baseball, which is what I only collect. Okay, that's fair enough. It's Topps would have brought back the gum. Fanatics would not have got the contract.
I think so.
Yeah, exactly. You really need stale gum in your product. Genius.
PWCC. Yeah, I think that's a real key thing. I think Topps sort of became the McDonald's. You know how you go to McDonald's and if you had a Big Mac 20 years ago and you have a Big Mac today, it's a little different.
Yeah.
It's cold. It's, here it is. Here's your stuff. It's ready in 30 seconds. Like, I don't mind waiting. I just like the temperature to be at least 130 degrees, which should be, not this.
Bobby's there with the thermometer. He's like, this is 125.
It's wrong. Well, there's a certain, you got to.
I know.
Pasteurizes.
I got you.
Anyways.
I agree. No, I get your premise. Mind you, I stayed out of McDonald's burgers many years ago. I gave up on them many moons ago. It's McNuggets and fries for me. It's McNuggets and fries. Like, that's it. That's all I want from
mechanically deboned chicken.
I don't care. I care not. I absolutely care not. 0% caring.
Don't read it then.
Absolutely.
Filet of fish I will buy. That's it.
My dad does filet of fish.
Actually, they're breakfast. Sorry. I do like the hotcakes and sausage. But
do they still do the hotcakes? Do they still do hotcakes? Oh, those are good.
Breakfast.
I like that. Mr. Lewis, are you around? Wave your head. Bob Lewis. So we got Bobby and Bob. I asked Bob if he would pop in because as a baseball guy, he might have a thing or two to say with the Topps piece of the puzzle. I thought I would get another collector perspective, somebody who actually collects and likes the cards.
You got a nice haircut.
There you go. Good times. Good times.
The mullet days are over.
Mr. Lewis.
Oh, man.
Mr. Lewis, how are you? How's it going?
I'm doing well, yeah. That was kind of a shock. I mean, when I told my dad, I said, big hobby news. I think that's the last thing he expected me to say because his response was, "Topps is baseball cards." Like, what do you mean they're not going to make them anymore?
Yep.
Even when I'm at work, I'll stream like the local sports radio, and they're talking about it on there. He, it's a 65-year-old, Pittsburgh beat writer that's doing radio now, and he remembers telling stories about remembering, putting them in the bike spokes and stuff. And all his guests he had on for the afternoon show he was at, hey, did you hear about the Topps thing? So it's big news. I mean, and actually, I'm already tired of hearing about it, to be quite honest.
Well, that's Bob. I'll be 100% honest with you. I'll be 100% honest with you, Bob. That's part of the reason I'm very happy that I do this on Friday, because I'm looking at it and it's like, oh, let's talk about it on Saturday. Let's talk about it on Sunday. No. Tonight is the end of this discussion for me, unless something major changes. And I'll touch on it here and there, but I'm done with it. I did a small video on it, and then this.
I haven't watched a whole bunch of people's opinions. I hit a couple just initially when I got a text from a couple people.
For sure.
Just to see what was going on, and
you couldn't watch anything else. Everybody was talking about it.
Yeah. Well, right. If I would have been on YouTube at all, I would have known, right?
Or on Instagram, literally the top was live, and I was like,
Twitter, TikTok, it was everywhere.
Okay then.
So I can pride myself that I was actually being a good employee and not on social media at the time. But yeah, so somebody had to let me know what was going on. I didn't exactly get it, what that meant at first. That Fanatics got the license. I didn't know that meant Topps lost theirs. Do you know what I mean? So, I don't know. It's a weird feeling. And again, not to get all sappy, but I mean, I was a little what's it gonna look like 5 years from now, or whenever that 2025, or I guess
so two parts. 2023 is when the PA exclusive runs out, and then 2026 is when the overall runs out.
Oh, that's why Stove said, what is it going to look like for a Topps card that has not the rights to the name, the image, and or the name of the player? I said it'd look like old school video games. Would just be like New York first baseman, or Pittsburgh third baseman,
or Panini.
They've got the names but not the logos, right? So you'd have the logos but not the names.
Yeah, I
is
think
how-
I think the remember though, it's the exclusive. I think that Topps can continue producing baseball cards until 20 the end of 2025. So it means they can still do because they've got the regular MLB license. It wouldn't make sense that it's like, okay, you can't include the name. I think it's one of those
yeah.
things where it's like, yeah, it's basically like they could in this scenario, let's assume Fanatics stayed apart for them for now. Let's pretend the acquisition doesn't happen. But you could basically Fanatics could produce a Panini type product after 2023. So in 2024 and
Ah,
2025, they could
okay.
do what Panini does now. They could produce a product, player, pajama card, no team
Yeah.
logos. After 2026, then they can do the whole thing, logos, the whole 9 yards.
I do like the pajama perfects. That'd be interesting.
I think they're cool. I got a couple. I got a couple in this week. I was happy with them.
So, Bob, you know where you were when you heard the news.
Sitting at my desk at work. Yeah. I got pulled into a new group text thread. So I
Oh,
only
nice.
had like 3 of the 8 phone numbers in my so yeah, that's
Okay.
I've got some new names to connect with, new people to connect with, or at least spam text once in a while. But I don't know how much have you talked about like the ripple effect of some of this, or just
A little, a little
not
bit,
even.
a little bit. So let me get you
Yeah.
up to speed, and then there's a couple of things specifically that I think you can speak to that I want to touch on because I wanted to get your opinion on this. That's part of the reason I asked.
Do you
So
want
let
to
me
know
quickly
my reaction first?
Bobby, we got it vintage.
They text me and I went, "Oh, okay."
Oh.
That's why I wasn't relying. That's why I wasn't relying on the Bobby Burrell reaction to this. It's like, give me the accounting numbers, then Burrell. Give me the accounting numbers. So real quick here. So I'll
Will
read
there be
through
a
these.
Canadian version of Fanatics?
Exactly. I can't imagine Fanatics will listen to what Nat Turner said. No,
Or
I get you. I agree. I agree with you, hockey.
Fanatics.
Yeah, I agree with you, hockey. I think like a lot of folks, Nat can put any requests he wants, but it's one of those things where like they'll do what they want to do. But don't be surprised if Nat Turner doesn't know Josh Luber. Don't be surprised if they don't talk a little bit. So it's not like he can't influence him a little bit because he has because they're going to have a lot of when they do the trade shows, they're both going to be at the same tables. They're going to be talking to the same folks. It's one of those things where you can probably talk to them a little bit. So Ozzy Cardet says agreed. Stated Ozzy serial numbered. Yep. I think Bobby, you're the only one here who likes poutine. I think that was it, isn't it? Weren't you
Curtis
on the
like
fan of
French
the poutine?
fries, I don't think, do you?
Yeah, nah,
I'm not a big poutine fan. Not really.
yeah, not a
I
big
don't even
fan.
know what poutine is.
Oh, come on, Bob.
Gravy and
person?
cheese curds, buddy. Gravy and cheese curds on fries. That's it.
Oh.
It's
Uh-oh.
pretty.
What's
Fries
up,
with
Rick?
gravy, throw some cheese curds on.
It
Keep the
makes
French
my
happy.
look. It makes Quebec feel special. Give them this, Bob. Give them this. This is what they get.
They can have it.
That's basically how it works. Bob Lewis Hall of Fame by Rick. Absolutely. Yep. Same Bob. Yep. No, like Ozzy Cardet, I promise. My commitment to all of you is unless something fundamental happens or you flat out ask me a question on a future live stream, I'm good. After tonight, like I'm content until something relevant occurs. And then I can do a quick video on it and we'll move on. Like it's not a big deal. Yep. So we're quick.
Can't
here.
you already get pizza? The Pop-Tart and the ketchup, eh?
There you go. Pirates should be paying Bob Lewis to wear that hat. Facts. He says Jabs paid him to wear it. Joke. It'll be a sad day if the Topps brand dies. I don't think it will, unless I get to Josh Luber and I pull off the Bowman.
That's
Look,
good.
it's like buy it and then don't use it for decades. It's not dead. They own it. They just won't use it. And then I'll cackle in the background. Bobby Rail sounds like a WWF wrestler back in the day. That's fair. Are Pirates a major league team? Questionable. I hear Fanatics are going to eliminate them from the products. That may not hurt Bob as much as you think. He may not need the reminder. He goes, oh, thank God.
They're not far.
Yep. Bobby Rowe makes a big Sports Card Modern comeback when Fanatics releases his first sports card product. There you go. I love it. Covers cheese curds are popular here in Chicago. Very nice. Very nice. Okay, cool. So I got caught up. Thank you for the comments as always, guys. Appreciate it. Okay, Bob. So a couple of directions we can take this, and a little bit of what we covered, but there's a couple of things that I think you can chime in with your 2 cents on. Topps doesn't necessarily have to go away, inherently, but it's one of those things where does it make sense for Fanatics? Obviously, there's a traditional. It's a legacy brand, right? Like for baseball, to your point, your dad associates it with baseball. Mm-hmm. So it does make sense. It's one of those things where I honestly think they would consider it for the right price. The question becomes what, is the value there? Because right now Topps has shot itself in the foot. The fact is, Topps didn't position itself in a way to be able to withstand the storm. But let me pose the question to you. Let's assume for a second, for the sake of argument, let's assume Fanatics buys Topps, either soon or in a couple of years. Either way, the result is the same. You don't notice an interruption in service. You get Topps cards going forward onto however long the contract is, right? So if that happens, first I'm going to ask you this. As Topps stands currently, do you like the current Topps products? Are you happy with them? Something like Flagship, are you happy with it? Like, is it good with you, or?
Answer, damn it.
Yeah, it's Flagship, Update, and Chrome are something that I buy every year. Since
that wasn't my question. I asked you, do you like it?
I do like the product.
Okay.
I've come around to, so when I first got back into it, I had the SP photo variations and
Okay.
SSP. You know, that was all new to me, and I've come around to I like that idea. In fact, that I really like that idea, especially when they bring in, you know, Hall of Fame retired players into it, and I don't know, just. Here's the thing. I'm real easy to please. Every year I like the design because it's the new card. It's something new to collect each year.
Okay.
So I don't over analyze the design. Now I'm looking down here, like I think Topps is watered down in the sense that too many products. Like I don't need opening day.
Okay.
Or, you know, so I don't like the brand in and of itself. Topps is probably you say shot itself in its foot. What did you mean by that again?
There's a couple of angles to it. It's not just one thing. I think Topps has relied on its. So earlier on, you missed it earlier in the beginning. I did a quick analogy to professional wrestling, and my analogy was back 20 years ago. And my point that I was getting at was that 20 years ago, WWE bought WCW. WCW is a brand that people loved. Some people never went back to watching wrestling after WCW went away. Millions of viewers every Monday magically disappeared. They never came back. They never went to WWE. They were so loyal that as soon as you took away the thing, even though the product was bad, my point, that the reason why I gave this analogy is that the product was objectively bad at the tail end. A lot of it was terrible. But they were like, this is WCW. I don't want to watch WWE. I don't care that WWE is putting on a better product right now. I want my WCW. And when you took it away from me, and then you bastardized it in water, because WWE bought WCW and came up with a fake version of it that was kind of an embarrassment, even worse than what they had done previously. It was even more watered down. That died too. And at that stage, it was like, all that's left is WWE. Take it or leave it. And a lot of people left it. Even though they were still wrestling fans. It's not that they stopped being wrestling fans, it's that, look, they wanted the alternative. That's the reason why I use this analogy. I actually think it's a lot closer than people think. It's a different genre. I understand it's an entertainment product. But my question was, basically playing off of what you're saying to me, is that even though Topps may not be doing everything in its power to produce the best product all the time, they're watering down certain things. They're making stuff like opening day and whatever. Topps still means something to you, where if it went away, it would be very sad. Is that a fair synopsis?
I would say so. Yeah. I don't care how pathetic that sounds.
That's fine. I wanted an honest answer. That's why I was asking the question.
It is synonymous with collecting baseball cards. Like so I genuinely was sad to think that that might be going away. You know what I mean? But you know, I don't stay there very long. I can quickly come around to, well, it's just a never-changing hobby, and this is just, you know, I can roll with whatever comes next. I hope Fanatics wants to make something, you know, even more impressive, you know. But there's something about just the cardboard paper cards. What I hope is they try to retain some tradition. If Topps goes away altogether, I hope they maintain some kind of traditional baseball card, and everything isn't shiny and flashy. I like that, but
Sure.
I like it because it comes in small doses.
Okay. Can I pose a question to you? Again,
Yeah.
there were 3 areas. I wanted to be clear. 3 spots, so I'll reiterate it for folks that join in later. I say 3 things. There's the stuff we pretty much know is the case. We know that Fanatics has those licenses in those staggered periods that we outlined. We got the second level, which is we're pretty sure, but it's not 100%. We know they've made some overtures to the NBA. We know they made some overtures to the NFL. But it's not a done deal in the same way that the Major League Baseball one has been reported out by everybody.
Right.
The other ones, we're pretty sure, more than likely. Then the third tier is speculation. We're guessing. The third one is like, we're just guessing. We're talking through scenarios.
Yeah.
But playing into that third scenario, so let's say Fanatics goes and buys Topps. They say, okay, we're going to keep making Topps cards. Hey, good on you. But they say, hey, we're going to take our spin on it. It says Topps on it. It says Topps on the pack. It says Topps on the box. It says Topps on the card. But they go and take their stab on it. They still make a flagship product, but maybe they go a little wacky. They get the arena design people to come in. For example, I'm just using a silly example, but they come up, hey, you know, it'd be kind of cool to have something like this. And then you make a kid's product that you print to the moon. That stays cheap just because you print it to the moon. You're like, look, it is what it is. It's like Topps Total. Do you remember Topps Total?
Sure.
Yeah, that would qualify to me as like a more kid-friendly product because it's a set product. It's a gigantic checklist. It's cheap as hell, and there's not really much in it.
Do you have an idea of how many releases there are in a year from Topps? Like,
I could probably get a ballpark figure if I check it in Beckett. I can probably find it
is
for
it
you.
over 50?
Yeah.
It's a lot. I'm pretty much sure it's going to be a lot.
Even 15 years ago, there was like 40, 50 hockey.
Yeah. What I'll do is I'll look into 2020 Topps for you, Bob, and I'll try to get a ballpark for you.
I just think, I mean, it's what, like triple threads, tier 1, like that's like pretty much the same product. You know what I mean? I just feel like it could be tightened up a little bit. And
Less product.
Yeah, less product.
Wow. Less money? Oh,
Well, the thing is that, so this is where it gets
I
interesting.
don't think Fanatics needs money.
No, but
they don't buy it to lose money.
Yeah, that's part of it, but also don't forget, the part of this deal is the leagues get equity. So they want money too. That's part of, everybody wants money. But the idea here is, don't forget, it's not about how many products you make. The amount of SKUs and products is part of making money because you're offering different price points. Part of what has become a problem with some of these companies, including Topps, is that sometimes they've got a bunch of products in the exact same price point category. It's like, okay, look, you don't need to bleed me dry on 8 versions of this super premium product.
Yeah.
Give me a couple of super premium products and I'm going to give you a lot of money anyway. But it's like, if I was going to buy 8 boxes and you give me 1 super premium product, but then you give me 8 super premium products, I'm not going to buy 64 boxes. I'm going to still buy 8 and I'm just going to buy 1 of each. You haven't gotten more money from me.
I mean, Bobby brings up a point of, you know, I really hope, you know, that speculation part of it, like that greed doesn't like ruin this, basically, you know.
Hasn't it already, Bob? Has greed not been good for some time? Gordon Nigaka was spoken.
I mean, there is I don't know, man. Like,
I'm proposing the question to you, Bob. Like I said, it's an opinion piece.
Sure. I feel like if Fanatics, like you said, keeps Topps, the name, but it doesn't look like the Topps card that I'm used to. I mean, I'm not gonna. Thanks, Rick. I'm not gonna. I want to collect baseball cards. Do you know what I mean? So I'm gonna collect what's available to me. So
that's why I'm playing different angles. That's why I'm trying to play different angles on this, Bob. And so let's say they buy Topps. Let me throw a weird one at you. I'll throw a curveball at you. We'll stay on the baseball theme. They buy Topps, and they're making overtures to areas that Panini has too. They go in and they decide to buy Panini. They release Topps, but it looks like Panini.
I like Panini.
No, I get you, but it's like at that point, it's like, okay, great, sure.
Panini has a flagship product, don't they?
I'm trying to think of what that would be. I guess Prism.
Stickers, old stickers.
No, because what happens is they've got Prism has become their most popular brand. Like, it's top to bottom. It's not their highest end brand, but it's probably their most popular brand. Select was a good brand that a lot of people enjoy, but they're starting to print a lot of it. So that
They don't have a card that just says Panini on it, not like Panini something else?
I don't
know.
No. I feel like they've got Panini Chronicles where they borrowed a lot of, because don't forget they've got the Donruss stuff. So they got like Panini rated rookies and stuff like that.
Right,
and
right.
they can pull Donruss out of their hat if they want to and stuff like that. I don't know if there's anything that's like distinctive. Maybe I think like I saw something in football that might be Panini brand.
Yeah,
but I don't know if it's
that's
actually
what
just
I'm
called
thinking.
Panini. Maybe just Panini. I'm thinking baseball though. I don't remember if they did that in baseball too, but in football maybe they did.
Yeah.
Quickly, I'm just going to grab a couple of comments here. Good evening, Victor. World Wildlife Fund. That's right. The Panda defeated Vince McMahon. Vince McMahon's biggest sell. Correct. You don't diss the Panda, bro. You had a deal. Soon as you went in, forget about the mob. You don't mess with the Panda. It's a story for another day, but Vince McMahon was defeated by a Panda. It's hilarious. Victor, homework is what? Yep, here we go. Jim Thorpe rookie card. He'll look into it. Nice. Here we go. Let's move on from here. Flawless NT. Yep, they got that. Panini did have Panini NBA for a few years. Okay, so they had it in NBA too. Okay, gotcha. They used to have Panini cards now in Chronicles. Okay, so it is in Chronicles. Got it. I believe in football as well, early 2010s. Cool.
Oh,
got
that's
it.
where it is in Chronicles. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Now that makes sense to me. Tops can fall back on cricket cards and corner that market. Oh yes, the nascent cricket market. That's key. Tops grown football and basketball. Good.
I'd be interested to hear like a more of a vintage perspective. I mean, I feel like they hold the brand of flagship to be a little bit more special than maybe someone like myself, but will it matter if Topps goes away for them, because I do know there's a small segment of people that would classify themselves as vintage collectors, that they still buy a factory set of Topps each year because they've been doing it for so long.
Are you calling out Mike Baseball Collector? Is that what you're doing right now? Because he was very sad. I saw the video. He was very sad. He had the droopy lips and everything, man.
I saw the bench clear one that he did with Ty.
Yes.
They talked about it. I didn't see Mike's standalone video.
Okay, but he was very sad, very sad. But he does buy the set every year, so that's why I made the joke about the thing.
And I have friends that wouldn't call themselves collectors, but like for whatever reason, since the time they were like kids, they got him for Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
They still would buy him at Target and stick him on a shelf. I think they still think they're gonna get rich from it or something. But it's just like they're completionists and they got to have one from each year. I don't know. I'm sorry. I had an alarm on my phone that an auction was ending. I have to log in and make sure I don't miss something.
Okay. While you're interactively buying your card, you do that. I'll quickly read through a couple of comments here. So 357 was saying Topps grown football and basketball would easily take over Panini Prism, and that's fair. But don't forget two things. Number one, go ask those back pages. Topps Chrome doesn't have etching, sir.
They used to.
It used to, but not anymore.
Yeah.
Trash.
Fanatics brings back etching. He'll be all over it.
Exactly. True story. 96 Chrome, Kobe, 2003 Chrome LeBron. Yep, I get you. And don't forget, though, also, Topps doesn't have the license for basketball. That's cool, but so what? No, like, I get your point, but, like, yes, in theory, sure. I've not opened a pack of cards since the 90s. So Sanderson to Orr weighing in. Absolutely.
I think looking forward, I'd have to say that they'll probably buy out the Topps brand. I think they'll disenfranchise too many. They're going to piss people off in the end result.
Mm-hmm.
We look at now, you look at Cadbury chocolate bars and Kraft. They're all owned by Mondelez now. Do you notice a difference in the product? No, not really.
Well,
now I know we have licensing, and that's a little kind of different,
Mm-hmm.
exit in there. But I mean, it's still the same product. They're still going to put out a quality product. They're not coming in to ruin the business. They're here to make money. That's the bottom line. They're not going to screw it up. I almost swore. But they might. They might take a different venture. Things might change in 3 years. We don't know. But I see them buying up the Topps name completely. I think they have to, because then they just totally get rid of too many people. I think.
I think it's one of those things that that's always the balancing act, where it's kind of an interesting thing. I guess it just depends also. Like that's why I said earlier, it depends on the price. If I'm Fanatics, like, yeah, okay. It's like, oh, but you're going to get rid of all those baseball people. It's like, well, I'm not going to overpay for this just to that. I will pay a price that makes sense. There is value to it. But Topps left itself in that position. They needed that merger more than they didn't. It's one of those things where when the merger fell through, that's Topps screwing it up. It's not Fanatics didn't screw it up for them. It's a fact. Now, mind you, the timing was beautifully timed right before they were about to take the vote on the merger. So maybe Fanatics is like, are you Machiavellian enough to do it precisely just before the vote to completely torpedo the merger, thereby reducing the price so that Bobby can buy it for a Tim Hortons gift card? And Bobby now owns Topps?
And a 12-pack of Timbits.
Don't give him that high. Aim lower. Give him 6 Timbits first.
I just want the curler ones, not...
Yes, I said give him 6 first. Give him 6 first. And Topps Chrome doesn't have 50 parallels yet. That may be the other thing they may end up printing.
Now they have magenta and teal, so they're...
Yeah, they've started to add more things. It's a true story. It's not like they've only got 1 or 2 parallels. Sad time for baseball purists, Shomei says. Yep. Okay, actually, let me grab this one, because this is the one I was referring to a little earlier. I want to read it to you guys, because I think it's actually interesting. It's a little different angle on it. So this here is Mahomey Cards with Z, Dapsman would approve,
Daps.
from Helsinki, Finland, giving us some insight from Helsinki, Finland.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah. So here you go. I grew up in the late 80s and early 90s with 2 passions, sports cards and skateboarding. Both are smart niche ways of life, not just hobbies, but we are extremely passionate about. We had our local skate and card shops, our own players, brands of choice, built our friends community around the culture, and we're extremely concerned about the potential big money monopolies ruining the soul of these worlds. We fought like hell to protect them. See if you get the analogy here. I have stayed intimately involved in both cultures and see a significant risk that sports card hobby will now change in many of the same ways that skateboarding was McDonaldized from 2000 to present. The introduction of the X Games brought mainstream attention to skateboarding, which is followed by massive investment by Nike, Adidas, New Balance, Levi's, Red Bull, Mountain Dew, etc. These corporations acquire or crush smaller independent companies and have destroyed most of the local skate shops that were the cornerstones of the culture. While these companies tried to do right by the original culture by bringing high-profile skaters into key positions and push for not just for profit, but more importantly, quarter-to-quarter profit growth, incentivized changes that crushed small business. Skateboarding is bigger and more profitable than ever, but it bears very little resemblance to the original culture.
Yep. See, I would have wrote that in 1991 when you guys were just getting started. Did you see that change? 91.
Yeah, but it goes back to one thing
I had
that
my
I said.
20 years.
No, for sure.
The next 20 years. This is the other next 20 years. What do you?
But
I would generational change.
Yeah,
Shift.
but if you remember, I've argued infinitely. The body's dead. It's already decomposed. What are you complaining about? That already happened. Like, it's done.
Complaining.
No, but but the thing you would have wrote 20 years ago was already late. In my opinion, that was late already. Like, that had already happened. We're talking about the future. It's like the future is the past. It's already happened.
Yes, you keep reiterating. It doesn't really make any sense with me. But anyways,
it does make sense because it was always about money, Bobby. The companies don't make the cards for fun. They make it to sell a product or to sell the product itself.
Yeah, but the money difference back then was $500. Now it's $500,000. That's a house.
It could be $5 trillion. So what?
There's a big difference.
There is, but it doesn't make a difference. Like, it doesn't change anything.
The money changes your life, actually. Where it didn't back then.
It does.
You get a new skateboard.
It does, but in one situation, the money still mattered then. It was less money, but it still mattered. If it was completely irrelevant,
not so much because it didn't break you. Just can. Try that trend bonus Wagner.
Go ahead, Bob.
So I've heard this in that speculation bracket. If Topps goes away, will that impact existing Topps card prices? I think I saw somebody like basketball prices went up, football Topps prices went down. Like,
yeah,
so
a lot of it is sport dependent. Like, it's. I think folks look at the end date of the product as this thing, but like, it depends on how you decide to interpret it. It's like any other market. How do you want to interpret it? Because if they go in and they go and release, let's say they know the end is coming and they decide to release, suddenly they go, okay, we got a ton of memorabilia. We're going to stock all these boxes full of value. We'll charge you whatever the price is going to be, but we're going to put even more stuff in it because we're getting rid of everything. It's like a clearance sale. Everything must go. The secondary market prices on those boxes will go through the roof because is that, oh, by the way, when you open it, it's like, oh, this is all game used. All of it's game used. Okay, well, it's whereas before you were giving us, Photoshop worn, we were doing a photo shoot and you wore it there. But it's like, no, actually, well, we had some game worn left, but you know what? If this is the last set, whatever's left, it must go. Put it in the card, whatever. It's all game used. Here you go. We got to get rid of the last stitch. Every last stitch must go. You can't hang on to it. So it would change the dynamic on those specific sets because anybody who is in the know would be like, actually, an equivalent card, similar, out of 100 here, but they're 100 game used versus 100 photo shoot used. On-card autographs versus stickers or whatever the case may be. You're like, if this is the last this is the last hurrah, sign them all.
It will make a difference, and I don't think so.
In secondary market, it already did. Bob already said it has already happened. When Topps ran out of its licenses in certain sports, it made more of a difference in one sport and less of a difference in the other, but it still changes the dynamic for the collectors after the fact. The collectors who go in and collect it for the stuff that was the defunct, because Topps lost its basketball license, and it had that happen. Topps lost its football license, and it had it happen. So like Topps has been down this road before with different sports. Topps lost its hockey license, and it had its own. Each one had its own dynamic, though. It depended on the market. Each one was treated slightly differently. It wasn't the same.
That. Yeah.
So it'll just depend.
I don't think it'll be that dramatic. But...
No.
So, can I circle back to your skateboard thing there? Were you? Yeah. Is there a hint of a suggestion? And again, I got that from the that bench clear video where what will happen to card shops? Do you know?
It'll depend on the distribution model. So there's two parts, right? A card shop that deals in not just new, but also deals in existing inventory, they can get by and they can do what they're going to do. But a card shop that is dependent on new product is going to struggle. A card shop that turned itself from so I'll use Card Collector 2. Card Collector 2 is a card shop, but has also got a media arm, has also got a breaking arm, has also got, grading. So because they're doing these other avenues and creating, and they sell merchandise and people buy it. So when you create these other verticals where it's like, yeah, you've got more, like 18 ways to make money, not 2 ways.
Yes.
If Fanatics does, thing and cuts them off, well, they'll find a different avenue. But they can still rotate. But if they still buy and sell cards, they can still do it that way. But it's not going to be new boxes.
I don't see much benefit in then cutting people off like them.
Yeah, and that could very well then focus their attention on very specific retailers who become their preferred. And that could be the angle they could do it. They could look at a card collector and go, since you've already built it this way, we're willing to allocate product to you. It's like the current situation where we've got favored dealers who get better allocations than some of these other guys.
Better grades.
They might cut out the group breakers, some of them that are a little bit smaller. They might not get as much product. The bigger ones might. The card collectors too might still get their product. And then they become the avenue in which stuff gets distributed.
And have you done any business with Fanatics to date?
You mean other than buy? I bought a Washington Nationals jersey because you have to buy it all through Fanatics anyway.
I bought the Tim Hortons. Weren't they in line with Tim Hortons? Framework and Fanatics? Didn't they do this little mini something?
Was it Fanatics based?
I think it was Fanatics and Framework.
Well, I think they do. I think they do pretty much all sports memorabilia now. I think that's their deal.
Yeah,
Fanatics.
Yeah.
Oh, you traitor! Oh, sorry.
Wow. I like
Pop up that Red Bull and we'll celebrate with skateboards.
I know, right?
He's got one on his desk too. I know he does.
I just chugged it.
Okay, so real quick, I'll read a couple of the comments here. Carlos, please go over the PWCC and Fanatics. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. I wanted to make sure we covered all the bases that we were comfortable with the Fanatics thing, but I'm happy to talk about the PWCC thing because
the last 2 weeks have been amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I made sure to include the Honus Wagner sale because I actually like the Honus Wagner card.
Honus, yeah, okay, what?
I made sure to get it in the first couple of minutes. It's otherwise it will get buried. I'll make sure to at least mention it off the top. Yeah, so Robert says here, about money, as Napoleon once said, quantity has a quality of its own. Yep, absolutely. Well, 70 years worth of Topps baseball cards now being worth more valuable moving forward? Yeah, that's kind of plays into the question you ask. I don't think it's going to make any difference because it's still supply and demand. The past 70 years worth of cars is there's no more or less than there were before. There's no more more or less 1952 manuals than there were previously. Didn't
It
change
creates more
anything.
of a warmer sense of nostalgia for somebody who collected
some-
the Topps in the time. Going forward from when Fanatics takes over, and
Yeah.
you'll have your heart will be left there.
Yeah.
To a degree.
Unless they basically buy them and just continue as, steady as she goes. Like, go ahead. We'll use the next 5 years worth of your designs, whatever.
And that's what they probably should do, or probably will do.
Yeah. And then
I
no one
believe.
will notice. It'll just kind of carry over. It'll be a seamless transition.
Why
and
do
the
they
average
want to
collector-
separate it? Why do they want to block it off and cut people off? I think it's not a smart business model, really.
I like
for
it. Shomei says Fanatics and PSA merge, the ultimate hobby conglomerate.
One
I would
person
be-
will own everything. I thought it would be Bill Gates, but anyways.
I think it would be very funny to me because Nat has through that company a lot of money. They could play in that game. I don't know though, but Fanatics is 18 billion. So it's like that's a pretty large company. Now, if you're Collectors Universe, you could go after Panini. Panini's valuation I think is 3 billion. So I think it'd be a much easier play. Especially if you again goes back to can you keep the licenses? If you can keep control of some of those licenses to make it worth your while, then yes. Topps' only issue right now is that when that license runs out, their value suddenly drops like a stone.
Yeah. Well, the 18 billion is asset based, so they can't sell out everything just to sacrifice, baby with the bathwater kind of thing. So
yeah, it's just a matter of Panini's. Let's put it this way: Topps' next move is going to be interesting, but Panini's next move is going to be very interesting because Panini is being threatened. Their flanks are being threatened as we speak, but they're not in the immediate danger that Topps is. Topps has lost that battle. So it's like
everybody's being threatened at this point.
That is correct.
Or
except for Upper Deck, no one seems to want them.
UD, what?
Upper Deck is like, what about us? What about you? Okay, I'm gonna go back to the corner now. We have LeBron and MJ autos. All right, we'll talk to you later then. We'll discuss it. All right, so real quick here. So as Rick said, the PWCC, under normal circumstances, the PWCC thing would have been the discussion up until this point. It would have been. So first things first, I want to kind of, I didn't want to announce it for him, but I have to. You'll have to look at the color scheme. You see, they're Pittsburgh Pirates colors, I understand. But you know what else they are? They look a little bit PWCC-ish. So Bob Lewis will be official first, poster boy of PWCC. And I could see that being the first step. Don't forget, you can't have Pittsburgh Pirates without a P. He's wearing it on the shirt and the hat. What a coincidence. Bob, is there anything you want to tell the rest of the class? Right? Is that anything you want to tell the rest of the class?
I'm not at liberty to discuss that yet.
The NDA is still in effect?
Right.
Yeah, so real quick, high level. Part of the fun of the PWCC eBay thing, or like I said, originally, had Fanatics not turned the whole hobby world upside down, it would have been a discussion about PWCC eBay drama, because that's fun. I enjoy it.
Who thought we could beat that drama?
Yeah, like, it's like, I thought we were good. And it's like, no,
we're great.
It's a flood. It's a flood. Okay. I got it. Thank you. I got it. Thank you. So basically, long story short, PWCC has been booted off of the eBay platform. So let me cover a couple of, I'll go back in I'll do the same thing I did with the Topps Fanatics thing. Let's talk about what we know for sure. Then we'll talk about what we're pretty confident about. And then we'll get into the speculation piece. First thing we know for sure, they're booted off the platform. 100% we know that. They've gone back and forth. eBay sent out the email to folks and let them know, hey, shield bidding. Now, we'll get back to the shield bidding thing in a second. We'll get back to that. But PWCC responded and said, how dare you, Sir Madams? And then they basically gave the retort. And PWCC has now stated that their next, their premier auction, their current one, will end as planned. Their September one will go as planned. And September 1st, they're going to launch a Buy It Now platform, a standalone marketplace for Buy It Now.
Smart.
So, well, they were on that path anyway.
Yeah.
But so those are the things that we know for sure. This is yes, they've announced it. This is it. It's out there. We know this. Now we'll talk to we're pretty sure. Here's what I'm pretty sure of. eBay didn't boot them for shield bidding. Here's what I'm pretty sure of. No, everybody I've talked to, we're all in agreement that, look, that was the excuse, and there's a legitimate argument to be made for it. That's not the reason they were booted off. The reason they were booted off.
Really?
Yeah. But it's like, that's the one piece everybody's in agreement on. Like, look, that's not the reason. That is the reason they've chosen to give you, but that is not the reason. What the secondary reason is, the impetus to actually do it now, that's the part we're debating on. That's the speculation piece. So Is it that they've had ongoing investigations with the FBI and things doing that? That's been a thing, but that was also a thing during the trimming scandal. If you remember back in 2019, Gary Moser and a bunch of other stuff, if you go back on Blowout, you can find this. It's not like it's new. They've had concerns for a while. That's not why eBay booted them off. Is it because they were planning on building a new platform? They had started the Premier Auctions, which was not eBay related. It was their own standalone platform. Is it both? Is it something else? Is it the Bob Lewis sponsorship? And they couldn't be, and eBay was like, I'm out. What's the reason? That's a speculation piece. That's the third part. We don't know. But we know the first part is true. We know what actually happened. We know what we think plays into it. But then the rest is pure speculation. It's like, what's the actual reason that eBay booted them off? Because it wasn't the show bidding. Because I didn't see, Probstein's still on there. I see a bunch of other ones who have been accused of the exact same thing for years. They're still there. I don't see eBay chasing after them yet. If they do it, they might be covering the tracks. That might be a wise thing to do to cover their tracks, but it hasn't happened yet. It hasn't happened yet. I haven't seen it. So real quick here. Do you think PWCC will move to selling predominantly higher-end cards now that they have their own platform? Well, they do that with the Premier Auction, but I think they're going to, with the marketplace now, they can pursue some mid-tier. Again, it depends on what you consider high-end, right? But you can still go to $500 cards, $1,000 cards. You could sell a ton of those and make some good money doing it and already have it in the vault and do that as part of your overall service offering thing. And if you want to go a little lower, you certainly could. But Ken Golden has basically suggested the exact same thing. So Ken Golden has been coming after that piece of the pie. He hasn't done it yet, but I think he'd like to still. I think he'd like to get in on that and take some of eBay's pie. And then, these guys would probably try to steal a little bit of that market share. And then on top of that, don't forget, there's the MySlabs, there's the ComCs. ComC has its own issues, but if you're buying low-end stuff like $1, $2 cards, it's easier to buy it on ComC. It's just easier. Star Stock for rookies, you've got that possibility. MySlabs for graded cards. Go ahead, Bob.
Have you done the sports slots route ever?
I haven't too much, but I know that that's another option as well. So it's not like eBay is the only place you have to buy cards at. You've got options. And every day that goes by, you've got more options. So if PWCC comes in... I
downloaded the Whatnot app.
Oh, okay.
Somebody suggested that.
Sure.
And there's not too much going on there just yet.
I think it's a very specific audience.
More for live streams and...
Yes.
Yeah.
That's right.
Somebody on Instagram I bought something from was like, I asked if he did live streams and not on Instagram, but he does them on there. So interesting.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Who's been screwed by PWCC?
Well, if you look hard enough on Blowout, you can probably find a big old list.
Yeah. Oh, that list was huge. Yeah. Well, eBay would like you to think that everybody.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me read Aussie Card Dad's comment because it's a fair one. It's a good point here. I don't think legally eBay would have made a move like this if they didn't have some dirt on PWCC. Yes, but they've had that dirt for years. They don't need. They did. The question isn't whether they had dirt on it. Yes, they do. The question is why now? What specifically is now?
What is the impetus for this?
Yeah, what is this? What is it that led them to be like, oh, now we're going to pull the... By the way, this file, you mean... Doesn't that file have dust on it? Well, yeah, we got to go back years. But just give me the last 3 months worth of stuff. It's like, don't we have stuff going back 5 years? Shut up. Just give me the last 3 months. That's all I need.
There was something sudden, but I think it was a long time coming.
Mm-hmm.
I think they needed to cut the cord, and they figured it's a good time to now.
It could be, but the reason why I just will not accept the shill bidding excuse is that they could have cut the cord 1,000,000 times if they really wanted to. It's not like they could have also held off 6 more months and just collected fees. So it's like it wouldn't have made a difference unless there was a secondary impetus.
Well, I think collectively with the advent of Golden coming in, doing their own little auctions, PWCC is moving more into their stuff. Correct. There had to be a time to cut the cord. Yes. And I think it's like, okay, let's cut this cord right now, and then we don't have to worry about them, and we can focus more on getting back to what we control. And we'll worry about Golden if we have to.
Absolutely. But that's basically where you run into that. It could be by the way, it doesn't have to be just two things. It can be a combination of things. It could be like they sat back and go like, okay, we got the file whenever we need it. We've had this file forever. Are we concerned about anything else? Well, they're going to try to create their own platform. Okay. Oh, but then there's this other thing. Oh, okay. You know what? Give me the file.
It's time.
Now's the time. Yeah. So that, like I said, it could be a multitude of things. It could be 2 or 3 or 4 things, and then combined together. It's like, all right, that's enough. Give me the file. We're going to do it now.
Bob disappeared like PWCC did.
He did. Well, look, he's
back.
He's got to talk to Brent. There's some discussions underneath. He goes, Brent, I think they're on to us.
What's
we
his
need
last
to
name?
discussion.
Hugan?
Give a discussion.
Hugan? Is it Brent Hugan?
I think something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know his first name is Brent. The rest of it, I'm not sure about. So Robert here
he
says,
advertised in my book. Oh my gosh, what am I going to do now?
the conspiracy grows. So anyway, Robert here says, I think Probe Steam was warned by eBay some time ago. You can see the prices they get are in line with smaller sellers. So they may be laying low as follows shillings. No, it's possible. But like I said, I think if eBay was serious about this, they could have gone after a whole bunch of people.
Oh, yeah.
They really could have. Like if they really were serious about it, there's been a bunch that have been, people have been looking at them for some time. It's not like it's 1 or 2, consignment sellers that there's a couple of questions and they didn't suddenly fix. Look at that. See, Bob? Look at it. Look at it.
Ooh,
I know.
it's
Wow.
definitely getting deep.
It was him all along.
Those are the expensive pages.
I know.
The first part of the book. So
It was the Burrell all along.
it was me.
Fools.
I bought tops too.
You fools. eBay. What were you thinking? You didn't even know what you were messing with. Yeah, here we
Nope.
go.
All the tops are going to turn into.
You should. Might as well. Get some mileage out of the brand name at least. You missed out on the book. Do it on the cards.
So
Yeah, Bob will be buying 2026 Burrell cards.
Yeah.
So as the card dad said, if it's only about shield bidding, there won't be any more large consignment sellers on eBay. Exactly. That's kind of that's just my, like, jokes aside, that's my point. If it was just about the shield bidding, there are so many targets that eBay could hit that probably they've got a file on just the same, but none of them have tried to develop their own independent platform. Again, that doesn't have to be the only reason, but I'm saying it could be a factor in addition to potentially other things.
and eBay doesn't have this clean slate either.
No, absolutely not. That's why I made that allusion to earlier. Is like, look, how many of these hobby companies do you honestly think are clean hands? Like, seriously.
Yeah, because one convicts the other, and the other one's just as guilty as the other.
Yeah, a lot of them are kind of like, look, you don't talk about my shit, and I won't talk about yours, and I won't talk about you because I got file on all of y'all. So all of you be quiet.
all of you have stuff on me. So
Correct.
there it is, right?
Yeah, it's like we all agree. It's like we done. We're done.
Well, it's kind of funny if you look at the Tops thing. We look back at the Opeachy when Tops took them over officially and they stopped doing their own stuff.
Mhm.
How did we feel about that? Yeah, it still continued on because it was under the Tops brand, and they always owned the license anyway, so there was really no difference. But it was a smooth transition, if there was even a transition.
Mhm.
So
I think the average rank and file collector didn't notice.
No.
That's usually, if it's done correctly, that's the rank and file collector will never notice. You look like you had a thought there, Bob.
oh,
Notice what? I don't know.
The transition between one company owning a brand and another, just basically day to day. If the cards look similar enough, and you don't see an interruption in service, you get the 2020, you get the 2021, the 2022, day to day, you won't notice.
I don't notice.
Yeah, but prior to that, you look like in your face that you had a thought.
being
Separate from that.
Canadian,
No,
and-
my thought was I feel like I was being I'm so psyched with these Z-folios but now I'm feeling convicted because like I'm doing
Convicted
my
or
own thing.
conflicted? Just so we're clear. Convicted is what
convicted.
happens if the PWCC connection is found out. That might be different. Allegedly.
Conviction is an awareness of like wrongdoing, So conviction, yeah.
Allegedly. Just so we're all clear. Allegedly.
So I apologize. I don't want to be distracting down here, and I'm part of the show up here. So
No worries.
return.
Can I ask you a question that'll actually play into kind of your wheelhouse here, Bob?
Yeah.
We already talked about the different marketplaces. eBay is obviously a big piece of the pie. They're not the only player anymore. We mentioned off a bunch of the other ones. PWCC has obviously the reputation for show bidding, but let's say they get into the lower levels a little bit. And lower levels doesn't have to be like $1 or $2 cards. They could seed that to ComC or StarStock or whoever, because there's a lot of marketplaces, or even what was the other one you said? Sorry, it was the
Sports lot.
Sports lots, thank you.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of other options for some of those. So maybe those make more sense. But let's say PWCC does some regular auctions on a rotation, maybe $100, $200 for some decent cards that you still might be interested in. So it doesn't have to be thousands. It can be a couple $100. So maybe stuff that still might be interesting. Would you have any concerns bidding or buying anything on PWCC's platform?
That's a great question.
That's why I asked.
So to date, so here's the thing.
Go ahead.
PWCC is not new to scandal, right? We
Sure,
kind of
yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
And so I didn't shop with them before or after anything that they've ever been brought up on in a negative light.
Sure.
So
Would you have?
would I now, like,
After the sponsorship?
right. So
Can I adjust the question a little bit, maybe to help you out?
Well,
Let me adjust
so
the question a little bit for one
okay.
second. Let me just tweak
I
the
can
question a
answer
little
it.
bit. No, for sure. But I'll let you have both angles on it. But let me adjust the question a little bit. The whole problem with shield bidding, because I actually had this conversation offline. The problem with shield bidding is that people are concerned they're overpaying for the card. That's what the bottom line is. That was always the problem. And because at the end of the day, if it's obvious and you can detect it, of course, that's going to piss you off. And if it's something where you think you paid more than you should have, that's going to piss you off. But if you buy something on that platform, you're not sure if it was shield bid or not, but you end up right about where comps are. But if you bought it on eBay, it was $100. You bought it on PWCC, it was 101 or 99. Whether it was shield bid or not, though, was it enough of a difference for it to bother you? Because you got it for about the going rate.
Yeah, no, it wouldn't bother me. And who am I to, like, I'm not, I'll just say this. I'm not the guy that, like, I'm going to assess the integrity of all these possible options and then choose the one that is the most pure, that I'm only going to buy from them.
Yeah.
I'm going to buy what my budget allows. So if I can get it cheaper on PWCC because I'm not shopping for $1,000 cards, not until I sell one.
That when you sell would be shield.
Yeah.
I can only hope, right?
Yeah. So let me touch on Robert's comment here. PWCC auctions usually ended higher than comps. That's true. But again, if you're PWCC and you're on your own platform and you want to try to establish that that is the case, if you successfully lock it down, because remember, on a PWCC platform, what they offer in the premier auction is vetted buyers. So the buyer has to submit at least it's the same thing with Golden. You have to submit a minimum amount of paperwork. If you make the threshold enough so that you have to submit some paperwork to determine that you are someone different than someone who already has an account, can you still get away with it? Absolutely. You can have your cousin bid for you. You can still do things. You can still get around it. But it doesn't change the fact that you at least had to jump a couple of hurdles. And if the comps start going into line not that far removed from what eBay is doing, so instead of being a big difference, it ends up being a couple of percentage points, you're not going to feel it on a day-to-day basis as a buyer.
Can the accusation be proven? Like, are we going to get to that point where, like, eBay is going to submit documentation and proves?
I don't think they're going to. And I'll throw one more thing at you related to that, Bob. Again, the reason why I say I would always push back and challenge any suggestion that eBay is trying to clean up its act now. The other alleged shill bidding consignment people are still on the platform, 1. 2, eBay doesn't let you see who the bidders are. They they partially block them off. It's not like it's not as easy to track as it might have been at one point where you can actually see who the bidders were. eBay did that. They've made it harder to detect for the average person, and they just say, well, don't worry, us eBay will take care of it for you.
Yeah.
So it's like, you didn't make it easier. Some people could probably figure it out very quickly. They could determine bidding patterns and find out, oh, this person always bids on this person's auctions. Today, if you really work at it, because people can do it, but they got to basically be tracking, because as the feedback rating changes, it gets trickier because you've got those different characters to block it off. So can it still be done? Yes, if you're staring at it every single day and monitor this account and see the changes in feedback.
Make it your job almost.
Yeah, you'd have to make it your job. But before, all you had to do was go lob Buis over and over again, bidding on Bobby Burrell VHC. And then you'd be like, wait a minute, he's always bidding on it. But he almost never wins, but he always bids it up. What the heck? Why are these trinkets going for so much? No reason. But today you can't do that. Today you'd have to really be into the weeds and really dig. eBay made it harder for people to do their own little digging and investigation.
They were supposed to clamp down, but they actually clammed up.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Go for it. But that's my point, is that eBay did a million things that made it easier for somebody to show bid.
Yeah.
And now magically they're trying to fix it?
Yeah.
I don't buy it.
I don't buy it.
I do
No.
not believe you. It's not
No,
that you
I-
couldn't be doing it, it's that I don't your track record does not say to me that I should believe you. And that doesn't exonerate PWCC, by the way. It does not exonerate them in any way. They could still be pulling shenanigans on their own platform too. But I'm saying right now, with everybody looking at them for that exact thing, it would behoove them to play it straight for a while at the bare minimum. So at least for a while, they should probably play it straight.
You know, if you look at this whole thing from the perspective, the outer perspective of you have eBay saying, hey, PWC, they've been doing the show bidding. So when you go on your own, you're going to have this monkey on your back.
Sure.
And it's a perfect exit strategy for getting rid of them, I think.
Yeah,
At any
absolutely.
point.
No, cut them off at the knees. Like if you're concerned about them being any kind of a threat, cut them off at the knees, question their credibility. But
Be gone.
PWCC has historically been very good at coming back from getting
is
cut off at the
PSA.
knees.
So
Yes.
has all these other big companies. PSA gets nothing. They're like Teflon PSA, which reminds me of Teflon cards instead of plastic. Anyways,
Yeah.
They skip everything. Everything's done in plain sight now. There's nothing hidden anymore.
Mhm.
It just goes on, and then people complain, and then they figure out something else.
Well, except eBay bidding histories. Those are hidden. Those are hidden pretty good. But that goes back to my original point, though. I said, look at all the hobby players that you consider, all of them, hobby media, hobby running the companies, doing whatever. Let's just not assume they're all clean. There's enough there to be like, over time, it's like, look, I would love to tell you that we got angels running this hobby. we don't. Bless them for trying, but they're not, trust me. I like to watch the world burn back here, but some of those folks would join my meetings because they get a kick out of it too. And they're the ones running companies. And they're the ones at the very top, the decision makers. They're not all clean. If you want a clean hobby, man, are you late to this? You are late to this party, my friends. We are way late to this party. So Master Dama says, you're paranoid if you think you see shelling every day. No, absolutely. The thing is, remember, it's never universal across the board. All these guys that have been accused of shilling, it's not 100% of the auctions.
No.
There are certain ones that are more concerning than others. It's hard to detect. The only thing you can do as a buyer, the only thing you can do is do your research, look up the comps, question certain things, and then you can do a snipe bid at the level that you're comfortable at. And if you lose, you lose. So be
No
it.
one made you pay more.
Correct. Exactly. So that's why I say, like, I'm not going to feel bad
Well, they
for you.
did by bidding against you, but not make you, force you.
Yeah.
Big difference.
If a shill bidder beats you, then that card will reappear.
Somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one of those things where, like, have your line, have your price that you can live with, and then sleep at night. Because it's the best you can do. Unless you can see everything and eBay makes it more transparent, which they're not going to. At least they haven't been inclined to do so far. You're going to have to live with the possibility.
Comes into more play with one of ones or unique items,
Sure.
Things like that. That's where that you can't tell.
It's a real possibility. Absolutely.
And that's where it really comes in. But other thing that's comped across the board, what are you going to pay? You made me pay 20% more than comp.
Yeah.
Well, you're stupid if you pay 20% more than comp.
Yeah, that's where the comps help you. It gives you a line. It's like, this is basically the going rate. That's why I use that $100 thing. I said, if the last 10 sold for about $100 and you're paying $185, I don't know what to tell you. Like, this is your fault too.
Mhm.
Like, why are you doing this when the next one's going to be about $100?
Basically.
Just wait for the next one. Don't worry about it. Unless something has fundamentally changed. That's different. But unless something has changed and everything is kind of about the same, you should be right in that same line. Within a couple of dollars, up or down. Aussie Card Dad said, I recently saw a card that I wanted that kept selling at auction with 0.5 back bidder every time. So I didn't want any more. Exactly. It's That's the only part. You can still see the feedback number. And if you're seeing it constantly as 0 feedback, it gives you an indicator. It was even easier before because you could see the full username. And if you kept seeing the same username over and over again, you'd know the fix is in a little bit. Any type of manipulation that takes even an extra penny out of pocket is wrong and should be considered theft. On top of that, there should be consequences. Totally with you, but unless it's blatant, it's really hard to detect.
Yeah.
And eBay made it harder. So I'm with you, but it's really hard to detect.
And everybody be in jail.
Unless they're really dumb about it. Unless they're really dumb about it. As soon as PWCC hide identity of bidders, that meant I was out from buying from them. Totally fair. Completely fair. I get you. Robert says vetted bidder is a good idea, but if the consignor itself is including to show that vetted bidding is a scam, and that's always a risk. 100%. 100%.
Are they to vet it to what degree? I'm with Golden. How vetted? What did they have to do? Nothing. You got your name, credit card. I don't know, a couple other things. So you're vetted to what degree? Do you have the money to pay for it? Everybody, anybody can just sign up and have the basic information and provide it to them. So how vetted is vetted? That's the big question.
Well, that's the thing, is that normally vetting only means checking financial documents to make sure you can pay for it. That's really all it is. It's now the one advantage you can do.
But
again, not everybody's going to do
vetting
this.
is different though.
No, for sure. But I'm saying
We've
what I'm
checked
getting.
these
What I'm
guys
getting.
out. They're going to pay at 50,000. Don't you worry. No, it's not that. They can pay 1,000. Everybody, or most people.
Yep. No, I'm with you. The only thing I'm saying is that it depends. The vetting at least allows you, and again, this is going to be auction house by auction house. If I'm an auction house and I vet you, Bobby Burrell, and you come in and try to do a different account that's also Bobby Burrell, I'd be like, no, you have an account. Even if you provide me documentation, it's like you're the same person. Why?
No, it's the race car driver.
No, exactly. But that's what I mean. Like that's where you at least ask a question. At least if you do a minimum amount of diligence, you can at least, it's not going to guarantee it. You could ask a family member to do it with a different last name, and it's as long as their papers match and everything's correct, like they could still do it. You can still do it.
I think in the media, the vetting has been thrown around like it's this pure sense of,
Correct.
Everybody thinks that it's, hey, he's good, 100%. You check him out. No, it's a basic search. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Like, I'm not going to overly expect too much from them. It would be unfair of me to do that, but you could at least try to do some basic diligence. So let me touch on Ozzy Cardad's comment here. So you can see bidding histories on eBay. Carlos was PWCC that hit that. Okay. So let's use an example.
PWCC only did that in the last year after they had their incident, or 2 years. Yeah.
Yep. So let's look at something.
Okay.
I'm going to show you the example of what I'm referring to. So this is not a PWCC. This is PC Sports Cards. It's the power seller as well. This is on a regularly traded card, a Juan Soto PSA 9. Very common card. You can look up the comps all over the place.
Yep.
It had 14 bids on it. I don't think there's anything wrong with this bidding history. It's probably fine. Now, you can see 51. You can see the bidding here. 51 feedback, 791, 51. So this is the same person as the first top two. 539, 24. If you look up these, if you're watching the same person and you're seeing this 51,
And the times too, which is
yeah,
helps.
exactly. And you see the same 51 showing up on a ton of auctions for the same PC person within a couple of weeks or months all the time, you can try to establish a pattern. But if they win a bunch of auctions and now they're not 51 feedback anymore, they're 151, it might be the same person, but it is partially obscured. 8, U is not exactly their username. No. It doesn't help that much. It's as long as you're watching a couple within short order of each other, you can probably get the idea, but that's still obscured.
And so what do? You track this guy down. You spend time in your life that you'll never really get back, and you'll never get the money back for it. So what do? You just know that he's bidding and keep an eye out that, I'm going to stay off of this card because he's bidding. He's a shill bidder.
Exactly.
I don't understand that. Like, what are you going to complain to eBay? This guy's shill bidding? No. It's just like, don't waste your time with that.
No, for sure. That's why I say
so hard to track and tell.
Yeah, that's why I say for like commonly traded cards, use the comps. That's the best you can do. Use the comps. So here we go.
I try to bidding shield comps.
But with a commonly traded card, it's your only defense. If you see something that looks out of whack, at least it gives you warning that, hey, maybe back off, because another one will come by. On a rare piece, all bets are off. You just don't know. So I try to act digitally the way I would in person. If I was happy to buy the card in person at that price, I would pay the same price digitally. Very fair. I get you. So here we go. It just clarifies. My bad. I meant feedback number. Yeah. Absolutely. But if the feedback number gets bumped in short order, so PWCC made that private, I'm totally with you. But eBay didn't help the situation. Because for me, unless there's a damn good reason, I would rather just include the information. Don't hide it, because then you can figure out patterns. If you see the same username all the time, bidding on the same person's auctions, you can detect that. There are folks that have the time to do that, but make the information available to them. I understand why eBay tried to do it, mainly because the bottom line is the bottom line. They want higher bids. It's the same reason why the buy it nows and best offers would always show the higher number. Now they've started adding their own tool and giving you access to that information, but for a while they hid it. Oh, if it's $999, that was the buy it now best offer. No, it wasn't. They paid $600.
Yeah, they should have fixed that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well,
eBay did it on purpose. eBay did it on purpose. It wasn't an accident.
I'm glad we looked up all those 7-Eleven lenticular cards history when we had a chance, because now it's gone, because you don't have that research anymore.
Exactly. You'll do anything to bring up Juan Soto? You're damn right, sir.
He will.
Damn right. Listen.
He's holding large.
The conspiracy has a lot of facets. It's not just Bob Lewis and PWCC. There's more to it. It's not just Bobby owning Tops. We got this on lockdown.
We're taking it to the top, boys.
Moving on.
Donald's eyes, everything.
Also, I show up in the same seller's auctions many times because I'm a repeat customer. That's great. But, but the good news, here's the truth, though. We wouldn't be able to tell anyway. Like, eBay blocks it. I get your point. If you're commonly buying from the same person, that's cool. That is normal, because sometimes you have sellers who have the type of stuff you want, so you're a regular customer. That's fine. But, again, you're probably not buying stuff that may be more prone to shield bidding. Or maybe you are. In which case, you're a shield bidder, Robert. Explain yourself. Do you work for PWCC? Do you work for Probe Scene? Don't lie to me. The conspiracy deepens. My best cards in my PC are overpaid for. That's fair. One sign is when a low feedback bidder wins and doesn't pay. Yes, absolutely. Now, the other thing, though, is, again, if you could see the usernames, you could see that it was the same low feedback bidder. That's helps too. Like, low feedback and the same one buying up consistently from the same seller. These patterns can be picked up, but it's hard to see right now. So I'm with you, Carlos. I do my research and know what I want to pay, and to snipe if I miss out. Yes, exactly. Sniping is really the only defense you have, as long as it's the price you're comfortable at. It means that somebody can't be chipping away to get to your maximum because you're sniping. They don't know what your maximum is because you haven't overplayed your hand yet. It's not a perfect defense, by the way, at all, but it's something. It lets you hold back until the last possible moment, make a bid at a level you were comfortable with, and at least give yourself a chance. So that's how it works. Don't you think eBay is able to track everyone's IP address and triangulate all the shady bidding? Yes, but do they want to? What's the incentive? If you get higher results,
more fees, more.
Yeah, as long as the person who wins at the end is a legitimate bidder and pays, and eBay gets its fees, what's the incentive? You're still buying on it. Shield bidding wasn't invented on eBay. Shield bidding has existed for some time. The concept's been out there forever, since auctions came into being. This ain't new. But eBay has just made it easier. In the 21st century, we have a very simple way to do it. We can put a variety of different mechanisms in place to do it and get it done.
I have an interesting question from one of the questions.
Go ahead.
Would you pay more at a show for a card, or would you pay online more for a card? Because it is so easy to click. And that confrontation between face-to-face between people, some are intimidated, some are not. So I believe there's quite a difference between the two.
Mm-hmm. It is a buy it now culture. And another angle I would throw at you as well, that is a simplicity thing, is because a seller on eBay can have a variety of different things, maybe you go, oh, well, you're going to charge me X amount of shipping flat. Let me look at the rest of your store. I wasn't planning on buying some other stuff, but if it turns out you got a couple of things and I can get a flat shipping fee, actually you can make some more money off me. I'll buy this one. I'll buy this one. Yeah, I'll take the one in blue too.
And at the show,
yeah.
Can we make a package deal?
You can, but at a show, you may have it in multiple show. You may have it in multiple showcases. So depending on how you're moving around the show, it may be a little trickier. On eBay, it's so easy though. You just think, oh, seller's other items. Click. You can do a quick search. Check. Oh, they've got other cards in my player, or whatever the case is going to be.
So I'm going to pay $8 shipping. I might as well get a couple more. He's going to lump it together. Why not?
It motivates you. It motivates you to actually think about it. Where at a card show, it's like, Well, yes, you can make a package deal, but you got to go through that box and then go through that box and then go through, oh, wait, how many tables we got? I got to go. It might be easier sometimes to do it online just because of that simplicity. There are a lot of bad actors out there, but I firmly believe eBay isn't the hero in this. Yes, exactly. They're not. They're not.
There are no heroes. Sorry.
Yes. Just for simplicity's sake, let's just assume there's no heroes in the story. Everyone is in different levels trying to take your money. So here we go. I pay more at shows. Can't help it. I'm holding it, and it looks pretty. I can't put it down. I say no to eBay every day. That's fair. It just depends on the person. I think a lot of folks do end up paying more on eBay because eBay did very well last quarter. I think they're up to $2 billion in sales in the sports card quadrant so far this year.
Card Collector 2 just posted something. I just got a notification. I'm going to be back. It's like one of the sickest patch cards. I pulled 3 boxes, 2021. Oh my gosh, I got to look. No.
Bobby says Bobby's trying to joke, but it's like he's right now, while you weren't looking, he was bidding on the phone. You would know this if you could see the usernames.
I was on the phone because actually Nathan sent me a picture of the uncut sheet, the guy who finished.
Oh, did he finally finish it?
Yeah, it looks
nice.
Like it's pretty good on the phone. So
cool.
I like it better on the computer. It's a little bit easier to look at.
That's fair enough. Well, maybe we'll get an update from him down the road here, now that he's a little further along. Sounds good. An in-show premium is fine with me to minimize the risk of delivery. Yeah, that's fair too. Because then you get it immediately. Instant gratification is worth something too. You get it right away. However, if I feel it's too easy digitally to go above what you want, yep, there is a technology addiction factor that impacts digital. The other aspect of it, though, is that what you touched on the first part. The knowledge that, hey, I don't have to wait for shipping. I don't have to worry about damage. Here. I don't need the mailman to deliver it. And my mailman sometimes, is a drunkard and he trips over and drops the packages. Whatever your case may be, maybe, you know what? I pay you now. I get the card. I get to leave with it.
Possession is 9/10 of collecting.
Absolutely.
The other 10th is passions.
Yeah. So I look at eBay every day, and if I went to a live show every day, I'd buy 10 times as much and be in debtor's prison by now. Love a good debtor's prison reference.
Was that a collect call from him? A text? Mm-hmm. No. Sorry.
I would have and have paid more at shows for a couple of reasons. I like in person and no fees. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. There's good reasons for it. So let me pose the question that I posed to Bob to a couple of you guys. A lot of you at this point, if you didn't know before, we basically said it. PWCC has a shady reputation. Spoiler, everybody in the hobby has a shady reputation. Everybody. Now, here's the thing. If you're able to get an item, I'll pose the same question I posed to Bob. If you see an item on PWCC that is in line with standard comps, it's right around the normal range. It doesn't look like there's any particular shadiness. It's right about what it is. Would you hesitate to buy on the PWCC platform? Would you, if the item was available, something you wanted, and the price was in line with norm? You've done your research. It's about right.
Would you be willing to piece? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I think rarity always rules anyways in everything, hobby-wise.
Yep.
So
Bob lives. He disappeared and he came back.
You're going to buy something, even though you hate the guy, you're still going to buy it because you need it.
But that's, it's almost the same. It's a similar question to what I asked Bob about the Topps thing. Yeah. I said to him, if I offer you a product, maybe it's not exactly what you're normally used to, but it says Topps on it, and there's continuity, and you haven't seen a break in it. They got boxes, they got packs, and they got the players you want. Are you cool or what? For some folks, they're like, okay.
I just think you're feeling that you're losing a company that's been around a long time. O-Pee-Chee was around from 1911 to 1991. Mm-hmm. So that's a long time. That's a lot longer. Did we feel bad? Yes, as Canadians, yes, and as Americans, yes. You feel bad Topps because it's a staple, it's a name brand, it's a part of your history. And when they go, it's kind of sad. But if it keeps going on as business as usual, you won't skip a heartbeat. I don't think so. We didn't skip much with O-Pee-Chee. We were sad to see the company, close down and what have you, because that's really what happened with O-Pee-Chee. O-Pee-Chee actually closed down. They wound up the shop and gone. And that's probably what's going to happen to Topps too.
Yeah, but that's why I always ask the question.
Remain.
Yeah, that's why I always ask though. Is it the brand that you're in love with? Because if the people might have changed several times, because Topps has changed ownerships. Like it's been owned by the original Topps employees might have been gone years ago, and you wouldn't know. Like unless you happen to have done a roll call, that's like, by the way, we fired those guys like 20 years ago. Just so you know, nobody from Topps that can go back years. The institutional knowledge is gone. All those folks are gone. Are you still good? It's still Topps, right? That's why I asked the question. Is it the brand or is it what it represented? Like, it could be a variety of things.
I think it's more the emotional, mental sense.
There's been a lot of that. I've seen
see that.
videos to that effect. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't it Bob? I might have, I don't know if you caught it. I think Mangini did a video that was only playing the funeral song. It was him showing cards and playing the funeral song, and I was like, a wee bit dramatic, but I applaud you for having a theme.
So since you brought up John,
Go ahead.
he I think it was Instagram or maybe Facebook. He just posted like, when is eBay gonna do something about these types of sellers? And he posted like an auction listed of a Gaudy Babe Ruth card that had a Babe Ruth signature on it for a buy it now of $295.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, clearly that's some shady stuff right there. And
When are they going to stop reprint selling on there? It's just
yeah, right. Oh, that authentic Brady. There's like there's the reprint is number 12 out of 1250.
Okay.
You see some of those sell for $200-$300 before. I mean, it's a freaking reprint.
is it graded?
No.
But that's the thing is that
Buyer
eBay has never been actually in the business of protecting the buyer, with the exception of the handful of policies they put in there. Now, they're protecting the buyer is like, look, we don't really want to look into it. We don't really want to fix it. We don't really want to remove it. But look, you can return it. And the sellers are like, but what about when it's not a legitimate return? Look, man, all the things you're describing require effort. We're out.
I have I had a person back. I sold. It was a 78 card Kobe Bryant lot that had sold for $304 or something.
Go ahead. Okay.
The buyer never paid.
Mm-hmm.
So like 2 months later, I get an email from eBay apologizing to the effect that, hey, we're sorry this guy never paid or whatever. So to make it up to you, we want to give you 3 listings to sell without any fees. Basically, you just pay tax or something.
Mm-hmm.
So that's, I mean, I'm happy that they had some kind of response to, because you're right, the buyers get all the protection, it seems.
They've been
like,
getting a lot of the protection, yeah.
Which I get it. You have to, but I don't know, man. It's that. What's more important, the buyer or the seller, right?
Well, that's been the argument. That's been the argument that some folks have had with it, is that you need both. Like, if we're being honest, you need both. Like, you can't have one without, somebody's got to buy the stuff and somebody's got to provide the stuff to sell.
Right.
So that people can buy it. You can't ignore it, but it's always this moving pendulum where it's like the balance keeps being off. It's like you go too far in one direction, you screw over the other one, and then you have to kind of try to rebalance it. It's like, well, how far do you need to go? I don't know.
Right.
So real quick here, go ahead.
No, just the idea that I didn't really care that the guy didn't bought it, because I'm just going to relist it and sell it to the next guy. You know what I mean? It wasn't that big a deal. So I just sold a card, and it was pretty much full price.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm like, do I have any other big, because I have 2 left, 2 listings left with no fees. Do I have any big cards that I want to sell? Because I can get practically full value for them, you know?
Absolutely. So quickly grab a couple of comments here. So Kalamazoo Collectible says, not everybody in this hobby is shady. Have you looked at Bob Lewis? And it sounds like it sounds like something a shady man would say. Speaking of shade, Stove Collector. I have exclusive rights to Bob's likeness. You will be served. Like I said, shady actors in the hobby everywhere. This man is not even giving you his full name. He's not Stove Collector. He's Stove Collector, investor, dealer, crypto trader, cattle rancher. Don't lie to me. I know you. Moving on. Theora says, I don't want another platform personally. eBay and comps are enough for me to juggle. That's fair. There's a lot of platforms. The upside is that there's competition. The downside is it gets confusing. Where do I get my damn card? Where do I go? Where makes the most sense? And they've got a ton of platforms, and some of them have different pluses and minuses. So it's complicated. I get you. How's the card? That depends on if the card is PWCC is the only copy of a rare card I want and all seems above board, then yes. That's fair. I get you. So John Sports Cards here says, good evening. I will not buy a Fanatics card product, even if it's labeled something else. They have no idea what they're getting into. The StockX owner is running it, which is a joke, as opposed to the other owners in the hobby. Didn't we just cover this? I get your point, though. And no, I will never purchase anything from PWCC unless they're the only platform left. Well, you never know. There's one of those things. Like, I always like when people speak in definitives. I'm always very hesitant to speak in definitives because you never, that's why I said, I'm going to judge the product on its own merits. I don't care what the brand is. If Topps make a shitty product, I don't want it. I don't care that it's Topps. That's not going to sell me. It's got to be good. If it's good, I don't care who makes it. But that's what I say. I got to judge that it's good. I got to look at it and go, oh, that's an attractive product. Oh, the price seems reasonable. Oh, I can get some packs and boxes for a reasonable price. Cool.
Not to put you on the spot, but what are like some top? I mean, there's some Topps products that are just out of my price point. So like, they don't even come into the discussion. But like, are you a fan of like the retired players signature series, archive signature series stuff? The one card in a box, like Inception.
So the retired players signature ones, no, not because I don't like the idea, but because a lot of the players I don't need. So it's one of those things where like, if I go out and get singles, I'll look for players that I like. So I'm not against the product because it opens it up to being like, if you're a fan of the Philadelphia Phillies, this is great for Mike O. Right. You know, this is great for Cryptogriff. This is great for those guys. But, you know, Blue Jays players aren't going to get very represented. And I don't need all the Blue Jay players. I would pick and choose certain ones that would interest me. Maybe guys that I watched growing up. Yeah. That would be kind of fun for me. So that would be fine. But again, this is singles. But I wouldn't go out and buy boxes. But I'm not against the product because it serves a function. You know, you go out and find some cool Pittsburgh Pirates ones. A Bobby Bonilla card, if it's reasonably priced, why not?
Topps Archive Signature Series, the current player one, afforded me my first one of one. So
exactly,
kind of cool. Yeah.
So there's nothing. There are different. Maybe it goes back to what we said earlier. There are different products for different price points, and I have no issue with there being different products at different price points. We just don't need 10 products for every price point. Give us a base brand that's reasonably priced that we can maybe build a set if we want to do that and has maybe a bunch of the cards for the, like I said, like a Topps Total or whatever it's going to be. By the way, it's not going to sell well. There's a reason Topps wasn't running to keep making Topps Total, and they made it like, I think it's online only. I think they made it into one of those things. Yeah. Yep. They stopped making it in packs and boxes available at the store. It didn't sell that well. People love the idea until it's like, okay, so will you buy it? Well, no, there's no hits in it. Okay, so what did you want?
Did you win your card, Bob? The Topps.
Yeah, he took the headphones off. You have to mime it to him.
Did you win your
okay, so
cards?
Did you win your card, Bob? Did you were going for earlier?
The Topps. Was it Tom?
You talking to me?
You said you said earlier you were getting a notification about a card. Did you bid on it? Did you win?
So, it was an actual alarm that I set on my cell phone, but the auction was actually last night at 10:07. So I just didn't turn the alarm off. So I went and checked because I know there's a couple of Randy Mosses that are ending in the next day or two. I couldn't remember if tonight. So yeah, so
you had an alarm go off for a card that ended yesterday.
Yeah, the alarm went off yesterday as well.
You didn't deactivate the alarm?
I did not.
Deactivate.
Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Lewis. Ladies and gentlemen, Bob Lewis. Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah, Topps Total did something this year that like I just find hilariously awesome. With did you see those error cards that they like purposely put out?
In Topps Total, really? No, I didn't. Yeah. I didn't catch that. They put intentional errors in Topps Total.
Well, there's two cards back to back, 173 and 174.
Okay. Hold on.
So it's got a picture of Joe Musgrove in a Pirates uniform, but it says LA Dodgers at the top. It says rookie card. It has the rookie card logo on it, which it's not a rookie card. And this one says Francisco Cervelli, and this one says Gary Sanchez. It's not Gary. You know what I mean? It's just like there's 4 or 5 like things wrong with each card, and I find
we're at the stage with intentional error cards.
right.
You know who could have pulled this off? Brian Gray. Pro set. Intentional error cards, absolutely. So quickly, I read this. If Topps or O-Pee-Chee were still doing hockey, I might even buy it nowadays. You can get O-Pee-Chee hockey. It's a retail product, but you can get it.
Yeah.
Not like
It's the cheap stuff now.
I agree, but it goes back to what I said previously, right? People talk about the brand names. Oh, if they had it, yeah, they do. Here it is, 2021 O-Pee-Chee. Knock yourself out. There it is. Help yourself. It's Connor McDavid. Go nuts. Have fun. Nobody pays attention to it because nobody wants it and no one cares. It says O-Pee-Chee on it.
Is Upper Deck? Do they do the update series every year? I've been seeing that.
That's a new thing for them. They actually created that update series as an excuse to use some old designs.
Okay.
But they did. But a lot of people talk about the brand names like it means something. It's like it doesn't. Upper Deck uses it as a secondary retail brand. No one cares. Usually you can find those at Walmart. Knock yourself out. We can get you blasters. How many you want?
Yeah.
So there you go. Fanatics would make this move unless they plan to acquire one of the companies or get people to know how to do it. Yeah. And the beauty for Fanatics though is they got time. With the licenses they have, they don't have to make a move. They don't have to try to make cards this year or next year. They have the luxury of being able to wait and build it out, or wait and buy one of the other manufacturers and then just go from there. They have the option. They have the luxury of time. They're in the opposite situation from Topps. Topps is a ticking time bomb with an expiry date. And Fanatics can sit back and be like, no, we'll wait until we're ready for the right moment to strike.
Do you think at all like there's people at Topps or executives, people in the higher ups are it's almost like not an interview, but like you're trying to make it. You want to make an impression on this Fanatics people because like you don't want them to leave you in the dust. Basically, like they're gonna maybe step up their game to prove themselves in a sense, and I don't know. Like maybe that's maybe that could work in our favor.
Well, it could, but don't forget what happened when Collectors Universe was bought out by that group with Nat Turner. Did Joe Orlando lose his job on day one? No. There was a transition period. He basically was a lame duck for a period. Everybody knew he was a lame duck. But it was one of those things where it's like, no, your job is to do this, this, and this. We got these situations. You stand there. You take the flack from these people. Deal with it. And when the moment is right, we'll package you out. Now get out. Please leave. But it's not going to be an overnight thing. Those guys aren't going to go away on day one because they'll need to transition. It'll be like, okay, we'll start putting our people and installing them where we want them. Some of you can stay. Some of you can go. Like in anything else, they're going to figure out, wait a minute, why are you here? That's the janitor. There's nothing there. What is he cleaning? He's been here since 1975. You're fired. And take the stapler with you. So from here on out, I'm looking backwards on cards. Panini and Topps won't get an F until it's transition. Who knows what Fanatics all about? That's fine. You can still collect the old ones. Nothing's stopping you.
I'm thinking Wild Card's going to come back.
Well, didn't they advertise something like that at the National? I thought I heard something about Wild Card.
Really?
I thought I heard the name recently. So you might get your wish. I will continue to use PWCC. I always know what I'm willing to pay for my purchase. This is Yannick here. I use Sniper, so no surprises. Yeah, I'm not exclusive or sponsored like Bob. That's fair. But if they have what I'm looking for, hey, listen, we're never going to criticize. Hashtag, sellout. That's why I made the joke on the message board thread. It's like, I, for one, welcome our Fanatics sports card overlords. I look forward to selling out. But I need the big check, Luber. The big check. Yes. We're not taking the little check. There'll be none of that trash.
Mm-mm.
So what kind of pricing do you think? Go ahead.
The Fanatic fanboys that are going to come out of the woodwork now of like, hoping to get a piece of the pie. It's coming.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I said, like, listen, I've always joked about it a million times. Like, dude, we will so shamelessly sell out. This is not an issue. Like, do I care? Oh, but Carlos, what about your credibility? Have you been in the hobby for 5 minutes? Who the hell actually has credibility? Fools. Just make sure you get a good deal on the credibility. What kind of pricing do the Fanatics will have a retail versus hobby? Impossible to say. It also depends on whether they actually buy somebody or not. Because then I don't think they're going to fundamentally change it. Again, if they buy an existing manufacturer, I don't believe they will fundamentally change the model overnight. It's one of those things where you'll get tweaks and adjustments at first because there'll be some products. Maybe it'll be like Bob said. Let's say they do Topps. Maybe opening day will be redundant. Yeah, we don't need opening day. We'll do flagship. We'll do Chrome. We'll do a couple of these other ones. Bowman makes sense. Bowman Chrome. But then you whittle down the product offering, simplify it so that you got less SKUs to worry about, and figure out where everything fits in the lineup. Because that's what you need to do. Like, We need a low-end brand that the kids can buy, and we can give the blasters to the parents so they can give it to the kids. Give them a flagship product, a standard one that everybody can get into. And then we got to have some high-end stuff too. So we got all the angles covered. Like any other brand. But Topps is an iconic brand, and Fanatics as well. How do you say it? Overpriced and lame? Doesn't matter. I can see a Fanatic card release being comparable to Heritage or Archives. It will be awful. Again, doesn't matter. If it's the only one available, you don't have to buy it. You never had to buy it. But Topps being an iconic brand goes back to what I said earlier. If Topps is an iconic brand and makes garbage products, I don't care that they're an iconic brand. I'm not buying it. If they make good products, I'm interested. If it's a Fanatics product and it's vastly superior to what Topps is offering me, I'd rather have that one. I don't care what it's called.
I just like, well, you know, what can they do that's going to be so, you know, why wouldn't you just keep, okay, in one breath, keeping the status quo sounds boring, but really what they're baseball cards. How much more can you really do with them, you know?
Oh, I don't think you're going to reinvent the wheel.
I don't think they're going to revolutionize things. Right.
No. I don't think anybody is going to reinvent the wheel. But that's why I said earlier, I think that they've considered it, but I also think they've considered that they have in some ways devalued Topps and made it cheaper for themselves. They're not in a hurry. They're in a position to be like, here's the checkbook, Topps. I haven't put a number on it yet. It would be very wise of you to consider very carefully what number you would like to put on here, because that price will drop. It's a reverse auction. The price goes down the more time you sit and wait. So they might just lowball Topps. Go ahead.
Will you be on for a little bit?
Usually we are.
Okay. I just got we're transitioning for bedtime right now. So
go ahead.
I'm gonna minus the camera, but I can sign back in if you booted me out by the time
go
you
ahead.
get back. All right.
Don't worry, Bob. Go ahead. So I feel there are different levels of not more to the hobby. 30 and under high levels for levels of honest transactions. Most of the high dollar 1,000 and up are out of my range and just noise. That's fair. That makes you a hobbyist. That's completely fair. Is Bobby Bonilla still being paid by MLB? By the Mets. It's Bobby Bonilla Day every year. I think it's July the 1st. Is Bobby Bonilla Day? He's getting paid until like 2031 or something crazy.
Nice.
Listen, Bobby Bonilla got the smartest contract in all of professional sports history. He gets paid forever. Not forever, but almost forever. Smart man. So good evening, Dakota. Absolutely. How's it going? Sounds good. Yep, Bobby still being paid. Absolutely. We can only hope for a similar deal from Fanatics when they come in and hashtag bias. Wildcard is rumored to be brought back. Perfect. Yep, already is back. Very good. Wildcard math cards are live on eBay. Cool. Just getting caught up on the comments here, guys. I was referring to the original copies of Topps and O-Pee-Chee, not Upper Deck O-Pee-Chee. O-Pee-Chee's dead. O-Pee-Chee's just a brand name. The original company's long gone. You're not getting that ever.
No.
Yeah, there you go. Who's printing? Yep. So here we go. Fanatics could be like Thanos, snap the fingers and have the product releases. They could. Yeah, they could. They killed Topps' valuation, bought it to be a big fight over the rights to the NFL. So the first part of it I got, bought to be, maybe thought to be a big fight over the rights to the NFL. That makes sense to me. Yeah, for sure. Like, look, it would make sense. Right now, Fanatics is in a position to be a disruptor. The underlying point of everything I've said is that they're in no hurry. They don't need to run and be like, oh my God, we got to buy Topps today. No, you can buy them tomorrow. You can buy them next Thursday. Like you've got the luxury of time. You've got some opportunities to do what you wish, but you can also disrupt Panini at the same time. You can mess with what they're doing, because if you threaten the NFL license and the NBA license, then Panini is suddenly backpedaling. And they're trying to figure out what they're going to do in their situation. So basically, you can disrupt everybody from your little tower there and cackle, give a little $1 million man cackle, and just sit there and kind of mess with everybody until you've decided exactly what you want to do, because they've probably got a plan. But they're probably also flexible. Again, if Topps falls in their lap, I'm sure they'll be happy to do it. And then you as a collector may not notice the difference, other than it'll just be a little Fanatics logo on the back of the box. But day to day, you may not notice. So Ken Golden was live on IG. Yes. No, today was a very competitive live stream landscape. Ken Golden was on with Darren Ravel. Like, everybody and their brother was live streaming today, Bobby. Everybody.
That was, man.
Exactly. Was with Sports Card Nonsense. Yep. He believes Fanatics will acquire Topps and Upper Deck. Yeah. Tops, we speculated on Upper Deck would make sense because of the
Sure.
autographs. The autographs, if nothing else, would make a lot of sense. And then, of course, immediately they've got the hockey license with Upper Deck as well. So it wouldn't be a terrible idea. But imagine, though, you do that, and you are threatening the NBA and the NFL license. Well, at that point, then you buy it all. You complete the Infinity Gauntlet. All 4 sports are under your umbrella. It's like, I don't care what you want. You'll buy what we give you, or you'll buy nothing.
Yep.
And then all the licenses are owned by them. Fleer needs to make a comeback. Fleer is owned by, I want to say Upper Deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's
Right.
Upper Deck. Because isn't it Fleer Skybox? And then Upper Deck has that in their like their Metal Universe and stuff. I think it's Upper Deck. So if they buy Upper Deck, they get that one too. Yeah, about to be. No problem. We usually figure it out. Bryce Harper's contract will be over before Bobby Bo's contract. Yes. That's right. Yeah, Bryce $40 million a year and Bobby $2 million a year. Listen, Bobby Bonilla was ahead of his time. That was a great contract. No team will ever make that deal again because it's like, we're still paying the guy every July the 1st. Cut him another check. Brutal.
It'll go down in history. It'll be called the Bonello effect.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just because they acquire Upper Deck, they still have to get approval from MJ and LeBron for their brand. Yes, that's right.
Mhm.
No, it's true. That's why I said earlier that if you're going to do it, you're going to have to talk to the guys anyway. Individually, you'll just go in and meet with their representatives and them and be like, what's it going to take to get this done? Because it's not like you're going to be asking them, again, if it's Michael Jordan and LeBron, you're not asking them for 50,000 autographs a year. You're not going to devalue it. Your goal is going to be like, no, we'll keep it under control, but we'd like X amount to fill in through our high-end products. If we can get that, let's come to an arrangement. How much is it going to take?
Mhm.
How do you think the big news will impact the newer LCS who open in 2020 and 2021? I think they've got to be at least nervous because you don't know what the allocations are going to look like. You don't know what the situation. And at the moment, technically, nothing has changed. But that actually makes it more uncomfortable because you're like, okay, so it's fine right now. It's fine next week. But if they start making those purchases and suddenly they have control of those companies, do they want to keep the same arrangement? Do they do the same deal with the distributor? Do they want to go directly to you? Or do they want to go still through the distributor and maybe change the arrangement that over there on that end? Everybody in the middle of all the middlemen are all looking at it going like, how's this going to affect me? I'm not sure. So they bought the rights to the NBA and NBA PA and also NFL PA. Only thing they don't own now is the rights to the NFL. I didn't hear about the NBA. The NBA Players Association, I've heard that one, and I've heard the NFL PA. If the NBA one is new, I'd like you to cite the source on that one, Dakota, because I hadn't heard about the NBA specifically. That would be interesting, though. Maybe it's an update. Because the things are moving, obviously. It's very fluid.
Yeah.
That's true, but having the license of their brands in pockets still helps the cause. Yeah. At least it gets you to the table and you can have the discussion. And Carlos, I bet Fanatics will buy Tops. I think most of us bet it. But again, they're in no hurry. they can do it at their leisure. Panini will stand alone with football and basketball unless they grab those licenses first. Fanatics can't take it all, or you're looking at an antitrust issue. Tops didn't really have an issue with antitrust for about 30 years.
Yeah.
It took a very long time for Fleer and Donruss to come out. And technically, here's a scenario for you guys. Technically, they can argue, well, Leaf can make cards.
Mhm.
It's not antitrust. But they can't do it the license. You said make cards. You can make cards. And they could actually give Leaf the unlicensed. They could sublease them the license for the pajama cards and be like, yeah, sure, here you go. Why are you doing that? Oh, just so there's no antitrust. It's like, but they can't make it with the logos. Does it say anywhere you have to make it with the logo? Panini's making baseball cards without logos for years. There's no antitrust. They can make cards just fine. It depends on how they interpret antitrust, right? And like I said, Topps literally had a monopoly. They blocked Fleer from making baseball cards with cookies because they were like, oh, too close. It's like, you're making bubblegum cards. We're making cookies. And they happen to have cards with them. Yeah, it's like, oh, it's a food product. And from what I remember, I had read a little bit up on it as I was building the set. I think the cookies had to have a very low sugar content, which made them terrible. And in addition, to try to skirt that whole legal issue. It was very complicated. Yeah. You always need lawyers in the chat with that one. But yeah, the antitrust issue, though, like, The thing is, though, we can go back in history. The antitrust thing, like I said, Topps was able to do it from 1956 until 1981. Now, times have changed. We're more litigious. But if you leave room for another manufacturer to make cards, you can argue that you're not blocking them. You don't have to let them have logos, though. Nobody said that. Topps still has MLB rights to 2025. A lot can change between now and then. Well, not in terms of licensing, but yes. Fanatics, if they wanted 3 to 5 years from now, couldn't launch a sports wraparound store with cars, memorabilia, and clothing, and really hurt the LCS. Well, yeah, they could. That one of the keys is Fanatics has enough money that they can alter the distribution model. And and where that creates a problem is that for the LCS, that means it may change how you get your cards. And they may cut out some of the middlemen because they could if they wanted to, or they could leave them in place, or they could just mess with the allocations. You could still have the same distribution, but be like, we'll work with you. You can allocate it like this. It's like, oh, we're going to dictate to you how you allocate it.
Yes.
You want the product?
That's in there. Yeah. Because then they're holding up product because they're raising the price. So for them to come in and give them some regulations saying, hey, yeah, well, if you want product,
it could be in the contract. Like you can only mark it up X amount. There's a cap.
Yes.
There's a cap.
And that's good too.
Yeah, it can work for the consumer. It can work on their end. That's why I say, like, it depends on where they want to go with it. Because for Fanatics' perspective, the only thing that matters to them is how much money they made on the product. If the distributor wants to mark it up, that's normal. But if they put a cap on the distributor mark it up, then it puts it in the end on the LCS, and then there's a little bit of control there. You as the consumer may get the box cheaper. May, again, no guarantees, but you may. And then you could sit there and then Fanatics makes their money on their end either way. They don't care. Yeah. So from their perspective, they could do it. Or they could pursue this. They could just be like, we're just going to cut you all out. We'll go straight to our own retail, our own stores, or online, or a variety of different things. Mm-hmm. All 3 unions, the PA and the NBA and the NFL, all stakes in the entity. Yes, that is correct. That's the only reason why. Why I'm separating out the two. So MLB and NBA have also struck deals with a new business and will also have a stake. Okay. So the NBA one was one I hadn't caught. Okay. So if Wall Street Journal article includes the NBA, there you go. So that threatens the Panini piece because that's their bit. So that's why I say it's a bit fluid. That's the reason why I didn't bother to make a second and third video because I'm like, okay, I'm not going to make a video every time they add one thing. One more line of text to this that changes something. No, we're not going to do that. There were the 2 brothers who owned the St. Louis Spirit ABA team from 76 merger, negotiated a deal to receive in perpetuity a percentage stake of revenue TV rights for the 4 ABA teams that became NBA teams. That's some Bobby Bonilla math there. It's not quite in perpetuity, but hey, if you can negotiate a good deal. Well, that was the same thing that basically happened accidentally with the NFL. The reason why the Packers and those teams can exist is because originally when they got the TV contract and they were originally negotiating it, they agreed to an even split. Down the road, it wouldn't have made any sense. Like today, they'd be like, the Dallas Cowboys would be like, hell no. We're worth way more than the rest of you guys. So screw you. We're not giving you a cut. Mm-hmm. But today the Packers have it as well. So it's like, that's how it plays into it.
Well,
it was an accident. It was an accident in the 1960s, and it happened to work in their favor long term. That's why the Packers can keep existing because they make so much money from TV, just like the other teams do. Mm-hmm. So it works out. Fanatics is trying to become Costco from the Moody Idiocracy. Love the references. The deal is now up to them making $300 at last count. Oh, okay. I'm guessing $300 million. There you go. Got it. Hey, it's a good deal. From 1976, you're making $300 million as a percentage stake for the 4 ABA teams, the former ABA teams, in perpetuity. Good deal. The NBA makes plenty of money too, though, so it's not like they need to. Yep, nobody has more game jersey authentics than me on eBay. Oh, there you go. Live the dream. But yeah, it's one of those things where a lot of it now will end up in that third bucket. It's a speculation piece because we can make the argument for why it makes sense. And I'm not going to say no. But again, they don't have to do it. And the idea is like, well, the collectors will revolt. If you say so. Like, y'all have been dealing with the same stuff. As the prices went up, you complained and complained and complained. The distributors in the same companies offered you that. If someone offered as an equivalent product for the same price or a couple of bucks cheaper, Am I still going to hear you crying about it in 4 or 5 years?
Nope.
Probably not. And if you get out of it, you get out of it. Then you're inclined to do so anyway. Or they buy it, they do exactly what I just said, but it has the name brand.
That's it.
What's the difference?
There won't be. I believe that's the way it's going anyways. But
Probably, yeah.
Yet to be seen.
But we're back to, so I understand the idea, and you're not, and I think you're the second person to bring up Amazon. So why? Does Amazon
Too
want
much
it?
money.
It's not even about how much money. Amazon has it, but do they need it? Is it something they need in a portfolio?
I don't even think it's that. When you have money to spend and you're not investing in something, then it's money wasted. That's what happens with the billionaires is they keep on buying stuff because they're trying to acquire more, to make more, to acquire more, to make more. Because it gets beyond money, it gets into power. And that sense of power is really all you have after money.
No, for sure. But the question is, so if you're Bezos, though, is that the market you're interested in? Because there's a million directions you can go. Like they've stuck their hand into this area, into this area, into this area, and there's still a lot of things they could go get into if they really want. They could make an Amazon car. Why? Because they can. Like, whatever. They could be like, you know what? I don't like Elon Musk this week. I'm going to make a competitor to Tesla. Why not? That's why I'm saying, like, is sports, to your point, it's almost a game to some of these guys. So it's like, is this particular chess piece on the game interesting to you? Is it, is it a rook or is it more of a pawn? Like, I was like, not that interesting.
I'm a kid like sports cars. I figured I'd buy it up.
Yeah. If he's interested in it, then he certainly could take a stab at it. Why not?
Too much money and too few hands up there, boys.
Yeah. So here's, we'll cover John's question here. So say Topps is not bought out. Do you think they'll try to survive or die out? So somebody will probably try to buy them. So let's look at the licenses you covered here. So Star Wars, MLS, and they've got obviously other soccer property. Bundesliga. UFC is now with Panini. So they don't have UFC anymore. So they've got a couple of those. They've got the soccer ones. They've got Garbage Pail Kids. It's dwindling. They'd have to look for more licenses. They would need some more licenses to try to hang in that
14 people working there. It's just...
Yeah,
We're the last Topps workers, employees.
Topps or Panini should buy Parkside Collectibles now. It makes sense to grab whatever they can. Yeah.
Wow.
Grab whatever you can. You may as well.
They might buy SGC.
That would be wonderful for me on levels. Just on levels. But here's what I want, Bobby. I want Topps to buy SGC, and then I want Fanatics to come in and buy them. And it's like, no, SGC, no. It's like Fanatics grading.
Yes.
Woo!
Bob's back.
Speaking of PWCC, hey Bob.
Changed his hat too. Now he got rid of you got the Tampa Bay, and now you got the.
So we've decided. So I've discounted Amazon from the equation, and I've decided that now we should have Topps buy SGC, and then Fanatics can buy Topps and SGC to really mess with people, and that'll really drive them crazy.
Whoa. This is,
I love it.
Conspiracy.
Listen, since we're spending other people's money, Bob, spending other people's money is fun. It's not my money. Buy everything. Buy McDonald's while you're at it. Why not? Fanatics.
What about the little guy?
Yeah, the little guy. It's like, who's left?
There's nobody left.
Yeah, absolutely.
Except us here.
Nice. Well, until we get bought out by Fanatics. Like I said, I'm open to it. We got to negotiate. We got to talk. We got to talk price.
Oh, we are fanatics about the hobby. So
we can be bought.
We can. Yes.
100%. Yes.
100%. Yes.
Bob basically got a chicken sandwich for the PWCC negotiation. We're not going that cheap, my friend. We are not going that cheap. So the sports card market is still small.
Is not my strong point.
Yeah, we got to talk next time, Bob. You got to get more than that. You got to get a little more. Get him to give you a free shirt or something, or a hat or something. Don't make him force you to pay for the shirt and the hat.
Yeah.
It's a terrible deal.
Some swag, right?
That's right. So sports card market is still small fry in regards to a company like Amazon. Yeah, for sure. Like I said, it's gotten bigger, but it's still not it's still not interesting enough for an Amazon, most likely. PWCC will be reseller for 2026 Topps baseball cards. Yeah. So Ziggy here. Good evening. Land grab on college and high school sports. Bowman first college. Yeah, you could. Like at this point, like I said, you may as well grab whatever license you can. What elements should card makers use to make the most appealing product? Chrome Tech Gold Foil serial number. Actually, maybe this is a good question for you, Bob. It goes back to what we said earlier. You're not going to reinvent the wheel. You're not at this stage. we've covered almost everything you can do. You've got metal cards, you've got die cut cards of varieties, you've got chrome cards, you've got a lot of ideas have been tried, different types of refractors, with etching, without etching, like all kinds of stuff. Is there any combination of technologies or anything that has been tried, that hasn't been tried maybe, that would be appealing to you? Something that would at least feel interesting or different or something?
Yeah, that to think of that one on the spot. Give me a minute, because I do like refractor shine, right, with
Sure.
or without etching. I
Sure.
like that. But I also like I like texture cards too. So like the wood cards, but like really like I think it would feel contrived if you did something like that. Maybe some.
Well, the thing is, you can use the technology in an insert set. It doesn't have to be in the whole base.
Yeah.
You can still have a standard base and throw an insert that grabs some of these pieces. You don't have to do the whole set that way.
Are there acetate refractors?
Yeah. Because basically, now I'd have to think of this.
Foil, basically, right?
Well, no, what happens is Dave would definitely have a bunch of references, but I know that I've seen acetate ones where if you move the acetate, you can definitely see the rainbow shine on it. So I've definitely seen that for sure, 100%. So I assume that you probably could have a couple of variants of that, but I've definitely seen it where you can move it and you do get that refractor rainbow effect.
I mean, if Fanatics, I know that they're just from the little bit of community that I'm a part of, and you all are included in that. But like that value of I don't know how Bobby feels about like 90s inserts, but like there are Facebook groups dedicated to the love of that era and and those technologies used. So to bring back some of those would be pretty cool. I showed on the Insert Revolution podcast last Tuesday.
At 8 o'clock.
Central? Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Have a good night, Yannick. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
Later, Yannick. But the what is it? The Diamond Producers, 97 Diamond Producer, where it had wood, felt, and like rainbow foil shine all on the same card.
Okay.
And actually, I just got this in.
So you want a card that's basically a smorgasbord? If what you're looking for, like, guys,
Yeah,
give me the sampler.
everything.
Give me the sampler.
This is not the essential credentials. This is just the credentials.
Yeah. So you've got the acetate going in the background a little bit, and then you do have the refractor around the border. So you've definitely got like a combination.
So
like I said, you could combine it.
Basically, just asked about a card I had sitting right in front of me. So.
Do we have to go back to the setting the timer for a thing that was yesterday, that went off yesterday, that we didn't turn off, that we went off today? You are, in fact, Bob Lewis.
I was on a Randy Moss run, and there were 4 auctions that went off Thursday night. Wednesday night, and they're all within 10 minutes of each other. And I kind of went overboard. Like I wanted these cards; they were low numbered 90s cards, and so I got them. All 4 of them, and then I lost the one last night that was at 10:07. It was the Pacific Christmas ornament one with the string.
Oh, okay,
yeah. So I had just in my head, I'm thinking, I'm sure there was other people that were bidding on those Mosses that was like, okay, I'm not going to lose this one because it went pretty high from from at least my experience. So he was like,
so you saying it was shill bid?
Bob, I can't prove anything. But okay, so the shill bidding, little incremental bidding, right?
It can be. The problem with it is that unless you can see complete information, it can manifest itself different ways. The incremental is normal because you're trying to figure out what the person's max is. You're trying to push them to the max.
I've heard somebody tell me that's shill bidding, and I'm like, I'm not doing it intentionally. I'm trying to see where we're at with the.
Well, the activity is the same, but it's for a person that the only thing that distinguishes shill bidding from poking and prodding, trying to get what the number is that the person who's shill bidding has no intention of paying for it. The goal is not to actually win. You're not trying to win. It's not just getting information. It's like, I actually don't want to win. I just want to get you to pay as much as possible. That's it. That's the objective. It's the intention. The intention is really the key in what a shill bidding is, because to your point, someone can be bidding. I'm trying to figure out what your max is because there's 5 days left, but I'm trying to figure out what your current max
Yeah.
is so that I can be like, okay, how aggressive are you?
Shield bidding is really for. Sorry.
Go ahead, Bobby.
The basis of shield bidding, I think, is mainly for sustenance to keep that card from I can't go less than comp. That's where I think most people are on those things because hey, I'm not getting a lot of bids. What's going on? So I don't think it's really for unless it's a unique card. That's the only other way I can see.
Well,
that's how many people are going to pay over the comp, and I don't see it. So
I don't follow PWCC auction, but I mean, like, it's clear to me that people are in agreement that those auctions usually go higher than other auctions. But are they selling cards that you can't get somewhere else?
It's sometimes, because the reason why PWCC developed that reputation, the same as Probe Scene and some of the other ones, is that you look up 2 equivalent cards ending around the same time. One is a Probe Scene and one is not. Robert made the point that lately they've leveled it out a little bit, so maybe they're minding their P's and Q's a little bit more closely. But historically, you have 2 similar type cards, or maybe ending right around the same time. The Probe Scene one ended higher. The PWCC one ended higher. All other things being equal. If it's a PSA 10, a PSA 10. PSA 9, PSA 9. Not 2 fundamentally different cards, or one is way rarer than the other. It's like these are 2 equivalent cards in an equivalent grade, right around the same time period, and one goes way out of whack with the other, and then the next one is back in line with the previous. When you see that weird spike, it's like the consignor effect.
Sure.
But PWCC also had what they would do is say if that is a 9, they would give it an extra grade on the back, and they held a lot of court there on hey, this is the top 15% of those cards graded a 9. This is probably one of the nicest ones.
Well, that's what happened with that Jordan.
Put a sticker on the back. Yeah, exactly.
That's what happened with that Jordan, $840,000. It went higher than comps, but at least it was supposed to be a value add thing, and it went higher. Yeah, exactly. So quickly, I'll read Ziggy's comment. So Fanatics is going to hire Carvin to make a new rookie patch auto 1 card, auto block card exclusive set that will unite all collections dealers. I think there's a couple more features that Carvin would throw in there, but not completely off brand.
And a group hug at the end.
Dude, done. Lenticular picture cards. We do love our lenticulars.
Hey. Yeah, has anybody done that since, what was it, McDonald's?
Well, Sportsflix did it in the 90s. You mean more recently?
Yeah.
I don't consider it lenticular, but Topps 3D has a little bit of a
3D.
similar-ish thing but they use a similar ribbing to it. They could basically borrow that and do lenticular if they wanted to. They're at least in the ballpark, the same neighborhood with how they do the 3D thing.
And add an acetate to the background, and then a white shiny border, and
maybe that's the play.
But that'll be Fanatics and won't be Topps.
There you go.
Move on.
Something crazy like a patch card with a game worn jersey instead of a jersey passed to the player never touched. Yeah.
Oh, that's even better.
Burn! Actual game used. Burn! So the real play here, Fanatics is partnered with Gary Vee on an NFT venture, Candy or something.
I knew it was Gary. I knew he was in there.
Scary V all along.
Scary V.
Okay, I'm just looking here. Oh, here earlier he said, yeah, interesting question. What card type is next? No worries. But yeah, that's why I posed the question. Because sometimes people, a lot of these comments, and good evening, Eric. I saw that one too. But what happens is a lot of folks say, oh, the Fanatics thing is going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible. It's going to be terrible. It's like, they haven't made a card yet.
Right.
I understand why you're saying that, but I don't have a track record to go off of. Some of these other manufacturers, by the way, until the Fanatics thing even came into play, you were complaining about all of them too. I heard you. You were complaining about some of the Topps products you didn't like. You complained about some of the Upper Deck products you didn't like. You complained about the Panini. Oh, but Panini's printing too much. They're doing this, that, and the other thing. It's like, well, make up your damn minds. Do you want them to keep doing it, or do you want Fanatics to take them over and do something different? Oh, but Fanatics sucks. It's like, well, they haven't made a single card yet.
How can they suck?
But officially, they can't. Not until they've actually made a card. They have to actually produce a card, and then we can say it sucks. Once they made a card, I'm happy to do it. We love that. We love negativity in the hobby.
Or people will do like they do with Topps every year. Like, oh, I hate the new Topps, but then by July they're like, it's kind of grown on me. I like it now.
But you got to understand, Bob. Now everybody loves all the Topps. Everything that Topps made is now great. It's great.
The sarcastic hashtag thanks Topps now becomes like genuine. Like, thank you, Topps.
Yeah, we love you, Topps. You're the best. Yeah. It's
like sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm still holding on to my O-Pee-Chee insert. There he is.
Nice. NHL pens.
Yeah, from '89.
Okay, 15
pretty
bucks,
sweet.
eh? Really?
Yeah, it was $15.
That seems high for that time period. Yeah.
It actually wasn't. If you really look at some
Okay.
things that are priced, even if you go back, you look at Joe Louis, and you go, "Wow, how come I can get it for cheaper now?" But they're small. I don't know. Joe Louis are like cupcakes or something, ding dongs, whatever you call them.
Well, I think Are they like a chocolate thing with like cream filling or something? Is
Yeah,
that
yeah,
what it is? Something
chocolate
like that,
covered, like red cake inside, flakies, billet logs, all those different.
Now it rings a bell. Now that makes more sense. So you just try for the new
You didn't
Jeopardy
eat
host.
sweets?
I didn't realize the other guy got booted after 9 days. It's kind of surprising. Usually they last a little bit longer than that when their initial trial run.
9 days. Oh, that yeah.
Yeah, they were auditioning a new Jeopardy host, and apparently they had one, and
I
apparently it
thought
didn't
they
last
had
very
them.
long.
Oh, 9
Apparently
days.
it only lasted 9 days. I was like, what did you do wrong? There was an auditioning process. How bad could you have been? I don't know.
Live, maybe different. I don't know.
Yeah, here we go. My alarm goes off at 6:40 p.m. every day, and I still can't remember why I said it in the first place and still haven't ended the alarm. There you go, Bob. Someone understands your pain. Car is made of pure diamond, fake diamond, or real diamond? Because fake diamond we have.
Yes.
Not made of pure, but we've got the fake diamonds, the Cuban zirconium diamonds. Got that.
Oh, I got the studs. They made cards with diamonds.
Yeah,
The
for sure.
96 Action Pack studs.
So the Grays like patch card. Oh wait, hold on. I read that one. Let me scroll down here a little bit. Keep going. I can't stand the incremental bidders. Everyone just wait until the end and put in a max bid. Fair enough.
That would be too easy.
I know exactly. Yeah, I Google searched the Google owner to see if he was into cards and stumbled on the fact that he's partnered with Gary Vee in the NFTs. Okay, very nice. I shill bid my buy it now auctions. A sound strategy.
Yeah.
If only we bought based on previous comp, the price of cards would never change. Yeah. Well, that's why I laugh. We have all the we have.
That's the truest statement, right?
It is. It is. Here's the thing. Andy is bang on. We have this information, and yet we still. That's why I keep laughing every time somebody goes. It's like collectors are not rational. If they were perfectly we have the information available now. You've got a variety of ways to
An
get it.
abundance of information.
Yeah. If you just want to follow what's been done, you can. You'd have to get the seller to play ball, but if nobody else wants to go above, then eventually they have to play ball. Can you give me your review of my eBay collection? How I'm doing? Search Donovan Mitchell game worn jersey and go highest price. Top 3 are me on eBay. We're not going to search your eBay. I like the idea though. I'll give you credit for it. It's like your eBay is already your username. So enough shameless. Listen, if you're going to have shameless plugs, you pay for those, sir.
Mhm.
Fanatics is going to pay good money when we get around to that.
That's right.
Flare hot numbers 95. Cool insert lenticular set. Sort of a 90. Yes, the hot numbers. I think the hot numbers though was kind of like that Topps 3D though. It wasn't exactly, although it was sort of lenticular, the numbers did move around a little bit when you move the card around. So it did have a little bit of that effect. So I know what he's talking about. The flare hot numbers. Do you remember that one, Bob? It's the flare hot numbers where you got the stats around them and it's kind of lenticular-ish, the technology.
Right. I do. The basketball ones stand out to me as being that way. And I did not have somebody, I don't know if you know the channel Rated Rookie Josh, he picked up the Jordan in the 9 at the National.
Mm-hmm.
Great looking card.
Yeah, that's fair.
Better in person, for sure.
Okay, that's fair. Fanatics equals Amazon 2.0. Fair enough. Bill Gates will probably jump into Fanatics now. I think Bill Gates has got other fish to fry. Everybody loves getting the billionaires involved. Make Topps great again. Topps hasn't been great in years. They're fine.
Yep.
I cut my teeth on Topps and grew up on it, just so we're clear. I cut my teeth on Topps and grew up on it. I started off as a baseball collector predominantly. I like a lot of historic Topps sets, but they haven't been that great in years. They're fine. They're not like, oh my God, do you remember that legendary 2018 is a great rookie crop, but was it a legendary set? Is it a legendary design? No, it's fine. It's okay.
I mean, aren't the legendary top sets legendary because they're old?
Legendary.
Like I don't know. Like
For sure. But how far back do you want to go before you start getting into it?
Like what? Just off the cuff here. What are 2 or 3 top sets that stand out to you as being that stand out to you?
Question.
People usually mention
Just to make it
50.
easy, do you want to stick to lifetime or do you want to just say Topps period? Because I've got my favorites, and my favorites go back to the 50s. They're my favorite designs. If I stick to my lifetime, I can still give you an answer, but I need you to specify.
I understand the question. Yeah. You pick it. It doesn't matter. Which ones do you hold in high regard compared to others?
Well, the highest regard I hold, the 56 tops is my personal favorite. The 53 tops right behind it. They're my two favorites. Now, if I stick in my lifetime, I've still got some that I like. 87 tops is not worth a lot. I love the wood grain border. I enjoy that set. The color coordination with the teams, I think it's a cool looking set. It isn't worth a ton. You can get it fairly inexpensively. Have fun. And there's some good rookies in it. Enjoy. 86 tops, I actually like the black border with the team color coordinated. I don't mind it. Not everybody's going to be into it. I like it. So those two I'm cool with. If I go a little bit later, I actually like the 98 top set because of the gold, because I opened boxes of it back then. So I got some enjoyment out of it. It had some of the, I don't remember if it was Roberto Clemente or it was Hank Aaron. They had the reprints included where you could pull them. They had some fun inserts in it. The set was a gold border set. It looked kind of cool. I liked it. They did it again in 99. I liked it less. But in 98, I liked the way they designed that set. I thought it was good. Is it the best design ever? No. But in my lifetime, it's a good one. And I opened boxes.
You a fan of borders? Do you like
mostly
borders?
Yes. I prefer borders, yeah.
Yeah. I really like 65 with like the pennant on it. You know?
Yep. That's a fair one.
Yeah, I like that one too.
But so you look at 88, 89 tops were very dull, you know, just kind of like white border, a banner or like a little swoosh with team name, you know. So then 90 ushering in a new decade, that drastic change, and then with the colorful borders, and that was when I started. That was like the first top set for me. So like 90 tops kind of sticks out. I still remember like getting the King Griffey Jr., seeing that little trophy, like thinking it was something special, you know. So like not worth anything, but there's like that nostalgic to me. So but people hate on 90s tops. And because then they went right back to 91 tops, which was back to sort of just traditional white border.
Yeah.
Very clean, very, very bland.
Yeah, 91 tops I like mainly because it's not in my top favorites, but it's still got some nostalgic. If I go strictly on nostalgia, that was the first box of tops I got to open, where I had a box and my parents got all the packs and I was able to open the whole box. So that was enjoyable, and it's a decent enough set. Is it the best set they put out in that time?
No, right. And I wonder,
it's decent.
At what point do you start? Because you mentioned 18, and we sort of evaluate. I'll speak for myself. I evaluate that set based on the cards that are in it, the players that are in it, not the design. So at what point do we look back and appreciate, you know, designs that are kind of right now?
Yeah, and that's
I like 2016 a lot. The all the photos seem to be kind of zoomed in and like great, just great photography on 2016.
Well, if I go photography though, I'm always going to favor Stadium Club. Because Stadium Club has literally built its reputation.
That's what it is, right?
It's photography.
That's why I laugh.
They got the best photo
every year when it comes out. People are like, "Oh, the photography is great." I'm like, "That's their thing. Of course, it's great."
Yeah, but that's what I mean, though. Like inside of Topps' own lineup, if I go photography, like you've got a vastly superior set. By the way, people don't actually like Stadium Club.
Yeah.
Like on the whole, but it's the best photos, great action photos, cool candid photo. Like they actually put some thought into it. Came up with it. Yeah, they get an actual photographer to be like, "Oh, could you jog in front of this and I'll take an angle photo?" So like they did that with, I think it was Boba Fett. They did the angle photo where they got the CN Tower, where the dome was open. And they were like, "We're going to take this photo, just jog in front of me and I'll take the shot." And that's a photo and it's a very cool photo.
Yeah.
Card's a couple of cents. You can get it for like 30 cents. It's not a big deal. It's a cool looking card though. Great photograph.
The Johnny Bench one, I happened to be at the hobby shop and I bought 4 packs of Stadium Club because it was reasonably priced and they didn't have much else. And I like the open pack. So there's I don't know, it's not worth looking up or anything, but the Johnny Bench card is pretty cool. He's in his, looks like to be the dugout or something, but he's carrying like a bouquet of balloons and he's got this like clown tie on. Yeah. So I imagine I don't know much about him, but I think he was kind of a character, and that's probably somebody probably looks at that's a Reds fan and just like, well, that's a freaking great shot. You know what I mean?
But that's what I mean. So Stadium Club has done a great job distinguishing itself by saying, we're going to take a little more time and think about the photo we're picking. We're not just going to randomly pick the most basic action shot you can do. Yeah. No, let's get a cool action shot. Let's do a wide angle. Let's get part of the stadium in the shot so that you can see something you're not normally going to see in the shot. Yep. We'll pan out. We'll look through the archives and find a cool shot.
more content than design.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's a place for that. That's what I mean. Like there's a spot for that in the lineup because for some folks, that is what makes it appealing, but not the masses, because otherwise Stadium Club would sell a lot better than it does, and it doesn't. But people complain about the design or whatever. Oh, the pictures are so boring and generic. You got a set that literally builds its bread and butter off of amazing photographs, and you didn't care. So that's why I say you keep telling me what you like, but when somebody offers it to you, you don't buy it. That's how much you like it.
The
Not
hit
that much.
count isn't real good in Stadium Club.
Exactly. And that's why I say, like, so what do you actually care about? Is it the hits or is it the stuff you claim to care about? So real quick here. So JJ Bama says, Fanatics partners with Gary Vee and buys Topps and SGC and Panini. Drives PSA out of business. Topps is not going to move the needle. If you get SGC, it's like, you're going to have to dump like $1 billion into SGC to get them over PSA as it stands today. That'll be a really expensive way to try to drive them out of business. The perception that Fanatics will suck is based on the fact they only deal with merch and need card products sold or overpriced, and graded Fanatics cards are awful. Absolutely, I get you. Now, here's the thing, though. If they buy a manufacturer and they use their logistics, what's the difference? How about I buy Topps and slap Fanatics on it and get them to produce it in a Topps factory with Topps employees, but I'll put Fanatics on it? You could. You wouldn't know the difference other
It's the
than the
other way
label.
of looking at it. Yeah.
You could. If they put Bob Lewis in charge of Fanatics, I would feel better about things. Imagine the board meeting. He's like, Bob, we have a board meeting. Did I set the alarm for that? Oh, man.
That was yesterday, I thought.
Oh, man.
But
Brutal.
if I'm on the board, they're just gonna have to bow down to Bob Lewis. So
Bow down to Bob Lewis. Well, I don't even know if Stove was bowing down to Bob Lewis. He said he owns your intellectual property, so you might need to get on top of that first. That might be the first step.
some people are sicker than others, I think.
So Dakota says 2008 is the most recent legendary top set. I don't remember 2008 too much. I have to think about that one. I'm trying to think, like 2008.
I
It's not
typically
that long
think
ago,
of
but I'm trying to
whose
think of
rookie
it.
year it was, and then think of what the rookie card looks like, and I don't have a 2008 reference.
Yeah, I have to think about that one a little bit. It's not been that long ago, but they blur together in the early 2000s a little bit for me. Last 20 years, Best Value is 2007 McDonald's portrait cards. Probably rarest rookies ever made. Less than 50 of each players. Maybe that's basketball. I don't know. Not too familiar with that one. But I believe you. I have thought for the last 15 years the collector will eventually going to go backwards and make 15 to 30-year-old cards the focus again, like the 50s and 60s are now.
They did that already, didn't
They literally. So I think
they remade every
I think he
set.
means the. I think he means the actual cards though. He's basically saying they'll go to vintage randomly because of reasons. But if you go the last 15 to 30-year cards, you're talking about like 1981. Sure.
they?
Okay. Great. All the 50s and 60s cards are
That
awesome.
might be
My
the
favorites
worst
are
year
70s.
of Pops.
81. You don't like you
Yeah.
don't like the little hat?
I mean,
It's better than 81 Donruss and 81 Fleer.
So I am the guy who judges the set primarily on who's in it. You know what I mean? And
Sure.
Baines and I think Tim Raines and Fernando Valenzuela just.
But it's
don't
Harold freaking Baines, Bob.
do it.
The GOAT. Come on, man.
The goat of goats.
Well, Ziggy Puff is the GOAT of GOATs. Settle down, Bob. Settle
Well,
down.
that's Bane. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Harold Baines. You know, Harold Baines, though, you know, he sit at the table with Ziggy Puffy. He can sit at the
Baines
table.
Nation.
So all 50s and 60s tops are awesome, but my favorites are 72, 75, and 77. Yeah, so it's going to be always going to be a little interesting. 75 is an interesting set, very colorful. I'm not the biggest fan of it, but I like it. 72, I just hate it. Don't like that 70s, early 70s aesthetic. 71, I think is cool. 73 is a bit plain.
But isn't that the
but-
great thing that like people can be so like there's people that is their favorite set and
Absolutely.
they can give you know what I mean? So whatever is
1970
created,
was the best.
there's going to be people that love it. There's going to be people
The
that
gray
hate it.
borders.
Yeah.
Listen, I still got to
78.
finish my set. I just need a couple of the high numbers now.
Oh, really?
I got most of that set done. So I actually like the 70 tops for simplicity and plainness. I still like it.
I like the Black
71.
Border one. That was really nice.
Yeah, 71 is nice.
Tough, too.
So here we go.
High
I also-
numbers.
Yeah, the high numbers are tricky for some of those, especially in the early 70s.
But
And
they,
it's in
they,
the late
they
60s
show
as
off
well.
really well because that Black Border's unlike any other card.
Well, speaking of what we talked about earlier with Stadium Club, 71 had some great action shots. The Thurman Munson is a super popular card because it's a cool action shot. It's a second-year
First-
card, but people love it.
First action shot, I
Yeah.
believe. Isn't 71 the first year they started doing that?
Yeah, they literally had subset cards of like in action, and they would like borrow from the game. It was like, oh, it's not just a static shot of the guy swinging or throwing the ball or whatever. It's like, no, you can see a play developing. You got a little bit going on there. It's good for the time, especially in 1971. It was original for them.
Yeah, definitely.
So I wonder how many
Hockey
people got.
did that in the 50s, though.
Yeah, but a lot of the 50s one were staged shots. Like like even take the Pee Wee Reese. Like it's one of the coolest shots that they've got. But Pee Wee Reese is literally in the middle of the field with like nobody else on the field except for the runner. And the runner's like, it's a lot like Old Judge. It's like, yeah,
I said
action
hockey.
shot.
I said hockey.
Sure. But it's like, I always laugh because it's like the Old Judge card is like, yes, it's an action shot. You have to stand there. Don't move. Don't move. Don't move. The exposure hasn't gone through. Don't move. Why is the ball on a string? Because you can't move.
Yeah, those 54 blue ribbons are like that too. The football cards. Have you ever seen
Yep.
them? It's
I
just like,
think I have. Sounds
Oh,
familiar.
right.
Yeah.
oh,
You
they're
have
just
to.
all like that. It's like,
At the time
but
you
they
had
look
to.
cool though. Honestly, I have to give them credit because I do like those cards.
That's all that you're going for.
Yeah, I like 60 tops football. It's a lot of like headshots. I mean, people hate it because of that. It's not, but it just gives such good, cool photos.
Well, I think 60 tops, isn't that the one where it's just like his name in a football?
That's it.
Mhm.
The
So it's
Johnny
mostly photo.
Unitas
It's
card
mostly photo.
Yeah, right. The Jim
Yeah.
Browns. There's a couple that stick out. Like I can picture them in my head. I can't do that with a lot of stuff,
64 hockey did the same, and 65 football too. A lot of
You
facial
mean
shots.
tall boys?
Yeah, tall boys.
Yep.
Yeah,
Well-
Gordie Howe's mug. It's just.
Well, I was gonna
the
say,
whole picture. Is
I was going to say the picture's like 60% his head
It is.
out of necessity.
More.
Do either of you know the story of like Philadelphia and why that was what it was at the time, and like some
What are you
teams-
referring to?
Philadelphia and tops in the early 60s. Like
Okay.
Oh,
there's
Philadelphia chewing
no
gum?
top cards of Steelers that are Philadelphia. They're made by
Oh, okay. Now I got you. So the Philadelphia
And then-
set you're talking about.
Yeah. It's like
What-
they had the AFC and NFC
Oh,
was,
yeah.
or there were certain teams. I'm sure.
Well,
just-
it was you're talking about the AFL.
was that what it was?
Yeah, it was the two different leagues. In the 60s, you had the AFL and the NFL, and they were independent leagues. So you could do a license with the AFL on its own, and then you'd have the NFL license. And then, of course, once they merged, then game on. It's a different story, yeah. But technically, they were a different league. It was the same as the WHA. So when you had the WHA cards and you had NHL cards, it's like, oh wait, why is Gordie Howe in this Houston Aeros uniform? Well, that's WHA. That's a different league. But he is playing professional hockey in Houston wearing that uniform.
That's right.
Yep. Why is Bobby Hull in Winnipeg? For reasons.
Because he is
Exactly. He got paid a lot of money to do that. So
Oh.
Bobby's happy.
$1 million.
In the 1970s, $1 million is a lot of money.
Sure.
Exactly. There you go.
Hey, there we go.
Nicely done, Bob Lewis. Look at you
Well,
at the timely
dude.
reference.
What year is that?
I have no idea.
You got to look at the back.
There's only 4 years you can guess.
Let me read the comment while you're doing that, Bob.
I think
I
it's
also wonder how many
76,
people got
7.
burned on buying into the mud SPAC. Yes. Yes.
I think it's 76, 7. So look at the year.
It's a picture back, so it doesn't say squat. It just says OPG printed in Canada, 65. It's like a
Oh, the puzzle
picture
back.
back.
Yeah.
puzzle back. Yep.
So a load of high cameras make the best
a
shots.
mystery for
Very
another
fair. I like this. Hockey. It's like, did I miss to talk about how Fanatics has worse quality control than 1990s Pro Set did? Impossible. They don't make cards yet. They might still be able to. These are lofty goals. But until they make a card, they can't have worse quality control than anybody.
It's
Not
a
possible.
premonition.
Yeah, for sure. Like I said, you can make any prediction you want. But again, if they buy the manufacturer, then the quality control is probably going to be about the same. Probably not going to change fundamentally. Is Baines the bane of Law Beavis? Now you're Law Beavis.
When that Hall of Fame announcement happened, there was just a lot of chatter and my friend groups of just kind of like, just began that conversation of like, is he really a Hall of Famer? And if he's in and this guy's not in, you know what I mean? So there's Baines Nation out there that are
There it is.
They're out there.
Yep. So 72 had the inaction subset. So 71 had the action shots. Okay, perfect.
Yep.
I knew it was one of those two. So thank you, Robert, for the clarification on that one. If Fanatics rolls up tops, if the price is right, Amazon steps in and buys Fanatics. This still assumes that Amazon would want them, but I understand where you're coming from. That moves the needle for Amazon revenue? Not really. Not for Amazon. Amazon makes a much bigger. Jeff Bezos is like 5 times bigger than Fanatics. Jeff Bezos' personal net worth is 5 times what Fanatics is worth.
He wastes that on flights to the inner sphere.
Exactly. He's just space. 72
It wasn't
OPG.
space. It wasn't even close.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, maybe he needs to spend a little bit more money and get the deluxe package. So 72 OPG hockey had NHL and WHA cards in the same set. Is that 72? They had both. Does that sound right, Bobby?
No, 72. No.
Yeah, because I didn't think they had merged them yet. Because that's still early. That's still early WHA.
Yeah. WHA started in 74.5. Well, 73 they had the posters of WHA 73.4, and then 74.5, 75.6, 76.7, which was the card Bob had for Bobby Hall, and then 77.78. That was it.
Yep.
WHA's over.
Yeah, they didn't get cards for that long. That's true.
No, very small sets too.
They're interesting though. I do like them for what they are. They're different, especially if you like something different in the 70s. They're at least something unique for that time
75s
period.
are very tough. And actually, it's funny how you can go by how much wax is available, how much, how much rarer the sets are. So
Oh, for sure.
75 is very rare, and that box is very rare. So.
Oh, I believe that. So, hockey guy, they can't wear the shirts. They're trash. I get you, but the shirts have nothing to do with cards. Like, I get the idea, but you can't transfer. Remember, Fanatics, big company, different factories. You're developing different. You can literally have a group of people that are going to focus on the cards that have no idea what the shirts are doing. They don't know who makes the shirts. They don't know what the designs are. They don't know anybody in that department. They can literally exist inside of the same company and be doing completely different things. It's a bit of an assumption to assume the shirt business has anything to do with the card business.
But if a consumer's only impression of a company is that way, then it would, the further assumption is just like, well, why would it be any different with the cards? I know they haven't made anything yet, and you got to make wait till that happens to really give it a fair shot. But sounds like there's a lot of people that are going into this with like preconceived, like it's gonna suck.
Mm-hmm. Oh no, for sure. But that's what I mean. Like, a lot of the response like that is an emotional response, and I'm like, cool, but I still need them to make a card. Yeah. Like, I get you, but I still need them to actually make a card before I care what their shirt quality is.
Most of the talk will just be redundant after a while. It's just whatever. Wait till they make a card. Wait till we see what happens in the next 3 years.
Yeah, and and again, it goes back to, by the way, I'll extend it that even if they do buy tops, the first time they release it, it's like, oh, but this is Fanatics tops. It's different. It's like, it's literally on the same machine. It's like, but it's different. But it's different. It's like, no, it's not. It's on the same machine.
They're going to buy all the influencers on YouTube.
Like I said,
it's going to be
Fanatics.
Because I'm a Carlos fanatic.
Dude, I will put that logo in the corner because
would.
People get triggered so hard. People get triggered so hard. I'm like, I am in. Let's do this. All right, so there you go. How about Topps hockey cards from the 70s? Awesome design. 77 is one of your favorites. So 76, 77 or 77, 78? Just so we're clear. You got to put in the second piece. So John is saying 77 is one of his favorite Topps design. So 76, 77 or 77, 78? Just so we're clear.
Usually it's 77, 78 when people talk. So
no, I get you.
The first year, but 77 was...
I still posed the question. I just posed the question. Just for clarification.
72
I think that was
the last series. Oh, they inserted in the third series, there was the early edition of some cards of the WHA, but not their own series.
Gotcha.
So they included it because they started in 72-3. But yes, you're right.
Okay, there you go. Well done, Robert. You got one over on Bobby. You got one over on the Burrell. So Ozzy Cardad says Hockey 2006 merch is made in Bangladesh by 10-year-olds. Yeah, probably. Yes, they are an apparel manufacturer. Yes. Bobby Hall, Winnipeg Jets, cards 336. Yeah, gotcha. So John says 76, 77. So Orr's last year.
Oh, that's a nice set. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the reason.
But it's nice.
Yeah, but that's the reason I wanted to make sure, just so we were clear on which one you were talking about. But there you go. That clarification. Thank you for that, John.
People use like 76. They'll say for 76, 77 because you always get the first year. But when you won the Stanley Cup, they won the Stanley Cup in 77. So 76, 77 really. So.
Okay.
People get mixed up. I always use the prefix is 76 as 76-7. It's the start of the year.
Okay. Sounds good. I think that's reasonable.
That's
Okay,
my
so let me
fault.
pose a question to you, Bob. This is kind of an open-ended question for you. So let's play into this. I asked the chat before, but again, being a guy who actually buys and opens packs and enjoys it, let's pretend for a moment. So here's your hypothetical. Fanatics buys Tops. They decide they're going to buy them. Great. They come to a deal. They're going to continue they're going to do uninterrupted. They're going to keep running the cards through. They'll let the old license expire and then flip over to the other license, still the same license, but they'll just keep making cards. What would you want this version of Tops to do? Assuming they've got plans for the next couple of years of designs, do you want them to stay the course? Do you want them to look at it again and relook at the lineup and maybe change some stuff around? Do you want them to do a best of? Or again, do you want them to stay the course? Assuming they keep the same people on there, they're not going to transition it right away. They're going to be like, okay, for the next couple of seasons, we're going to let you guys roll with it. Do you let them use the same ideas they got? Do you come up with new ideas? Do you bring some other people to throw in their own ideas? What would you want as a collector on your end?
Can you do both? Can you...
Bob, I've given you you've got the chair. Yeah. You got the right timer on. You showed up to the board meeting on time. You actually get to make some decisions. What does Bob Lewis want? I'm going to get a refill of my water, but that's why I'm leaving it open-ended. Take a stab at it and tell me what you want.
Go for it, Bob.
I want a base set with rookie cards, and I would eliminate some of these, throw in insert cards that nobody really cares about. I would want them to continue some kind of numbered parallels, maybe scale it back a little bit. Collecting gold rookies is kind of a nice little part of my hobby. I do like overall scaling back the products, which we kind of discussed at some point, hitting those different price points with less products. I don't know, Bobby, do you think that they would I think collectors like transparency in odds, stated odds and things like that, and how many per packs. I'll speak for myself again. I like doing that, so I would want that to continue. I think Panini does it a little bit different. It's they're not as clear cut as what the production side of things, numbers wise.
Yeah, and I often said this many times on different shows. I said I wish that going forward that's what they would do, would be to at least tell you the production numbers, so you know how many. At least it's trackable. You can understand. Well, how many rookies did they do? Well, they're still making them. You don't want that because it's like how many PS they do. But I like limited sets. Limited sets makes for focus collecting, and I think that drives prices more so than you don't know what the production is, and we're not telling you, and you'll never know. We could still be doing it today.
Right. Some of the I kind of like. I'm not really big into it, but I do like the idea of the Tops Now stuff.
Okay.
Kind of just a never-ending set of capturing moments in sports as they happen, and you can buy that card. It's up on they also essentially the online aspect of it, but that probably needs scaled back somewhat too. I wasn't part of the Montgomery Club, but I think that's something that should carry over. I would actually maybe even be interested in it. I see other people getting just taking advantage of a membership. And like Maiko, I was speaking to him. He often gets the 3D boxes and the Throwback Thursdays, that kind of stuff, to scratch that nostalgic itch is kind of cool. But the Sapphire stuff that's where he only made this much of it, to have a release date and it's gone in 10 minutes.
Now, the last couple of times, do they still release the print runs on those or no?
I believe so.
Okay.
Did they not? It was.
I know they did for a little bit. I just don't remember the last couple. I haven't been checking too closely. Let me pose a question then to you then to this, because it plays a little bit into this part. So retail product is one thing, but let's also kind of play both angles here. So retail is one thing, but also at the same time, when it comes to stuff like Montgomery Club and all that, one of the critiques that Topps gets is that they struggle sometimes to balance making sure that people have a fair shake at getting their Montgomery Club memberships and stuff
heard
like
that.
that. It's one of those things where it's a little bit tricky. Sometimes they have some logistic issues. Is this something where maybe you would use the resources of a Fanatics and go, hey, let's keep doing the thing, but let's make sure we organize this a little bit better. Let's make sure that the folks who want to get renew and should have a fair shake at renewing. And the folks that want a shot at it have at least a fair shot at getting in and getting some of the perks and some of the stuff.
Are they? I don't know. Is it weighted at all? Like, I've been a member for 10 years, so you know, when something becomes available, maybe I have X
10
amount
years?
of more entries in this, lottery or whatever.
I genuinely don't know. It's one of those things where my understanding was, and maybe this is a good Mike O question. Down the road, maybe I'll invite him on to be, because he can certainly answer to this piece. He's involved. He does participate in it. But my understanding is that it basically gives you access to be able to buy these things. It's not like, oh, you're in the club and then, you always get product.
You're
No,
gonna get it.
but you
No,
got a
you
shot at it. And there's an allocation left for you guys, and you guys can buy X number of boxes of whatever, if you wish.
Yeah.
Hmm.
To answer that question, though, I retail is oftentimes all I could find, and afford. More the afford piece, because hobby shops exist where I'm at, thankfully, and they do have product. But I still remember the guy. I was in the hobby shop. He came in. He wanted to buy some basketball cards for his nephew, and it was right when hoops came out last year, and he's like,
Okay.
like $500 or $600 for a box of hoops. He's like, I'll just get a few packs, So I like the retail aspect of it. Always have, even to the extent that, like, you're going shopping with mom. Oh, it stunk as a kid, but they had, maybe I could get some cards from it. I remember those Pacific Prism cards. I would get a couple of packs of those all the time, and they were just shiny. You know what I mean? So I like retail. I have a history with retail. I don't save anything, though. I open everything.
Question. A question for you. When you add retail, and this is something that Panini's been chided for, and deservedly so, with their select product. By having it available in hobby and retail, both, you have to make more cards. And part of their solution to it is make more parallels, so it feels like you're getting hits. Well, you just keep making parallels and parallels and parallels. Yeah, just keep making parallels to the sky. So you're getting all these different colors. You're getting the full rainbow. And then if you actually want to build a rainbow, I want to say it was a really exaggeratedly high number, but I don't remember the exact. But I think for basketball, it was like 100 or 150 parallels. It was an obscene number that like went off the page. It was absurd. And even the baseball product, where I was adding some cards to the Z Folio from recent pickups because I'm not trying to do any of the rainbows, but if I see a couple relatively inexpensively, I'll grab a couple here and there. For one of the Sotos that I have in there, I have 16 copies of the same card.
Wow.
16 variants. I'm not trying to do the rainbow. I'm not worrying about it, but I've accumulated 16 copies, different colors. I've got the out of 10 gold, and I've got a couple of the other ones. I pick and choose which ones I like. I'm not trying to get all of them.
Sometimes those parallels that match the uniform.
Sure, yeah, stuff like that. Especially if it's inexpensive.
Sure.
But you can imagine though, when you're opening stuff like retail, oh man, I got the color. It's like, so did everybody else. And if you bought the hobby one, you get a bunch of those ones. And then it's like when there's triple digits versions of the same player. If you're a player collector, it's like.
So I have heard, and it was probably Eric at some point talking about, or maybe even Phil, I don't know, but like red to 5, orange to 25, gold to 50. They introduced the green to 99, blue was 150, purple was 250. You know what I mean? Like, and those were the ones. They were consistent for a few years. Minor tweaks here and there, but like that's kind of if I'm thinking of parallels, and then maybe like a pink non-numbered parallel,
Yep.
Introducing the waves, and now we have magenta, now we have teal. It's where does it end? And I know that isn't the logic that production is up, so let's make a few more parallels so that it appears that you're getting something.
Yeah. Can I? So I'm not going to. I'm going to go through this really quickly. So I'm just taking it from a cardboard connection. I'm taking 2021, 2020, 2021, Panini Select Basketball. Okay.
Okay.
This is the concourse set because you've got concourse, you've got a couple of levels. Let's just
Is that
stick
the
to concourse.
base set?
This is like the base set. This is concourse is like the base. It's the first 100 cards.
First
Okay.
floor.
Yeah, first floor. These are the parallels. I'm gonna try to do this. I might need a refill partway through.
No.
Green, white, purple, teal, white, pink. Lucky envelopes out of 8. Black, white, gold. They might be individual. They didn't put commas on it, so I don't know if they're individual or if that's one. I'm not sure. Cracked ice parallels. Blue, white, purple. I think they're separate. Red, white, green. All cracked ice. That was 6 that I just read off in that one line. Flash parallels. Red, white, orange. Blue, white, green. Out of 49. Black, white, gold. Red, white, shimmer parallels. Red, white, orange. Blue, white, green. Out of 49. Black, white, gold. 1 of 1. Prism parallels. Blue, retail, elephant, scoped, silver, tiger, tricolor, zebra, light blue, red, white, neon green, tie-dye, gold, green, black. Disco prisms. Base. Red, blue, gold, green, black. Pulsar prisms. First off the line, if you get that box. Neon orange, neon purple. Black snake skin pulsar. Wave parallels, gold and red. And I'm sure I missed a couple because I didn't see commas. So they kind of spaced them together in a weird way. But I think those are all individual. They're individual colors, so I'm pretty sure that. Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with the global reach on that.
Yeah, but you also notice I named a bunch of animal skin
Oh,
patterns
that's
and
why I
things.
laughed a bit. Yeah. Snake
But-
skin.
Imagine though, if you were a collector, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have to be one of the main guys. It can be Brandon Clark of the Memphis Grizzlies, and you want to do a rainbow. How many? How many one of ones? What? Just building that checklist would be misery. Forget about everything else. Just making the checklist is like, how many? What?
Yeah.
I feel bad for them, like I do. It's like that's why I say I'll collect the ones that I like.
Mhm.
I'm not worried about completing the rainbow. Like it's a decision that I made for my own sanity to be like, no, I'll get the ones that I like. If I can see a couple here and there, they're inexpensive. I'll grab one or two here. I'll throw it in the Z folio. It's fine. So I'm not going to worry about it. I'm not going to make extra work for myself. It's not a full-time job. I'm not going to spend all my time scouring eBay and all these platforms to get one or two more.
I have, I made it like a personal goal to at least do one rainbow. I chose a card.
Sure.
Austin Meadows is my guy. His second year Topps card, the Future Star card. I still need the Platinum 1 of 1, but so that's the one rainbow that I really wanted to set out and complete. But then I came across the 1 of 1 for his update, his All-Star, first All-Star and only All-Star.
Mhm.
So you get the 1 of 1 minus printing plates. I'm not a printing plate guy. So you have the 1 of 1. You like have to get the rest, you know?
Well, Bob, the problem is with when I read it off to you, I actually read off multiple 1 of 1s. I read off 1 of 1s at every single level.
Panini went next level with it all.
Correct.
And that,
Yeah. So here, Ozzy Card Dad, I'll skip ahead for a second. 31 1 of 1s, just in select
Wow.
basketball this year. 31. If it was 31 parallels, it would be misery. Forget about 31 1 of 1s. So Bob, the reason why I posed the question, I'll read DR's question here. It's a good one, but I wanted the reason I posed the question to you, and I read off that list. If the consequence of retail is they're trying to create value by doing stuff like that,
yeah.
is that what we want? Or the question was, would you change anything? So the question is, if you don't do that, then you got to stuff it with inserts. Unless you say, oh, well, in retail, we're not going to worry about hits. So then you're saying to the kids, it is a cheaper box, and it will stay a cheaper box. That's the good news. You better like building the set because you're not getting hits. Do your kids like that? I posed the question. It will
Gotta
stay
have
cheaper.
the hits.
It will stay cheaper, though. If you avoid putting in the hits, it will stay cheaper. So what's the balance here? What are we trying to do? We want to have it available, but if we we either print it to the moon we spread the hits super thin so that if you get a hit, it's 1 every 10 blasters or something. And if you happen to hit one, it's amazing because you kept it limited. Or you gave them a bunch of hits, but each one is worth nothing. What do you want to do?
I don't want. I mentioned it while you stepped away. Like,
Sure.
Topps does a lot of these. Just throw in insert cards. You know, they're 10 or 20 card sets, sometimes 50 card sets. That I think we joked at one point when Topps came out this year, and they redid the 52 Topps. You know what I mean? Like there's
For the 37th time.
Yeah, right. And they chromed it out this time as well. So that gets old after a while. What I like rainbow foils. I like gold cards. I will say I didn't mind the green, the orange, and the red like bubble cards and Topps this year, numbered, and I know why they did it, because production was up and you got.
Can I interest you in elephant print, Bob?
Yeah,
Elephant.
I didn't hear that one.
That was under the Prism. So blue, retail, and elephant.
I have a snakeskin one.
Oh,
Yep.
there you go.
They got those
heard
two.
that one.
No, the elephant I think is new. That's a new one. Elephant print.
What is it? Just gray? I mean,
Well, no, hold on. In shoes, you can have elephant print. It's like it's almost like a leather look. If you actually go Nike, they've got what they call elephant print. It does have a pattern, and I think they just borrowed that. I'll be honest. I think they probably borrowed it from the shoe.
Wrinkled.
Something like that. Yeah. It's like wrinkled leather. That's basically elephant print.
Yep.
I would wager. I haven't seen one. I would wager that's basically what they did. So quickly, I apologize. I did want to read your question. So with SoftBank's huge investment in Fanatics, do you think they would grow their global reach? I don't think simply existing or the huge investment is going to grow the reach. There still has to be the interest. It goes back to that soccer question from last week.
Yes, yeah.
It's not just do they like the sport? Do they want to buy the cards? If the answer is yes, then yes. If the answer is no, then no. It doesn't matter how much money we throw into it. We can't make people want to buy the cards. They got to want to buy the cards for whatever reason they want to buy them.
Yeah.
Would you keep? So this one kind of plays into it here. Would you keep retail product? That was that question. That was Robert answering John's question. Sorry about that, John. What did your gut tell you about percentage breakdown NFTs for physical cards in 5 years? In 5 years is too soon. I think it's still going to be heavily physical cards because I think there's still an incentive to keep it around. But NFTs will grow. I don't know what the NFT ratio is now. I would be shocked if it's over 20% though, because you're going to have I'll explain why I'm saying so. I think you're going to have a big burgeoning market in NFTs, which is going to happen, and it's happening now. But I think you're going to find that a lot of the because a lot of the NFTs have grown exponentially. Remember, they start off small. Exponential just means they grow from a small to big. But that doesn't mean they take over the market. That would require exponential growth to keep going for a while. But we started off with almost nothing in NFTs, and now there's a whole bunch of NFTs. And I expect there will be more NFTs, and it'll keep going. But a bunch of these NFTs aren't going to be worth anything. So people will get burned on those. They'll back off. But some NFTs will continue to do well, which will encourage others to try and change their model. You have to figure out what model works. Some of these NFTs are like just whatever. Some of these NFTs, people actually, I really like what this is. Because Gary Vee tried to do that a little bit with his own NFT. And his NFT, he tied it to experiences. He tied it to, if you happen to have this NFT, I'll invite you down to a conference I'm going to have, and then you've got some FaceTime with me to talk about this, that, or the other. He's associated something to the NFT. There are musicians that associate, hey, if you buy my NFT, you get first access on this album. You get X, Y, Z. It's not just the NFT. It's that it's attached to something. So then it has a value to somebody. If you're a super fan of whatever, you get the NFT, but then associated with the NFT, you get an experience. You get a product. You get something. The two are tied.
Cool.
Yeah, so it can be done, but they got to figure out the model.
To answer Robert's question, actually, I think you have it mixed up. The 77, the inserts, the tops were square. No, they were rounded. Opeachy were both square and rounded. And 76, they had the same inserts as well. 76, 77, they were rounded in only by tops.
There you go. Nicely done. So there you go. That's been part of the problem. Too much crossover in the same cars and hobby and retail product. Totally fair. Listen, we'd all be in on a honey badger or parallel. Bob, honey badger.
Giraffe. Oh, that would be cool. Imagine.
I wouldn't be. Listen, don't. Panini soon. Panini will be like,
What did Bobby say?
I was going to do salamander, but giraffe sounds better.
Then you could do the rainbow refractor with one of those animals that change different colors.
Chameleon.
Chameleons. Yeah, the chameleon.
Well, that would have refractor shine
Look
built
at it,
into
wow.
it. That would have refractor shine built into it.
16 different colors.
Soon. Now Fanatics is going to have to hire us because we've practically designed their next couple of parallels.
That's right.
What? One rookie?
Imagine trying to explain, but what about O-Pee-Chee?
Oh, yeah.
Shh. So you lie, Robert. You lie to the children. How dare you? Disgrace. Peacock pattern. Yes, that's right. I heard about that too. Yeah. That wasn't in this list, but yeah, I've definitely heard about that one.
They're really running out of this stuff, aren't they?
That's the reason I posed the question. I read the list because you needed to feel the absurdity of it. I needed to read the list so that you could really grasp. It's like, really? This is Cardboard Connection. They're actually trying their best to document this. They don't have a stake in this other than they're trying their best to document this. They're trying to just give you the information. But it's true. There's so many inserts. There's so many one-of-ones. Like, it's obscene. But that's why I say, like, go ahead.
So, you know, I don't know. It's just kind of a question that really we can't answer. Is Panini getting an impression that this is what people want, and that's why they're doing it, or is it like we said? Is there just kind of a let's inflate the parallel? I mean, because really, even though like 31 one-of-ones or 33,
It was 31. Yeah.
so is one of those better than another one? Like, is there?
Well, some of them are numbered and some of them are not. That's really, and what better is relative, right? Like, dude, elephant.
Yeah, sure.
Elephant.
I just wonder what what's going on at Panini that they think that this is either what people want or necessary to kind of keep people interested. I mean, if I don't know anybody that's I don't mind parallels.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want over 100 parallels or whatever that list you just named off. I mean,
Right.
but does somebody want that? Does somebody want more? Yeah, give me the chameleon.
Well, it goes back to what I said though earlier. It's not about whether they want the chameleon or not. Do they, and this was the question I posed, do you, when you open the box, are you okay with the possibility of opening up all your stuff, doing everything, and getting just base? If the answer is yes, then fair enough. But that's a possibility. If you remove this from this equation, you could open up a blaster and just get base. Is that okay? Because if that's okay, then you don't need the 100 parallels. You don't need the extra inserts that don't really add value. You don't need it. But when you open a blaster and just get base, what reaction do you get? Complaints.
They're kid cards at that time. They're, those cheap sets.
But the problem is it doesn't exist. As soon as you try to give the cheap kid cards to the kids complain that they don't have the cool stuff that the other one has. They don't want the cheap garbage.
Yep.
That's the reason O-Pee-Chee is retail and no one cares.
That's right.
It means nothing.
Because they can buy the pack for $1 for their kid.
Yeah, because heaven forbid, you've got two kids and one's older and one's younger. You give the younger one the O-Pee-Chee and you give the other one the thing that actually has inserts, and they're like, why are you screwing me over, bro?
Yeah.
What's this? What's that? Why does my older brother get the good stuff?
Yeah, Dad,
I get the
got a
junk.
phone too,
Jerk.
Yeah.
But this is reality. Now, and then you try to give them both the same. Well, now you need the hits again, right?
That's why you can't get kids back into it. There's too much money at stake in the game here.
Yeah.
Because they
That's why I
want
say,
what Daddy has.
But that's why I say, like, my question wasn't making a decision for you. My question is, if you're in charge of this, what is your solution? That ridiculous number of parallels is not because Panini sat there going like, guys, can you go look up every animal print we could think of? I'm sure somebody sat there. There's an intern there like, really, guys? Peacock? Really? Look, man, I just don't want to hear any complaints when they didn't get any hits in their stupid blaster because we printed 50 billion of them.
Capybara, all the weird animals that you think of.
Well, what happens though is if you make enough parallels, the individual print run of them are less because you've spread it out over so many. You didn't print 5 million copies of Giraffe. You printed 5 million cards, but you spread it out over 100 parallels. So
Is
it's
it
less.
real giraffe though?
Who knows? We have to see one.
They're endangered, I think.
Game used giraffe.
Absolutely. But the point is that
Yeah, got a part of the neck.
Yeah, exactly. But this is the mathematical trick they've played. They've said like, okay, so if we make too many of each, you cry to us. If we don't put any in there, you cry to us. If we don't put enough inserts in there, you cry to us. We make too many inserts, you cry to us. It's like, look, man, I got to do something. Like, what do you want? Like, you can't have it all. So you either have less blasters, secondary market gets it, pumps up the price on the blasters, you can't get one. Or I make you a ton of blasters, I put garbage cards your kids don't want.
Sits on the shelf.
Make it all base and it sits on the shelf and gathers dust. Or I stuff it with hits that eventually aren't worth anything because you realize, wait a minute, every box has hits.
But you're happy in the moment.
In the moment.
Until
Correct.
You go,
You don't cry to me until later when you realize it's one of 100 parallels. But at least I've delayed your complaining until later.
yes,
That's all I've done. I've just delayed the inevitable.
they got your money.
I can sympathize with Panini on this because it's like, no matter what, we're going to get complaints. No matter what. It doesn't matter what we do. So it's like, pick the one that will get us the complaint later. Just
Or the less complaints.
yeah, delay the inevitable. Pick something that'll stall them for a little while. Yeah, so I double checked. Robert's right. The checklist on the O-Pee-Chee didn't include the Henders. You win this round, Dudek. You win this round.
He's got 2-1.
I know.
What's going on?
He's on a roll today. So John had last hockey question. Why the scratch offs in 80-81 tops, but not the O-Pee-Chee?
Why? Well, that's a
Hashtag
great question.
reasons. Hashtag reasons.
Let me call tops. Oh yeah, they fought. They're gone. Sorry.
Too soon, Bobby. Too soon.
I
I like what you did there, but too soon. Bob, tell him it's too soon.
Too soon, man.
Maybe.
Sad face.
I don't know. That was an interesting year for Tops. You know, it's a scratch off craze, and you know that's when all the scratch off really started. So Tops had the brilliant idea, because they're American, doing Canadian hockey kind of products, because they did everything first, and they would send the sheets up, and O-Pee-Chee would add the extra players, the extra cards, and what have you. So now O-Pee-Chee didn't do it at all. They just said, no, we don't want any of that scratch stuff because it's going to damage the cards. Kids don't want to scratch it. But the American side of it, they didn't think of it that way. Well, if they did baseball that way, why didn't they? Why did they do baseball or basketball, or football? We don't even know. Interesting. That hockey was the one outlier.
Here's a question for you. This is more of a general question. In your mind, if you're going to take two cards from that year and you're going to talk about higher condition, do you favor the one that is unscratched, left untouched as it came out of the pack? Or do you prefer the one that was maybe scratched neatly and didn't leave a mark necessarily on surface?
Untouched.
Yeah, untouched as much as possible on that one?
You have to, yeah, because at that point, you can't grade it, really. After it's been scratched, you can't give it an official grade because really you've done something to the card. You've taken away something off of it.
So by doing what they basically instructed you to do, you have altered the surface?
You have altered the surface. And I don't think you can give it a factual grade of, well, I don't know what the grade would be. That would be an interesting grade, but I think you could go above a 3.
Then old Tops had rub this with a coin, and it would
On the back,
On the back, yeah.
Yeah.
Do you consider that to be? Do you consider that to be the same then? In the same vein? If you had to rub the coin on it and you see some kind of obviously, if you see an indentation, that's going to indicate
that's the only problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you rub something off to expose, yes, because you've taken away from the card.
Sure.
At any point.
I merely posed the question. I just thought it'd be interesting, kind of, to get a take on it. I don't have any issue. The logic is sound. You want to keep it as original as possible. I think that's the general collector ethos with that. But I can't blame the people that scratched it because at that time it's like, look, I want to see who this dude's name is. Like, who's this guy?
It's hockey in the 80s. They didn't even win the championship by then. At that point. So
exactly. So I can't blame them.
Yeah.
So new idea for funky card, a mood ring inspired card, a card that changes with the temperature.
Wow, boy, how old are you?
So
What?
here's
I remember mood rings came out in the 70s, right?
Yep. Go ahead, Bob.
I had so do you remember the hologram craze of Tupac and stuff and
okay, so you're talking about when they did the holograms on a show,
right?
One of those
on
deals.
stage, and
Okay.
I just said because you know how thick they can make cards, or some kind of a literal a booklet that opens up and then you know, there's a little hologram of somebody swinging a bat. You know what I mean? Because there's chips in it, or whatever the technology is.
Sure.
There you go. That's my crazy idea, Fanatic.
Yeah. Well, that's what it goes back to what I mentioned earlier, is that I don't blame anybody for trying to think of ideas, but it is very hard to think of something that has been tried 47 times.
Right.
Because a lot of people sat there, like they sat there in the room, like spitballing ideas. They're like, "Oh, what if we do this? You mean lenticular? Yeah, SportsFix did that already. Oh, right. But what if we do like, yeah, we did that too. What about acetate? We did that.
I do like die cut or laser cut stuff. I
Sure.
really like. I do like that a lot.
Do you want it at a certain level though, or do you want to go to Topps Laser?
So make it special. Not every card. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so like an insert, not a complete base set. That would probably be wise. I generally would agree with that. But that's what I mean. If you're going to use a fancy technology, space it out.
Yeah, bring back the case hit cards. You know, like get just because I mean I don't know. That felt like, or these are like one per 96 packs and one per the 288 pack. You know, that's that 90s era of inserts, or 1 in 3 cases. You know, that's kind of a, I don't know. That just felt.
It made it more special.
It did.
Yeah. And if you actually wanted to build the insert set, it made it clear what your challenge was. It was daunting, but you knew what you were in for. Now, to add to your point though, I need odds then.
Yes.
If you're going to do it on a case hit, that you must make it explicitly clear that it is in fact a case hit by giving me odds. If you can number it, all the better. But at the bare minimum, I need legitimate odds. I need to know that it's going to take 1 per 3 cases, or 1 per 2 cases, or 1 per case, or whatever it's going to be.
Right.
Then at least I understand what I'm in for. I'm not guessing. It's like, well, I'm pretty sure it's a case hit, I think. Well, did you open a bunch of cases? Because otherwise you can't be sure. Panini's done this a lot. Like they've got a lot of really nice cards, some neat ones that are probably case hits, but we're not sure. And that's a problem. Like we're not sure. We should be sure. It shouldn't be that unclear. And I don't think that's unfair. That's not like giving away a print run. I think giving stated odds, I think, is valid. I think it's fair.
It's fair enough.
Exactly. So Panini's way of making it less absurd is to do Asia-only releases, retail and hobby-only, parallels, and choice. Yes. And the problem is that by doing that, they spread out the amount of base they can make. So they print tons of base because they stick it in all these products and then create these parallels that are exclusive to a product. So yes, it's rare-ish for that product. But is it rare in the grand scheme of things when there's so many parallels? Hard to say. How many of each did they make? Don't know. No idea. Because I don't know what their print run was on the boxes, right? Horrible concept, yep. So in terms of the scratch-off cards, true. And Robert says unscratched. It's like marked and unmarked checklists. That's fair. Yep, I think that's reasonable. That's what's always run into a problem, is that it's not like bad ideas are new. They're not the exclusive domain of one specific thing. It's like it's always been something like that. But I'm at the stage where I know, playing into the theme of the night, no matter what they do, they're going to get somebody complaining. And if they buy the company, they're still going to get somebody complaining. Even if they leave the same people in charge of the specific product for the next couple of years. Oh, but it's different. No, it's not.
I think more of the somewhat veteran collectors will be complaining opposed to the newer people.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the newer people are always looking for new and what's going on, what's happening. Or the vintage guys, hell, losing top. It's that vintage aspect of things to their degree that they enjoy, and they don't want to see that change. No one likes change. Mm-hmm. When you're younger, you want to see change.
So this is where we needed the Wayne. This is where we needed the Wayne's World bit with Garth. We don't. Mm-hmm. It's like we fear change, and then he starts hitting the thing. I think it's the electronic hand. Wasn't the electronic hand? And he starts hitting with a hammer.
Mm-hmm. right.
Yeah, it's like exactly. It's like the guy just stares at him. He's like, "We fear change." Mm-hmm. I have a feeling with all the drama, when it's all settled, I don't think the change is going to be as dramatic as you think. No matter what variation it is, I think it's going to be a lot more subtle. Because no matter what you think of Josh Luber and those guys, it's like they literally see you whining about it right now. And they're sitting there like, I don't want to deal with these morons. No. So buy the thing, let the people do their thing. If they've got 3 years of designs already, just let them do that. And then let's come up with their own ideas for like 2026 and 2027. And we can start working on that now. We've got lead time.
See where the market's going at that time.
Yeah,
where
exactly.
it's happening
You can-
with sports betting.
You can start adjusting now. You can let them already do what they already had planned. Just let them do what they already had in mind, produce it. And then by the time you get to 2025, 2026, you got your own ideas. Maybe you have your in-house artists who have had time to work on some different ideas and be like, okay, so this is where we put our stamp on it now.
The moonlight from Jupiter.
Yeah, it could be whatever. But the thing is, like, but then if that happens, oh, but I hated 2023 Topps. It's like, that was Topps' idea already. It was already in the file. They just took what they already had. If you didn't like it, you didn't like Topps' design. So quit your whining. That's a more likely scenario, in my opinion. So, of course, from when I was a kid, that have coding and mystery factors that I haven't peeled to this day. You sir
That's
determined.
awesome.
Well played. Well played.
What about
Okay.
rip cards? You like rip cards?
Concept is interesting, but it's like I did the thing where I talked about I did that picture of the rainbow with the 97, 98 Zenith because you had all the dare to tears. All three of the 5x7s are uncut. I have
There's
3
a card
uncut
in there.
versions. Well, absolutely.
Oh,
Don't,
wow,
don't
I
you remember
didn't know
that? Don't you remember 97 Zeniths? They had it in baseball too.
I don't remember that. Dare to tear, huh?
That was the campaign. That was last year. The
Yeah.
Pinnacle did that in hockey. It was dare to tear, and it was a 5x7 card, and inside you had a pocket with a regular size card. And in order to
And
get
could
to
be
it,
could be a base card or it could
yes,
be
that was the thing. But here's the
Wow.
thing: you could have the parallel 5x7, even out of 100, open it and get a base card. And you're like, no, I just tore open it out of 100 to get a base card of Jason Allison. No, what have I done? You fool.
And in today's world for that, wow.
Mhm.
Dare to tear is really double dare to tear.
Well, that the whole point. It was a very interesting campaign because they actually posed the challenge.
That's creative.
Yeah,
And
they
that's
spread it out.
Interesting. That's one of the most interesting things you've ever said about cards that come from the 90s for me.
Yeah, but that was right at the tail. And funny enough, Pinnacle went out of business right after that. They had their most innovative period. They came up with a bunch of ideas. They came up with original ideas that have never been properly duplicated. And now you're dead.
And look at the price of those cards today.
For the really rare pieces, yeah, you really have to find them.
Oh, exactly.
Because the people that know understand, like, there's a bunch of those that are sitting unopened because some of the collectors were militant. They were like that mystery refractor of Ozzy Card Dad. They said, no, I have an uncut set. I am not cutting them. There could be Z Golds sitting inside of those to this day.
Yeah.
Nobody knows. And those Z Golds are only out of 100, but if they're sitting in that uncut set, they're not going anywhere. They're going to sit there for the rest of our lives.
And you hit the right one.
So think of the statistical
I got
odds.
a box full of those. Didn't they come in a wax box? Big yellow.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't. I don't think it was black. You know, it was big packs, and you got 3 5x7s per pack. It's 3 5x7s. I actually got to open some packs of that. So for me, it was nice because I actually got to open the product at the time. It wasn't cheap though. It was a couple of bucks at the time. Remember, we're thinking in 1997. I'm 14. So I don't have a lot of money sitting around. So I don't remember how much it was, but I know it wasn't cheap. It wasn't a cheap product.
I think me and my son opened one of those. We got one.
But it was a very cool concept. Very
I
cool
remember
idea.
him tearing it open, and I don't know. He might even still have those cards.
But my favorite part, and I had this fun with kind of Victor when I did a video on the rookie card thing. The 5x7 is not considered a rookie card.
Oh, interesting.
So you could have a Roberto Luongo.
No, because it's 5x7. It can't be.
I understand, but that was the base card that came out of the pack. You had to open it to get to the small. So you could have a big Roberto Luongo, cut it open, pull out a Roberto Luongo, and the one inside is considered the rookie card, and the big one is not.
Yeah, because it has a card inside of it, that would take away from the rookie. It's sort of like a beehive.
Yeah, exactly. But I just thought it was very amusing. I was like, really, guys? I understood, but at the same time, it was kind of interesting. So anyway, Ken says, lob.
Yo,
3 exclamation
what up,
points.
Ken?
I think 1 month from now, the emotions will have settled. We'll continue to move forward. Yeah, of course. It's fun in the moment. The reason why I said, guys, is that I'm not really going to reach to this well.
After this.
We're done.
Yeah.
We wanted to have our fun tonight. Let the other folks, like, look, there's going to be more live streams this weekend about this.
Oh,
We know
God,
this.
It's going to be horrible.
And it's like, look,
you won't find
gu-
any content. That's not
guys, if you hung out with us tonight, and by the way, thank you if you did. Appreciate you for hanging out. if you hung out with us, and for God's sake, you're going to watch this live stream, I don't know what to tell you at that point. Like, there's nothing else. We have talked about a lot of it. Unless somebody says they have in fact bought Topps, and they've bought Panini, and Bob Lewis is their spokesperson. Unless they've got all the pieces, I don't care. Not until something substantial happens. We're done.
And then they're buying Amazon. It's over.
I'm okay with that. But at least that's something different. I'll make a video for it. It'll be fine. I think Alligator that has mini inside. Yes, absolutely. They did similar Dare to Tear cards later.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know the Pirates are bad when Pittsburgh residents are wearing Tampa Bay gear? Bob.
Yes.
He was wearing some Pittsburgh gear earlier, but he didn't want us to catch the PWCC reference.
I had the wardrobe change. Yeah. They were getting too close.
Scary stuff. So we want to be affiliated.
Listen, Bob, it's fine. Yeah. Selling out is good. Greed is good, Bob. Greed is good, but you got to get a good deal. They got to provide the swag, and they got to cut the check. Provide the swag and cut the check.
We'll talk, and I'll take some notes.
Dude, I'll smarten you up on this. We got to get the negotiation down. I'll see card down. It's going to be a live stream free zone for the rest of the weekend. Yes, do that. Don't watch anything on Saturday or Sunday, especially especially because it's trash.
Be a lot of opinions out there,
allegedly
flying around, and really they'll just be opinions as much as
of course.
Ours.
But that's the reason why I separated out, though.
Joe Orlando's in on it. I knew it.
Exactly.
What was that? Sorry.
Yeah. But that's the reason. But that's the reason why, though. Like, in all seriousness, that's the reason why, though, I separated out the three things. Okay, just the three things. I said, there's the stuff we all know about that's been reported already. We covered it. We've got the stuff that we're pretty sure there's a good chance based on what's been out there. We're pretty sure. And then there's the stuff that's pure speculation. Almost everything else it's going to cover is pure speculation. It's guessing. Bob Lewis is in charge of Fanatics now. Forget about Josh Luber. Bob Lewis in charge. Carlos, that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't matter. It's speculation. We can do whatever we want. Bobby bought Topps. That's speculation.
Because they own no Peachy, that's the only reason why.
Exactly. But that's what I mean. Like, if there's no... The stuff that we have factual about, we have touched on already. We have touched on it all. There's not that much. Like, we know what we know. The rest of it is us making educated guesses. And we did our best to do that. And we offered scenarios, and we talked about it with you guys. And at that point, I don't know what else to do for you. We tried. We tried our best. Sorry, I did want to answer this. I think Joe Orlando's going to enjoy his retirement. He's made money. He's done all right.
He's going to retire.
No, but the point is that retirement doesn't mean the same thing to everybody. You can still do consulting work, maybe get into something else. Find something you want to do. He doesn't need to do it for the money, is the point. You can find something interesting to do for that it's interesting. I aspire to that type of retirement myself. I wouldn't mean I wouldn't stop working. It doesn't mean I wouldn't create things or come up with something. I want to be able to choose my projects. That's maybe the way I would phrase it. I want to be able to do what I want to do because I feel like it, not because I have to. That to me is the dream. That's what I would like to do.
Yeah, but some people like the public eye.
Sure.
And once you reach that point or level, it's hard to get out of that because you fall pretty fast after, especially in today's world. Quite fast. And some people need that. Does Joe?
I don't think at this stage. I think he's had enough public eye at this point. I think he needs a breather. He's like, you know what? You guys leave me alone. I want to do my own thing.
He probably is looking well forward to it. Yes.
I think for him it's going to be chilling somewhere for a while and then finding a new project, finding something to do. I think it'll be fun. I think it'll be fun for him. It'll be interesting. Yeah, missed the Sunday live streams. I get you. They were rough on Monday though, man. You're in a time zone where you can afford it a little easier than I can. It was tough on a Monday.
Maybe we should do Sunday.
So just so we're clear, Bobby's a big fan of doing a. So I think about 9:45. You said.
Somewhere close to that, yeah. 9:40.
Yeah, I hear allegedly there's a live stream that's supposed to happen on Sunday. It's supposed to involve some dude who might be shading the hobby. Leaf trading cards. Pro set.
Really?
Yeah. So Bobby's pitch to me, Bob, was that he goes, hey, you should do a live stream on Sunday at 9:45. And I'm like, yes, I could. But then it would involve another live stream after. I actually have work to do this weekend, unfortunately for me.
Yeah.
But alas, from time to time, I'm the Maytag repairman. It's only when I'm needed. But when I'm needed, they're like, yeah, we need you to completely rebuild this from. Oh, God. Okay. I'll need some time on the weekend.
I have been enjoying the BIC podcast. Those have been good.
Yeah, those ones are easier for me to do because it's like 10, 15 minutes. That's why I say, like, if it's going to be, if something interesting happens, I can grab the microphone, record, no problem. The live stream on Friday, happy to do it. No problem. Because it's fun. Friday night, we'll hang out. I'll have my beer. We'll hang out and chill. It's good. Even in the humidity I'm in, and I'm feeling it right now. That's why I needed to refill my water too. Yeah, well, this room is not air conditioned at all. That machine is there for show right now because if I turned it on, you wouldn't be able to hear me. I wish I could turn it on. But the thing is, on Friday, easy. But on Sunday, it was getting a bit rough. And we were doing the long ones. The old classic long ones were on Sunday night, Monday morning. I'm like, oh my God.
What was did we survive? Well, tonight's been over 4 hours. Oh,
yeah, but we had tons to talk about. We had tons. Sure. Like today, there was plenty of content. Let's put it that way. I feel like nobody will watch our live stream tomorrow night because everyone's tired of the Fanatics and PWCC talk. Well, if you've got something different to bring to the table, Ken, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to be chilling this weekend. Like, I'm serious when I say my intention this weekend. Bobby jokes about it, and I like, listen, am I petty enough to do something like that? You're damn right I'm petty enough to do something like that. However, this weekend I'm real tired. I need rest, and I'm going to take it. But if you got something interesting to do, let's do it. Have fun. I'll check it out. If you've got something going on, I'll check it out. I'm happy to do so. So you guys can check out Bean's Ball Card Blog, and if they or are you doing it on 3B Collection? You can specify, Ken, where that live stream's going to happen. Please correct it. At the end of the day, I'm only passing interest anyway. It doesn't affect me when I collect. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, house without AC in every room. Definitely not in Texas. No, I'm not in Texas. These condos, these condos were built in the mid '70s, and they've never had air conditioning. They don't have central air. They're not designed with them. They have no ducts. Now I can put in a heat pump, but it's about $7 or $8 grand. So if any of you want to do some super chats in there, you want to stack up a bunch of super chats. I have been putting money aside though for the heat pump. My intention is to get one, but no. The master bedroom has the air conditioner in there, and that's where I'll usually turn it on a couple of hours before I'm going to go to bed. So that room is comfortable when I go to sleep, so I can actually sleep. But no, the main floor, humidity in the summer, cold in the winter. You get all the elements. Enjoy. So that's why I say, like, when I do this, it's like, I need to stay hydrated. One way or the other. Okay, so 3B Collection. There you go, guys. So 3B Collection, you can check it out. But what's the topic? I'm curious. You tell me. Maybe Giannis goes on a buying spree and decides to continue with an offer on tops after the Brewers. Yes, nice. Nice. I'm looking forward to Daps Man's take on the whole current situation. Aren't we all?
I wouldn't mind looking.
Bob, do you have the Daps Man picture? Can we get a Daps Man cameo? Do you happen to have it with you?
Yeah, let me go see something.
Go take a look, Bob. Go take a look. Yeah. No, I get you, Ken. Listen, you guys get it. You guys generally, although we have had some days that because Steve Broncos 79 is around from time to time, and we had a couple of weeks ago where we were hotter than Texas. Depends on which part of Texas you're in, obviously. But
yeah,
we were the humidity and everything. So this floor, I've got so just so you guys understand, this is my main office. This is where I do most of my stuff and hang out and obviously do the live stream. However, when I'm working, my day job, I've set up a desk in the master bedroom where I've got a big monitor and everything, and I will do my work from up there. I have the air conditioner on. I'm not dealing with, because during the day it's oppressive down here. It's hotter than outside. If I open the window and go outside, it's cooler.
It's just a breeze.
Yeah, like it's like, oh, thank God. It's like, but isn't it hot and humid outside? Yeah, it's cooler than here.
Yeah.
In here, it's an oven. Most of my neighbors actually hang out in the front patio because it's too damn hot inside the units. It's too damn hot. So they're outside all night into the evening because it's like, it's too damn hot. They can't take it.
And why did we buy this unit? Because we didn't think about that when we bought it.
Well, when I bought this condo, I was 31. I was a younger, more foolish man, and I could grit my teeth and bear it. 7 years on, it becomes more difficult every year that goes by. I can still grit my teeth and bear it. I obviously can, but
the older, the wiser is what they say, right?
Or my tolerance goes down. Like, it's like, you know what? We're done. I can't.
Because you're older.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, I'm over it. I'm over it, guys. I'm over it.
Sell a couple sodas.
Yep. True story. Hey, and you even got the S apostrophe. I love it. You ever notice how many people put like Carlos apostrophe S? And I'm like, that's not how you do plural Carloses. That's not how it works.
Carlos is the
no, Carlos, and then just put the punctuation. That's
otherwise
it.
Your name is Carlo.
I was like, no. My poor deluded children. No. No. Bless you for trying, though. I
We'll
appreciate
pluralize
it.
it and put it apostrophe S.
We always appreciate a good
He might
Dapsman cameo.
have. He looks like a Fanatics fan. He's got some gear on right now. So.
He is exactly a fanatic.
Dude, listen, I joked about it, but Personal Finance Dad and Comeback Card had their live stream. And they spent like half their live stream pitching to be Fanatics official like podcast or whatever.
No doubt.
And I'm like, I was like, how dare you? I got the inside track on this, bros. No, this is mine. If anyone's gonna sell it, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
Y'all are too obvious. Forget that. No. I don't think so. The channel may be interested in NFTs of that picture. Valid. Dapsman, hashtag tops, hashtag invest. No, hashtag fanatics, hashtag invest. But you're on the right track. I get you. No, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised, Name. You would be very surprised. It reminded me though of like when I was in grade school. One of the guys there would consistently like shorten my name, but he shortened everybody's name. But my name got like shorter every year that went by. It started off as Carlos, but then became Carlo, and then became Carl, and then sometimes we would get lazy and just say, "Hey, Car," and I'm like, "Do we chop a letter off every year that goes by? Is that what's going on? When do we get to C? A couple more years and we get to C? Is that the deal?" Jeez, man. I don't know, man. Okay, so question for you guys. We're gonna wind her down now. I think we've had our fun. But here's my question to you guys. The two main topics of the day, because I don't want to touch them again. I want to leave them alone until something substantive happens. We talked about Fanatics and Tops. We beat that to death. Any other live streams talking about this topic are redundant and worthless. Delete them. Unsubscribe from their channels. Trash. Hashtag trash. Moving on. I'm half joking. Only half. Anyway, jokes aside. My question is this. From either the Tops Fanatics thing or PWCC. PWCC is going to do its own Buy It Now platform starting September the 1st. So just to update on that. Is there anything else that you guys are curious about that we haven't touched on? Because I want to make sure we got it out of our system, because unless something changes, I really don't want to rehash it again. But I want to make sure we've had a chance. Is there anything else, though, that we haven't touched on or haven't thought about or maybe haven't considered?
I have to shout this out while I'm here.
Go ahead.
Name. There's a Taffy Abel, I think it's a matchbook that's on eBay right now as a Buy It Now. Go search it out and find it. I know you were looking, you have one version. I told you there was two. So there's another one. I don't know which one it is you have, but just go get that. Okay, next.
Nice. Well played. But yeah, so my question would be simply that. What is the idea? Is there anything left as far as that's concerned, or have we successfully covered, obviously including the hypotheticals? Because, maybe they buy...
on hypotheticals.
Well, that's going to be the majority of it, though. Like, let's be honest. The majority of the discussion is going to be in the speculative. And I understood that going in. That's why I separated it out into 3 pieces. I go, here are the pieces we know. Here are the pieces we're pretty sure. The rest is speculative. So other than that, you can come up with a bunch of crazy scenarios.
I don't think
Fanatics
anybody
buy...
Go ahead.
No, I was going to say is like, if you want to get speculative, sure. Fanatics buys Tops. Fanatics buys Panini. Fanatics buys Upper Deck. Fanatics buys Leaf. Fanatics buys Bob Lewis. Fanatics buys this podcast. Fanatics buys, Amazon. They buy everything in the planet. We're done now. But outside of that, everything else is a variation of therein. It's different combinations. It's different pieces. It's just playing off of the same general idea. There's not too much more we can do. And we're not going to know because we don't know their plan, right? We're just guessing.
No large company ever comes in and buys another company and changes the whole thing around. It basically stays the same. Like I said about Cadbury and Mondelez and all these other companies that kind of buy in and they just keep running it, just under new ownership. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to change the wheel here.
Right. Dunkin' Donuts had a I remember they were not, and now all of a sudden it's like they rebranded themselves, but really never changed. They
advertised.
They marketed
And they cleaned up their
themselves
shops.
as a hip,
Yes.
cool, everyman coffee place. So I don't know what will happen. And I just kind of am thinking what will be the first glimpse of like what it might look like or what's the next thing to happen, and we'll just wait until that does happen and talk about it then, because otherwise we're just just a lot of hot air.
You might
I
forget
agree.
about it in 3 years and not realize there was even a change.
But honestly, I could see that being a real thing. I could see it really happening. They're like, oh wait, they did. Yeah, they did buy that.
Yeah.
Because if they do it really clever in a clever way, you might not even notice they're there. But they run it, they make the money, and then the leagues make money, and they're happy, and you live on with your life and complain about new tops. Same way you did before, just for different reasons, whatever the case is. I did double check, actually. I did a quick search, and it's like, that's unfortunately correct. Robert is 3-1.
Damn.
So wait, I got a question. Let me pose a question. Robert is on a roll. So you know what, Robert? Credit to you. You have won the evening. So let me give you full credit and respect for that. But how could you be this good at just about all these other things? And the soccer take is so garbage. Like, it's such trash. It's like, dear God, like the soccer take is so bad. It's like a negative 47. It's like, but tonight, like on these ones, you nailed it. The soccer take's just flat out bad.
There you go.
I don't even have a soccer take.
Moving on. So, and Name apparently did win it. So he just bought it. I'll update here. I think we covered anything more speculation. True story. I agree. We covered Tops and Benny joining forces. Ooh, hours 1 through 4. This is where he puts it. Just bought it. Perfect. All right, cool. All right. So last order of business, guys. So we covered those ones. We all agree. I'll take your acquiescence as agreement. Is there anything else that for whatever reason we missed? I did touch on the Honus Swagger for like 45 seconds at the beginning, just to make sure I felt better, at least covering it at the beginning. I got it in 45 seconds.
Record price. Good enough. Move on.
Hey, listen, 6.6 million, man. 6.6 million.
I don't know what that does for us, but nothing. It's just.
Well, listen, when I sell mine for 7.6 million, that's good money.
Then it will be something.
Nice.
I can't wait to speculate.
I like it.
It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
I like it. So what's the value of licensing with the Fanatics deals versus the sales of tickets for the different sports in terms of the team's revenue? I agree with you. I don't think it moved the needle. I think they're two very different markets. But it is interesting. I know there's some folks that have been promoting the ticket. They're promoting a ticket.
Do you have any cool tickets?
The only thing I got a ticket at Super Bowl 45 because of the Packers thing. I was able to get my hands on the ticket. It's not a graded ticket. I was able to buy it on eBay relatively. I think I paid maybe, I don't remember, it was like 80 or 90 bucks, which is a lot, but it was the Super Bowl 45 ticket. So to me, It was like, oh, it's cool. I got to watch the game. I enjoyed it. I was sitting there watching with my Packers jersey, hanging out and enjoying it. It was a great night. And it was a souvenir of a great evening. So I enjoyed it for what it was. It was like, it's a good memory associated to it. So I was very happy with it. So that's it. So like this thing here is, replica tickets, obviously. It's a little plaque that has replica tickets of the 4 Packers Super Bowls. But I can at least say that for the last one, I have a legit copy of the ticket inside of a little top loader thing. So it's cool. I enjoyed it. Soccer's the up-and-comer. You guys just look in the rearview mirror. Wrong! Moving on. All licensing, TV cards, etc. Okay, so this is maybe a quick thing we'll end on. If Topps does not get acquired in short order, I wouldn't be surprised if now the next move is grab whatever license you can get your hands on. Try to increase your value in some way. Like whatever license is there that maybe is available, because you lost UFC, which Panini has now. You lost out on MLB eventually. It's a ticking time bomb. Like you still have it today. Get whatever you can out of it. But you got to find some other IP. You have those soccer ones. You've got Bundesliga. You've got Major League Soccer. You've got that stuff. I think Premier League as well. So like you got the main soccer leagues. So you got that. To me, that's like worth $1.95. But you do have Garbage Pail Kids. But you got to find something else. You got to stack up a pile of IPs.
Don't they do a living set of wrestling and like Star Wars?
They do. I think they still have the WWE one. So that's still something. So that's good.
You're reaching the bottom of the cookie jar, guys.
I'm out, yeah.
WWE years ago wouldn't have been the bottom, but they're struggling. And WWE may be up for sale. That's been the prevailing rumor for some time now that they may be looking at selling themselves.
Fanatics.
Soon. That's phase one. They buy WWE first, and then they buy the licensee. We own the whole thing. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things where I would, if I was them, I would try to find some value in some IP that you think you haven't covered.
He's already figured it out. We just can't wait to speculate because that's what we're all going to be doing until some more information comes out.
By the way, I don't know if you saw this. Andy, sports card investigator, sent me a message the other day from a Dapsman video. Funny enough.
Nice.
And apparently Dapsman spent $5,000 on a card. Wow. He bought a LaMelo card. But in the video, he explains that the LaMelo card is damaged and he can't send it in for grading. And I was like, you're an idiot. I was like, so you spent $5,000 on a card that isn't worth grading?
Why?
He basically tried to claim
man?
he tried to claim that he's still interested in the investment, but at the same time he tried to make it like an instructional thing for his audience, and I'm like, that seems like a lot because the card.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, well, apparently. But here's the thing. It was one of the Panini inserts. It was one of the first off the line parallels. So it's like, but there's a lot of first off the line parallels. Yeah, it's low numbered, but so are a bunch of the other first off the line ones. I have a Vladdy Jr. first off the line, an orange card. It's actually a nice looking card. I like it. I didn't pay a crazy amount for it, to be clear. But it's numbered to like 14 or 15 or something like that. I forget, 13, 14, or 15. It's pretty low numbered. I've got other Vladdy cards that will sell much easier and much faster and for more money. But it is a low numbered card. And if his market overall goes up, eventually it will too. Just rising tide lifts all boats. But it's not the first one that people are going to look for. The first off the line isn't the first one they're running to go get. Unless they're a Vladdy Jr. super collector, in which case that's different. That's not the same thing.
I think he paid $4,500 in shipping, so it was really just $500.
Nice. But that was the thing, though, that I was like, look, just so we're clear, we talked about the whole parallel thing. The first offline ones are cool if you're a collector and you like it. If you're a collector and you like it, fair enough. Pay a price that you're comfortable with, move on with your life. But if it's a hashtag investment, no. No. The answer is no.
So he's pointing out his mistake that he can't grade it, that he bought this card. And that's supposed to be a learning lesson, so you'll tune into him to listen to him because what?
Well, he's sharing his mistakes now.
Because he's honest.
He's a very honest man.
Oh, he's honest. Okay.
Eventually, we'll get the video basically backpedaling on the hat being out of alignment. Eventually.
Yes.
I look
like
forward
saying
to
a serial killer was great most of the time.
Most serial killers were great most of the time, Bobby. Historically,
That's the problem.
There was an entire course studying serial killers, and most of them were fine upstanding citizens, aside from the repeated murdering.
Yes.
Aside from the repeating murdering, great upstanding citizens.
Perfect.
All of them. Yeah, the Wagner sale was a legit one. That was Robert Edwards auction. There was one that I'd been monitoring earlier, and the boost came at the end. It actually hovered around 4 million for a while, and then at the end got the boost up to 6.5.
Is it true that Fanatics bought it?
Ooh, different.
Wow.
They are buying everything.
They are.
Here we go. So you're saying here, ticket attendance
trimmed,
versus
though,
ticket
isn't it?
collecting. Was that?
Is that the one that's trimmed?
No, this is an SGC3.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a good card. It's a good
I
card.
saw that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good card. It's accurate for the grade. I'm comfortable with it. It's pretty close.
SGC.
I've never said anything bad about their grading. I just said they're not worth any premium to me, and they're
They're
not.
not worth the premium.
No. And here's the thing. That's why I laughed when somebody was talking about the SGC angle. I was like, well, SGC and vintage is legit.
Yeah.
Like the collectors who are buying vintage, you put a Wagner in an SGC holder, they're fine. They're great.
They're legit.
Yeah, exactly. They got to be legit, Bobby. But the thing is that now that could change over time if our young president keeps going out there eventually saying, I don't know about your legitimacy now. I'm kind of questioning it. But nonetheless, as far as vintage is concerned, their reputation is earned. They've earned the reputation over time. They've still got the reputation. So they can coast on that. But the reality is that the only way we'd be able to get a proper answer is if somebody had a PSA 3. If you put an SGC 3 and put a PSA 3, put them side by side, put them in the same auction, let's see what happens.
Yeah, that'd be tough.
Yeah, like I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
That's
like,
shooting
I really
yourself in your foot again.
Yeah, like I don't know the answer to that question. I'd be curious. I would be very curious.
It doesn't get that analogy, but I mean,
Yeah, I think somebody who's paying that kind of money understands that the SGC grade is probably valid for what it is, and they're willing to pay the price because they decided they were willing to pay the price. That's it. But if it had been a PSA one, I don't think they would have paid less. So that isn't saying like SGC is getting this big elevation. It's like, no, they graded a card. They have a reputation that people consider legit. It's fine. So they paid the price accordingly for a card that goes for a lot of money every time it sells. So it sounds about right for Daps. He's always telling his followers to get cards that even if a PSA 10, you break even. Yes, that has always been the Daps main way. None of these grading companies are worth a premium, in my opinion. What about KSA?
Oh,
What about Mint?
Easy.
Mint.
Mint leaf.
MNT. All right. Enough teasing and mocking. We've had our fun. Anyway, yes. So that's it, guys. Like I said, my commitment to you is that unless something crazy changes, yeah. No, but
I'm predicting some more stuff next week.
Yeah, but I need something like substantive. I need more than like a small modification to the existing. Like,
You'll
what do you
find
consider
out-
substantive?
Well, I think you'll find out on Sunday at 9:30.
At 9:30, and then we hit go live. Nice. So Bobby is predicting a go live. Yeah, I need them to do something. I need to hear about the Bob Lewis sponsorship. I need to hear about them buying Panini, Topps, Collectors Universe, SGC, PSA. Nobody actually wants HGA. They're out. They're laying people off.
Not even mentioned anymore.
They're laying people off. They've had to lay people off.
HGA?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, apparently they decided that some people were not doing the job properly, which has been true the whole time. And he decided that was a quality control issue that he needed to fire them for.
Oh, okay. Boy, they're
New
gonna have
company.
a struggle, boy.
New company. Anyway, here. Thanks, guys. Absolutely Aussie Card Dad. No worries. Pick 4 Guy. That's the new name. PSA to buy SGC next week, and all vintage will be graded in Florida location. Dare we live the dream. That will be the last word. 4, 2 Bobs. 1 Bobby. 1 Lot Buis. It is now 1:16 a.m. in the East Coast. It is now Saturday. Enjoy your weekend. Go outside. Enjoy some sunshine. Ignore all live streams hobby related. All of them. Over the weekend. All of them. Go and enjoy the sunshine. Go outside. Hang out with your family. Whatever. Go get a beer. Do it. Those of you in the East Coast, those of you in the West Coast, you still got a little time left on your Friday. Enjoy your weekend. Prediction: PSA 10 Mantle. PSA 10 will be the first to crack 10 million. It'll probably go over that. If it sells, it'll go over that. I probably would put it like closer to 20 or 25. My guess. There is no hobby. There is no spoon. That's it, guys. Have yourselves a good night. We'll catch you next time.